Weird. A game about selling drugs. Okay, yeah. Now we should be live on YouTube. Hello, YouTube! Yes, we're live. Nice. I also need to do the rewards command. I don't even have the freaking... frick, dude. Just fracking. Hang on. I am so unprepared. Hang on. Work. Wait.
Spilo, you are by far the pinnacle of stupidity. An utter buffoon among nincompoops. You daft, brain cell lacking, cook. Why aren't you called Mr. Spilo in the Discord?
Shut the frick up, Orb. Wait, why isn't it not... Oh, Scooby. Why is it not working? Hang on. Dude, I can't even... Wait. Official sub is emoji. What are the... Hang on, chat. Hang on. Hang tight. Emotes. YouTube chat, I can't see you right now. Hang on to your cheeks. Big fan. All the above. Coaching discount. Early access through Discord channel. Friend. All the above. Access to Spilo PUGs. Secret Discord channel. Okay, I think we should be good. Nincompoop is a good word. Or think of it the sub. Tracer 1v1 versus the community. Yeah, I don't think I will ever do that. And I also need to do rewards on Twitch. Wait, do I have a rewards command on Twitch? Hello, Rojo, Reaper, Flower Boy. Hello. What the frick is going on here? Electrifying, yes. Okay, yeah, that's wrong. Okay, so commands. Wait, the rewards command is it? I did it already. Look, it works. Look, I forgot. Look at that. I am competent. All right, let's do our Twitch command or our notification here. What should we do for today, guys? What would be a good quality? It's good me. Twitch.tv/5. What was I gonna do? Oh. Wait. Okay. Oh, frick, chat. Okay, listen, we're leveling up our stream game here today. I'm gonna be so tight today. We're gonna run ads at good times that doesn't disrupt the viewer stuff as much as it has in the past. Why is this not working? Where's my checklist of things to do? Where's my stream checklist? Hang on. Meeting. That's not working. Meeting notes. What is my stream checklist? Okay, wait. Okay. Ad timing, chat engagement, stream deck markers, draw on screen. Let's see if this works. There. Nice! Wait, there. Good. Nice! Hey, Ishiki. Yeah. Wait, why? Who's... Sarah Lee, thank you for the sub. I received my Beach Boys Feel Flows dual vinyl package, including Sunflower and Surf's Up with unreleased bonus tracks. That's sick, mate. That's sick. Yeah. So we have stream markers as well. Let's do a test stream marker, which should put a section of stream to notify that I said something interesting. What would be something worth marking, chat? Something that I say that would be worth marking. I do read YouTube chat, yes. Guys, I'm going to commit a homicide. Did it work? I don't know if it'll work. I guess I'll have to check later. I actually don't know. Yeah, I actually don't know. I'm going to have to check later. Say good boy. How's the volume? We had some discussion about noise gate stuff, which we're going to have to figure out at some point. Because people were saying that my mic was peaking, but I actually don't know if it's my mic peaking or if it's my mic sounding like it's peaking. Lou, thank you for the sub.
I'm back to give my kitten a sub on this Tuesday afternoon. Now stop playing the guitar, bucko.
Thank you, Loof. Thank you, Loof. Wait, Loof. Did you like my special message for you? Play the Overwatch theme. Bye. Love you too. Well, the thing is, I already have a noise gate limiter, I think, but I don't know if it works. Okay, here's this. What was I going to say? I had something I was going to say. I've completely lost the script. The message was so fun. Love you too. Should we share it with chat? Here, wait, where is my special message to Loof? Wait, hang on, let me see if I can find it. Can I play the Beach Boys song? I actually don't think I've learned any Beach Boys songs. I could probably noodle around and figure it out, but... Yo, Georgia, man, thank you for the 10 gifted sub to Horizon, the Birds, They Donut, Nimble, Olivine, Haskell, Keegan, Ego, Kairos, and Funko 194. Thank you so much for the generosity, dude. I really appreciate it. So enjoy your subs. Oh, I found it. Here you go, boys. Here you go. Hello, Loof! You genetic masterpiece of inbreeding and oxygen deprivation. There's no pugs, you jackass! I'd rather spend the weekend in the gut to a life of misery and malfeasance. Have a terrible day. I don't love you. Your parents don't love you. And you're a horrible, grotesque freak. Ha! Poo! What is that? What is that thing where you can like pay like actual celebrities to like say things? You know what I'm saying? What if I did like a really budget version where Spilo wishes you a miserable Merry Christmas for $5? Cameo, yeah. Yeah, I cut out there for a second because I plugged in my earbuds, but okay, yeah, I guess really quick to establish like where we're at. Yeah, I saw the hero thing. Trust me, Greenie, I was all over that sucker. I was dropping the creator Discord. I was like, frickers, get on this. Here's what I said. I'll read it and I'll read it. I said with the hero pick rate website thing, I was like, all caps, more of this, run it up the flagpole, I beg. So I obviously have done my due diligence. So yeah, So anyway, long story short, Patreon, if you guys don't know, Patreon had like all the reward stuff, and then YouTube and Twitch didn't have, like, first off, we didn't even have YouTube membership, and Twitch didn't get anything outside of like a roll. So now, if you are, all the rewards are kind of standardized. So for tier 2, tier 3 Twitch subs, for tier 2, tier 3 YouTube subs, YouTube memberships, you have access to the same stuff now. So did that not just for more money, but also so that you don't have to be subscribed to multiple different things at the same time. You can choose what you want because the rewards are the same across. I do know that like tier 2, tier 3 subs on Twitch, I think, are more expensive, but it's because Amazon takes a bigger cut than like Patreon does, but you get the same rewards. And so if you don't want the ad-free whatever thing. So yeah, anyway, long story short, I won't delve any more into that. Exclamation mark rewards, and then check the YouTube description. So long story short, we kind of have a much more standardized reward system. And the rewards being early access stuff, pickup games, coaching discounts, emotes, all that kind of stuff. So yeah. We'll be sending a cam of you flaming hottie as soon as it's available. 25 stream streak. Nicely done.
When you took a week off, I cheered with joy.
You're a moron. Thank you for the 20 months shock. Yeah, so week off was good. I was in Charleston for 3 days for my brother's bachelor's party, which was pretty fun. We played a lot of sports, hung out and chilled, did stuff like that. I was reminded of how bad of a board game Sellers of Catan is, which was great. Nodlin, I'll get that in a second. I actually have seen the Hanzo Dash Tech, Bennett. That was pretty cool. It's like min-maxing your wall climb, just infinite lunge. It's pretty funny. Then I had a week off, which started off with like a 2.5 hour Spilo summit on Monday, where we went through like a trillion freaking things. If you guys want to see the notes on that and like stuff that we're talking about doing, some of the stuff that we've already done, you can go, wait, I'm going to use my buttons here, my Stream Deck. Bam! So you can go in the Discord announcements, and that we have all the screenshots from all the notes. Not all of this is going to be implemented right away. Some of it already has been implemented. Yeah. So yeah, long story short, and then I basically just spent the rest of the week implementing stuff. So I did have some time off on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I got to see my family and stuff, which is nice, but a lot of work this past week. Not any coaching, no streaming, just catching up on system stuff. So I like to do that once a year, just so I'm like, feel like I'm getting my systems up to date and all that kind of stuff. And we have a ton of new projects that are coming out and all that kind of stuff. Welcome, Calix. Catan hate is based. Yeah. I mean, Catan is like, I can't hate on Catan too much because I feel it was like the gateway drug for like a lot of people. So it served its purpose, but it's just an objectively horrendous competitive game.
Back from the gym, and considering I'm in a generous mood.
Thank you for your 755 bits.
Lobster.
I will not forgive that final comment, though. Thank you for the $7.55, I think, somewhere around there. Yeah. Have you? Yeah. Okay. What? Let's. This is a roast my highlight. Oh, dude, Nautilin. Wait, why am I opening a hype chest? That's a horrible emote. Why would I ever use that? Dude, I didn't know you called it. I didn't know you called it, bro. Nicely done. Bonus 7%. That's crazy. Well done. Root supremacy. Yeah, root's good. Root's good. Roots are very tricky to pick up, but a root's good. Yeah. People who have Stream Deck XL and use 4 slots, that's basically me. I didn't even buy my freaking Stream Deck. I've had it for like 2 years. Somebody gifted it to me, and I just have never used it. So, yeah, it is what it is. Catan rework Project 1. There's just no point. There's too many other games that do it better, dude. I will say this for you board gamers in chat, okay? I'm gonna say it. Euro games freaking suck. Like there are a couple, like like that genre is so freaking washed. You can take like a couple of good Euro games, like the peak Euro games, but Euro games are literally like math problems that are so badly disguised, it's not even funny. It's like, hey, this is an engine min-max simulator. Have fun. What is it about? Cars. Wait, like you mean the thematic? Yeah, it's. Are you sure? Well, no, it's actually about medieval time. Oh, right. So how does that how does the theme time in with the gameplay loop? This is a knight. This little cube I got here. Freaking Euro games, man. Some of them are fun, but they're fun, I think, despite being Euro games. Is basically my point. So I'm gatekeeping, yes. So. You only play Sorry? Hey man, still better than Euro games. That's a joke, but still. Okay, got to you're on the diamond. Nice. Root is my favorite of all time. Asymmetrical games are so cool. Agreed. I think asymmetrical games are so freaking hard, but super fun. Another all-time favorite for me is Spirit Island. Freaking love the asymmetry of that game. War of the Ring, great. Yeah. Okay. Do you guys want to do? let's do some here. Let's start in the Hero Band project a little bit. So we have a group up podcast with Samito, Avril, SVB, and Hawk. In 2.5 hours. I started a little bit late because I'm going to be streaming late tonight. I'd like to do a little bit of Hero Bands project. Maybe we'll play some 66 while we're waiting. How many bot bucks for you to play something on your guitar? I don't know. I don't know.
Question. What's your opinion?
Good question.
On the idea
I'll get to that in a
some
second.
Heroes are opportunists. I feel like that's a question used to victimize heroes, coming from players that don't understand the fundamentals of their name.
It's a good question. Thanks for the sub. Almost 2 years, Poke. I don't know. Opportunist just seems like a really global thing of like being like a more mobile character that can be more flexible with what engagements they take. You get what I'm saying? So like Tracer, Genji, Sombra, Winston, Wrecking Ball can punish errors by being more mobile because they have more choices with how and where they can position. But that's like a really broad term. I kind of agree with you. So I'm not sure I follow where you're talking about like victimizing characters, but it isn't really like looking at characters as like an opportunist is like a really way of looking at it, a simple way of looking at it. So I know I've never played Hero Dice. Hungry Hippos is pretty fun. Here's the thing with like board games though. I don't hate on games if they fit their niche, you know what I'm saying? So if the game, even like Euro games, like joking aside, like if they serve the purpose that they're designed to be, like Candyland is a freaking amazing game because it teaches little kids how games work, right? It doesn't matter if it's all luck. It doesn't matter if it's balance. It's just a silly game, right? It does a great job of what it's supposed to do. Yeah. Monopoly, but see, Monopoly, I think is like, I don't know. Monopoly is such a strange game. I think Monopoly, okay, you guys ready for the spicy take? Monopoly, this is not a spicy take. This is like the coldest take ever. Monopoly's only real main selling point is that it is customizable and can basically, by brain dead corpus that want to slap an IP onto something, you could really do it easily with Monopoly. It's also one of those things that because it got popular, because there wasn't a lot of competition, it's kind of stayed around, even though it's like an actually horrific game. So, yeah, it's not easy. It's not fun. It's not strategic. It's random. It's frustrating. Yeah. Yeah, you could literally do an Overwatchopoly is like the thing. Exactly. Like it's really customizable. It has like personality in that regard, which I think is its strongest point. It's got like a lot of personality. Yeah. So it is what it is. There's a card game called Monopoly Deal, which is like, I think a little bit more fun, but even then it's still whatever. Yeah. So, okay. Where, dude, I am like so lost in the sauce here. Let's work a little bit on our bands here. Let's work on the band project a little bit. I don't think we finished. I think we had supports left. Am I correct? Where are we at? Where is it? Wait, where is it? Oh, I think I found it. Wait, where? Where are you? Hang on, I have to find the... Hello? So I did a bunch of repositioning of stuff, and I don't know what I did with the document. Flats notes, rivals notes. Frick, am I just gonna have to search ban? Man. Oh, I'm dumb. It's in my downloads. That's why. It's not even anywhere where I was looking at all. The band project, you should get back to playing guitar? Right. Yeah, the Landlords game, yep. I actually was reading some about that not too long ago. Why is Twitch giving me a notification? Okay, let's do some... What is Jasuke? Did I pronounce that right? It felt like that was a Jasuke. Jasuke. Wait, what the frick? Why? This is not... This is... Tell me this isn't correct. No. 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 That's not it. That's just not it. What is this? No. No, not even close. The shape is wrong. The texture's wrong. The color's wrong. You guys are coping. There's no shot. No way. Nah. You guys are off the goop, man. You guys are off the goop. Touch grass. Flats, what now? I had a meeting with Flats like 6 months ago, and he had some content advice for me, which was helpful, and I have notes from it. Let's change. Jesus, a lot of buttons to manage here. We'll just do the boring stuff first. Not the boring stuff, but hero, bands, project. I think we have supports. So chat, I need your help. YouTube, Twitch. No, yeah, Pompadour or whatever the frick that thing is. Okay, so basically we're trying to get around 2 to 3 bands per character, maybe like a more map situational one as well. What do you guys think for Ana? So we're just going to run through the supports really quick, and then we'll get to playing. Do we know 100% how the band system is going to work? Yeah. Gavin Winter talked about it on stream like a month or 2 ago. I think it's on my old stream when I was in Blizzard. It's like you guys have like 3-tiered bands. You get to choose your first, second, and third, and then it's comboed, and then we have 4 total, 2 from the enemy team, 2 from our team, but you can only ban 2 per role. You'll pick it up really fast. Ana, I feel like immediately map situational has to be Widow Hanzo, to be honest with you guys. I think you have a sniper character that can't really contest snipers from range that easily. So if the map has like longer sightlines, you really have to play super aggressive, which feels really bad. I don't know. I think you guys are overvaluing dive. I think maybe like Diva, you know what I'm saying? Like Diva's tough because she can pressure you and eat your CDs and stuff. We'll just say snipers. We'll just say, because you could even say like a damage boosted Sojourn could be difficult as well. So we'll just say snipers. I don't think Monkey's that good. You see, here's what freaking sucks though. You know what freaking sucks? Is the freaking dude, the 2-second nerf on Onanade. I'm gonna commit a war crime, man. I'm gonna spontaneously combust. Why? Man, I expected so much better. She's way too strong, you know, but it feels terrible. There's so much downtime between CDs now. Freaking sucks, man. Kiriko? Yeah, could be. I don't know, man. Like, Tracer Genji, like, just honestly feels like a skill check. And even low rank Ana's, like, Nade is a big deal. You know what I'm saying? Like, Nade versus Genji or Tracer, like, I just don't know. Like, especially, like, equally skilled Ana, equally skilled Genji, plat, gold, silver, diamond. I don't think it's that easy of a matchup, to be honest with you. I think I don't know. I don't think Tracer or Genji tops either of these characters. Yeah, I saw it, Explosions. I actually got asked to be on the Rivals podcast next week, so I might be on a Rivals podcast next week. It'll be like my farewell. But I look at those patch notes and I'm like, dude, it's not changing, man. Some things may get better, some things get worse. Supports are the exact same. That game is exactly what you think it is. So, you know, yeah. I don't know. I think we leave as is. This is close enough for me. Okay. Lucio, yeah, I mean, there's a good shot for maybe Lucio enabling Rush, but like, let's be honest, guys, this is ranked. This is not happening. Woohoo, and thank you for the 3 months. Congrats on your new badge. Are there any members in YouTube chat? I don't see. I have like 4 members, I think. So I don't know. I think the odds of them being here are probably not that high, but there's like a, I don't know if is there a badge? I think there's a badge. You're one? Can you, dude, go say something in YouTube chat. I want to see the freaking badge. If you don't mind. Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, so I don't know. BAP will be interesting. I have a couple of ideas already. 95 bits. You almost got the thing there. Nepotistic mean you could just quickly swap, but I missed the last stream. Could I see the Reaper stuff? Yeah. Here, I'll do like a slow scroll, and then you can go back in the YouTube VOD, like right now, the one I'm live on, and like pause on YouTube. There's your Reaper. This is like a first draft, so we might go through and adjust these again, maybe really quick, but we'll do like a surface level thing here. But like, yeah, you can go back in the YouTube VOD and pause anytime. You can do it in the Twitch VOD technically too, but it's always weird. There you go. Just go in the YouTube thing, man. Yeah. And this may change over time. This is not supposed to be perfect. So, okay, what do you guys think about BAP? Yeah, YouTube is great for VODs. Freaking Doomfist, no? Like Doom, just like chunky city. Freaking Doom destroys BAP, like destroys him. You deny his CDs, you punch him out of his CDs. He doesn't do enough damage to you, doesn't have any CC, he can't avoid you. Actually, Winston's a pretty good shout too. Winston's pretty good. Dude, freaking BAP struggles versus dive tanks. I think he's okay-ish versus dive DPS because like you can duel him with your shift but like Ball, Doom, Winston, dude, Ball, Winston, Doom, like primal, everything about these characters, their ults, their CDs, you just annihilate them. Yeah, Venture's a good shout too. Venture is pretty good versus BAP, I'd say. Any tank that gets right, that can quickly get in his face. Is there any other, like, I'm honestly straight up happy with this right here. Like, Venture's a good shout, but like, there's a world where you can kind of punish Venture. Yeah, BAP really struggles, honestly, and your utility just doesn't feel too good, you know? The map is too open. Is there anything else that comes out? Widow, snipers. I didn't see your thing. I didn't see you. Who are you in YouTube chat, Inks? Oh, dude, it filtered you out. This guy freaking says, I'm not going to repeat what he said in YouTube chat, and it gets filtered out. And then he's like, wait, why are you not looking at me? Because your freaking message got filtered out, you jackass. And yes, there's your badge. Congratulations, you can see your badge. Lucas, we're looking at like the 3 bans for each character going into season 16. Frick you, dude. Nobody pays any attention to me. Okay, buddy. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. Like, I think putting snipers is fair, and dive DPS in general. Certain dive DPS especially, because like really, like Widow, Hanzo, like those guys will eat you up too, you know? BAP is really freaking good against like slower tanks, slower DPS, anything that he can kind of control. The more floaty dive DPS, Pharahs, Echoes, anything that doesn't full commit, he's pretty good at. But there's a lot of characters he has really bad matchup versus. Yo, what's up, Tyrone? Good to see you, brother. Dude, I freaking loved our session yesterday, man. I freaking loved it. There's something so satisfying about having a student coming in and already you've got your fundamentals down. Makes this rest of the session go so much smoother. Hope you had a good night. Map picking, they mentioned map picking potentially, but I don't think that's coming immediately. Ads? Okay. Mari Pepper cameo? Wait, where's my camera? Can you guys see this? Let's see if she responds. Amari? The ears twitched, but she is conked. In ads for baby toys? Yeah, maybe map 17. I'm a little out of the loop. There's just been so much information that's gone in my brain in like the last 2 months. It's like, you get what I'm saying? So, Yeah, BAP has a lot of issues. Brigitte. Junk. Farah. Ram. What do you guys think? Either things that you can't reach, or when you do reach them, they run you over. Ram feels harder to keep away than a lot of the other Brawl tanks because of Nemesis form and because of Vortex. Vortex is a major problem. Ryan is tough, but you can keep your distance. You only have the one thing that you have to worry about. Ram just can all, and same thing with JQ, right? I think Ram's the hardest because Vortex, the slow, the extent of his speed, the cleave through shield. Junk because you can't really contest him up close. Farah because you can't do really anything versus her at all. I don't know. I think these are probably the worst. I think but see, the thing with Malga is you can just avoid him. You know, you can brawl him or you can avoid him. Like every Brawl tank is not a 1v1 that Brig wants to take, but you can have impact. You can annoy them. You just can't. Yeah, Torb is actually not a bad shot either. The only reason I wouldn't say Torb is because I think Junk is just a much more lethal version of Torb for specifically Brigitte. But I do agree with your thing. Van, we're doing like 3 hero bans per character. Here, I'll change it in the headline text. 3 hero bans per hero. I'll do it in the bottom there. Hopefully that. Cass can be tough, but again, compared to Junk, it's just no contest. Okay, that's actually fine. These have been actually easier so far. This has not been too bad. Idiari. This one will be what do you guys think? Yo, what's up, mate? Yeah. Two students in the last like 24 hours. Cheers, mate. It was a fun session. You guys think the same as BAP? Yeah, honestly, actually. Yeah, see, the problem with EDR is versus dive DPS tanks, her damage threshold is way too low. So, like, EDR isn't great versus dive all the time, but pylon, HP, thresholds, right? The EDR is weird because I don't think her DPS that high, but her dueling potential is good enough. But actually, dive, yeah, good shout. Doom, Ball, Winston. Freaking, you just can't do any damage to them at all. Maybe Doom's better because his HP is a little lower. We're not just considering the 1v1 matchup, but I think if you consider something like BAP, he's bad versus and with these characters, you know? So we're focusing mostly on how good is that character denying their impact, you know what I'm saying? And technically, yeah, EDRE might not want to play with Tracer Genji, but it's not like you're completely like I'm more concerned like playing the matchup. You kind of get what I'm saying. What do you guys think? Map situational? You think of it the 2 months. What do you guys think? Is there anything else you throw in here with like really sniper heavy characters? Maybe map situational again. Like map situational, like snipers again. Do you guys think? Because again, it's like you want to take an angle and poke, but if you take an angle and poke, you get your freaking head blown off every time. Yeah, Sombra's not a bad shout either. You think you're good against snipers except one shot? Okay, maybe Widow Sombra then. Maybe Widow Sombra. That's actually that's a fair point. Or Ashe. We'll just say Sniper Sombra. We'll be vague. I don't think we have to be as specific with this project as we have with other projects because leaving up to player interpretation is, I think, totally fine. Like interpretation and preference. This could be more. This is more about guidelines and not rules because I actually don't think there is a. We don't have enough information to be able to give objective rules, really. But yeah, EDRA. Like, dude, I'm freaking okay. You want to talk about like hero design in Overwatch? Rivals had. I really don't enjoy Rivals support, But dude, let's not pretend that Overwatch support, when you get to like the bottom 4 or 5 in terms of like design, feel much better. Like some of these characters, like even though EDR, oh, she actually does damage compared to rivals. Yeah, but that's like all she freaking does, dude. This design is so pared down. BAP has aged so poorly, kit-wise, you know? Overwatch has definitely some hero design skeletons. Not even in the closet, man. They're out front in the front lawn, you know? It's freaking Halloween, you know? Yeah. And dude, people were so positive about EDR. I might have been positive myself. I don't remember my initial response to EDR. That's probably not a good sign for my opinion. But I don't know. Like he pretty quickly just kind of did the same thing. So who's the worst? Moira probably. Mercy up there. I'm not sure. Hard to say. I was joking earlier. We'll talk about it, I'm sure, in the podcast today. But like freaking open queue, dude. I played like 3 games and I got 3 support mains locking Lifeweaver, Mercy, Moira, or Healbot Kiriko within the first 10 seconds. 3 games in a row. I'm like, oh boy, triple support. Love to see it. Freaking sucks, dude. Freaking sucks. Playing versus that, playing with that, it's just so boring, man. So boring. I think your pylon needs more dynamism. Exactly, yeah. We've talked a lot about it at Deal. We won't go into hero design today, of course, but yeah. Which is such a shame because I actually think EDR is like personality and like visuals are like pretty cool, you know? I think she's like a banger. I kind of feel the same way about Malga at times, you know? But is EDR an easy fix? I'm not sure. Okay, let's keep going here. Let's keep going. Juno, probably Sombra, I think, or dive. What would be the worst dive tank? I think Doom is easy enough to avoid. Winston, I feel like, is also enough to avoid. Is it Ball? Yeah, hit scan in general. I think you can keep your distance from Hazard. You think Diva? She can't do anything versus Ball, and Ball can kind of keep pace with her. Diva, I think you can keep your distance from, like Sarah Lee's saying, and Hazard as well. Sombra is really hard to stay away from. Hitscan is really hard to stay away from. Freaking, I will say, okay, when I was climbing with Juno, I think the hardest matchups for me was Hitscan. Straight up. Because I could always play my range and be like really creative and thoughtful. Now, this was in Masters, so maybe this isn't going to apply for everybody. But like I could always outbrain and or at least die expensively versus a lot of dive characters. But like, if it was a really good hit scan and an open space, I can't like compensate by playing these like congested short sightlines. If I avoid their sightline, I just die. You know, I'm not an Ana with 250 HP and an anti-nade. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't know, Cassidy, Ashe, especially post-buff Cassidy, even a Sojourn can be difficult. Ana is annoying. So obviously it's scale. Like Sombra is a nightmare no matter what you do. Ball's a nightmare no matter what you do. But Genji's, Divas, Hazards, Winstons at time there's more things you can do. Hit scan just rough. So I'll say, yeah, map situational hit scan. I think there's stuff you can do versus hit scan. Like you can angle, you can flank. You could do that in like maps like Rialto that have wider angles and so on. But there are some limitations which you can do. Ashe, Sombra, yeah, exactly. Kaiju, yeah. Floating here gets countered by Hitscan Genius, true, yeah. Yo, we got another freaking YouTube member. Shout out Aaron. Aaron, you want a fun fact, Aaron? You want a fun fact? You were the first YouTube member. I freaking checked. So, no, not Aaron Keller. So thank you for your support. You also technically have some emotes that you could use in YouTube chat. So, okay, you speed ran to join. That's right. Get that freaking wallet out. Parasocial to the max, baby. Dude, let's go. Yeah. So, okay. Juno is, well, you know, pop in here. Yeah. See here, and he's freaking got the emote, and he used the right one too. Freaking YouTube chat. Let's go. All right, Kiriko. Kiriko is tough. Kiriko doesn't really have a lot of counters. When we did the initial countered, Kiriko, like she's always strong or weak based off of the character's strengths alone. She's not really meta dependent that much, I don't think. True, Ball is kind of she's pretty bad versus Ball. She can avoid Ball, but she can't really do much versus Ball. That's true. But I don't think it's like bad. I don't know, man. Is there like anything here that really gives you grief as Kiriko? Maybe it's just like, what hero do you not want to play versus? Diva eats everything. True. Yeah. Flyers is not a bad shout. Sorta. Flyers. Maybe Diva. Etc. Ball. We'll just kind of like, you know, these are some things you might deal with. Map situational Genji can get on top of Kiriko pretty quickly. 225. Force her out pretty quickly. Yeah. So Kiriko is just like one of the things where she doesn't have like, her ability to not get countered isn't always enough of a strength. You know what I'm saying? I think there's a couple of the characters that are like that. If we go back, like, I'm trying to think of like a good example. Like Sojourn, for example, is not always easy to counter, but she doesn't, if she isn't overtuned, she's also doesn't really have that spike in terms of value, so that she's not always the best choice. You know what I'm saying? So what heroes can 1v1 Ball? I mean, it's not so much about what heroes can 1v1 Ball. It's more about what hero, if they don't die immediately, can murder the Ball. Like a Zenyatta can destroy a Ball. Like it's a freaking armor pack, or it doesn't take the full slam damage. Ball's freaking dead. It's over. Like you're done. Cassie's another one. Destroys Ball. Mei ruins his life. You know? Yeah, flashbang is rough. So... okay, let's keep going here. Kiriko just kind of whatever. Oh, frick, we're on the dirty dozen here. Oh, I lied. We're okay. Well, no, never mind. We got life fever. Never mind. Is it Ball? Is it Ball? Like, is it Ball? Mines is good versus Tree. You can't really avoid him. I just think Ball just denies everything that he does. You can freaking tickle him. You can murder his tree value. It does feel like a lot, quote-unquote, counters Light Fever. Again, I want to say that his matchup feels better versus dive DPS, not dive tanks. Like, I could even see an argument for Hazard. You know, I could even see an argument for, occasionally, Winston. Does every hero get countered by snipers? Every hero struggles with snipers when they're on strong footing. Like when snipers have the map that they want, yeah. True, Genji is decent. I would say map situational Genji, like a lot of verticality Genji. Genji can ruin your life, true. Yeah, actually. Map situational Pharah as well. Like she can rain down fire on you. She's a dive DPS, so she can close the distance on you. She can flank you, and you can't do anything versus her, really. Bastion's an interesting thought, yeah, because he can burn you, he can burn your petal, and he can burn your tree. Also, your ult's pretty good versus Life Weaver. Yeah, I mean, I would never prioritize Bastion because of his pick rate's so incredibly low, but that is a good shout, Pyro. We'll just say a lot of heroes. A lot of heroes. Yeah. It's hard. It really is hard to nail down one for Life Weaver. Booty. Lucio. Has to be Cass, right? Most DPS that you're able to close the distance on, you're able to effectively deal with. But Cassidy's Hender just ruins you. You know, even just this primary fire ruins you. So Lucio needs to close the distance, which is, or keep you from closing the distance on him. But Cassidy beats you from far, beats you from mid, and beats you from close. So it's like, what do I do? Right? And obviously, again, not everything is a 1v1, but he can ruin your team impact, right? Sombra's not a bad shout. Sombra could be a good one. Yeah, that's a good one. Torb is interesting as well, because that's another Cassidy one just without the hinder. Yeah, maybe we'll do Ram ? Torb ? Lucio is a skill matchup versus Tracer. Like, if I'm playing Lucio and I see a Tracer, I'm like, oh, this is going to be a challenge, but I'm excited. I have a purpose. I have a role that I can fill. You know, Doggy, we're doing 3 bans per hero for Season 16. We're kind of working on it. Symmetric can be annoying. Yeah. But, yeah. This seems okay. Everything else can be tricky, but there's at least something to do. Yeah, Farah's not terrible, but Farah, at least in theory, you're mobile enough to kind of play around her. Like, you can straight up Reddit Lucio depending on how Farah heavy their comp is. Yeah, kind of like the old Overwatch League bans. But Farah is again a character that you can kind of avoid. What's going on in my chat? Why are there hearts? What does the heart thing mean? Does anyone know? Hello? Why is YouTube chat hearting? Now it's 100ing. Now there's a lot of 100ing. What does that mean? I don't know what's going on. Now there's 400s. It's getting out of control. Okay, this is good enough for now. Moisey. Sombra, maybe. Ball, freaking Juno-esque can just chase you forever. Maybe map situational hit scan. But see, I don't know if you want to ban hit scan though, because you need hit scan. Like, any sort of consistent range pressure you do really well with. Dude, freaking emotes are being spammed. Like, this is definitely where you can consider banning characters that you go well with. Like Sombra Ball, you don't want to play Mercy with Sombra Ball. You know? So if you ban it, doesn't hurt you at all. But if you start banning hit scan, then you're like, oh no, my buddy. Time for the schizo pills. Okay. Why does Pyro say Squid say Twitter? Mercy's gonna ban Twitter. like Twitter is on the top of Mercy's opinions. I could see Tracer being situationally quite a problem as well. I'm not gonna lie. Like, the vertical mobility definitely helps, but yeah. I don't know. I think, like, if you ban Ball, Sombra, Tracer as Mercy, you're significantly more likely to have a composition where you can do something. Right? And in theory, have a lot less issues what you're playing versus as well. DPS Moira, yeah, true. I don't know. I think this is okay. Dude, here's the strategy, guys. You guys know what the strategy is? We're going to redo this entire bans project, but it's going to be like every character is number 1 ban is Mercy. Just, you need to ban Mercy. Trust me, you need to ban Moira and Mercy. Ban Moira and Mercy. And then we're going to get to Moira, or to get to Mercy, and we're going to be like, dude, you have to ban Moira. And I'm going to get to Mercy, and you'll be like, or Moira, you have to ban Mercy. You get what I'm saying? You're just going to gaslight the crap out of the community. So every Moira player is convinced that, like, Mercy players are the worst. And so they end up banning each other. And then worst case scenario, one of them doesn't get banned, but one of them does get banned. So, like, Moiras are banning the Mercy player. Mercy players are banning the Moira. So you don't have Moira Mercy backlines ever again. Ever again. That's the strategy, guys. You know what I'm saying? That's the strat. Dude, we're so cooked. Dude, okay, I'm gonna cry. I was playing some 66 open queue yesterday, And my placements were horrible. Like I went like 8 and 2 or something like that. But it placed me. It like my initial. I don't know. It's because I haven't played open queue. I think it was like plat 4 or something like that. Yeah, it was terrible. I was in diamond 5 because it's freaking plat. So you're not gonna lose on. And I think I went like 20 and 4 on Genji or something like that. We ended up losing. It was pretty close. I have 3 support players, and they were a combined like 2 and 21 KD. Like, all he did was sit in the back and heal. I'm like, please, no, please, just play the game. It's the first time I've used team chat in like a long time, and I was like, really reply. I was like, guys, hey, if we're gonna run triple support, can somebody like be more a DPS Moira? You could do it. Go for it. No. Their deaths weren't that high. It was just anyway. Okay, it bothered me so much. Okay, anyway, I was like, please do something. Like, fine, run Mercy Lifeweaver, Mercy Pockets me or another DPS, Lifeweaver back like Intergalactic Emperor. You guys have heard me coach Lifeweaver, Moira DPS flanking. Dude, we can make it work, man. Please, And dude, I said that, and the Moira player goes, no, don't worry, I'm going to hold down W. I'm like, no, that's not what I mean. And I look, and she's like right-clicking the enemy Malga. I'm like, no, that's not what I meant, no. So she's like doing 45 DPS in the enemy Malga, and I'm like, no, like, flank, no, disaster. So, yeah, it never works, man. Never coach your teammates. You never monkey paw rolls. Yeah. All right, Moira. Banned characters from Moira. Boy, this is a tricky one. Feels like map situational poke characters. I think Torb is a really bad matchup for her. Can't burst him down. Can't destroy turret. Basilisk, maybe. Yeah, Cassidy's a good shout too. Just can't really do anything. Torb, Cass. I actually don't think Tracer Sombra is a higher rank thing as much. I think it's a skill check. Like, yes and no. It's not a great matchup, but you're looking at it like, would I, if I'm a GM Moira, do I want to play versus a GM Tracer or do I want to play versus a GM Cassidy? You know what I'm saying? That's not even a close call for me. Anything that I can at least manage my range, I can heal orb myself, I can draw the duel out. Cassidy doesn't matter how many heal orbs you got. He's just going to hit you in the head. You know what I'm saying? Armored targets, right, exactly. Roadhog's honestly not a bad shout as well. Any tank is not great, but I'm trying to think. It might be that Roadhog can actually threaten you, that it's not great. Is there any other DPS or support that you're like, I don't want to run into them on a dark alley? Like, there's a couple, maybe weirdly enough, Bastion's not that great, but I don't know if it really bothers me. Hanzo, maybe. Yeah, Brigitte is pretty good. True, Aina. Venture, yeah. I think we just leave Torb Cass and just say, yeah, maybe Flyers. But see, the thing with the Flyers is like you can destroy a Far Echo if you get close to them at all. Like you don't. It's not horrible. You know what I'm saying? And if they're pocketing the Flyer, then you can. It's the same logic of why Tracer Lucio can play versus Pharmacy. Where you're like, all right, can't deal with you. Somebody's isolated. You know what I'm saying? But Junkrat, like, maybe, but like also Junk you can manage your range on. You know what I'm saying? Like you max range alt fire damage orb, you can be annoying. I don't know. I'll just say whatever tank for now. I see what you're saying about Reaper. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Shut up, Surly. Wow, we're almost done. Is that really it? Am I going crazy? I thought it was one more. No, that's it. Zen. Okay, Zen. I mean, it really is dive. You know, dive is not great. Like, let's not lie here. Dive, DPS. I would say Tracer, Sombra. Genji can be tough, but Tracer, Sombra worst. Ooh. Freya? I think Freya, outside of... Okay, so here's what I think. If you're a fat tank, I think Freya could be a problem. You know how we talk about, like, Malga, Roadhog get countered by Hanzo, Sojourn, that kind of a thing? You know what I'm saying? I think that's going to be another situation, but I don't think Freya counters anything other than that. And for Freya herself, probably snipers and maybe dive DPS depending on how tough it is. But yeah, dude, it's so freaking hard because like you're like, oh, ban ball, but ball. Okay, we won't even say map situation. We'll say situational. Like if you can get pocket, like Brigitte the Pack, anything, versus these characters, you destroy them. It's like this line here. But if you don't get pocket, they will destroy you, and or if the map doesn't allow you to, and they will destroy you too. Whereas Tracer, Sombra have more ways of playing around you and baiting you, harassing you, spawn camping you, baiting Discord, like not as much. And also you do, right, exactly, you do well with these characters, you know? So, I don't know. I would say situational Zenyatta lives or dies by the sword when it comes to dive tanks. And it could be either destroys them or gets destroyed by them. I also think situational is probably sniper situational as well. Maybe I'm... Because it's like the Ana effect where you can't really contest them on longer sightlines, but they can contest you. So, but also you don't want to get too close. Like if I'm on Circuit Royale, if I can ban Widow the lobby and I can ban like Ball or whatever, I just ban Widow, right? The lobby is mine. The lobby's mine. You get what I'm saying? Because nothing can contest me. I can literally turn blindfold myself and hold mouse 1 and I'm going to win the game. You know, but if Widow is still there, now I got to be really careful. You know what I'm saying? But not even Sigma. Sigma, I can just shoot him all the freaking day, you know? Break a shield. Why am I talking at that? You know? So, like, I think it's... I think Hanzo Widow can be situationally annoying. Because they're like these sniper characters that outsnipe you. Which you outsnipe everybody but them, you know? Yeah. If you want Zen, maybe ban other support options. It's not a bad idea either. Yeah, you could... here's the big brain strat. Ban Mercy Moira. So you actually have a support, like Mercy's actually okay with Zenyatta depending on your tank, but like ban Moira so that you can get pocket, you get a like please go you know, or something. Dispatchers, thank you for this sub. Or on Zen, if you have space for it, you get freaking defensive nano. Defensive nano goes freaking hard on some maps. Yeah, I feel bad. I'm beating up on Mercy today. I saw yesterday's stream went too poorly, or gameplay. But yeah, I think this is a good start. Maybe I'll evaluate this off stream. I like doing this stuff on stream so that when we do the scripted video, I've done a little bit of extra preparation, and I like doing it like open panel because you guys can yell at me and I can yell at you and so on. I love having Zenyatta on my team as Summer as much as he hates having Summer against me. Yeah. When you're Winston, ban Mercy Moira. Honestly, dude, like. Maybe we should apply that lot. Chat, is there anybody else that like you hate playing with certain characters? Diva's fine, Doomfist is fine, Hazard's fine, Junker Queen's fine, Malga's fine. Malga's pretty flexible. Orissa's fine, Ram's fine, Rhine's fine, Roadhog's fine, Sigma's fine, Winston. Yeah, dude, actually, Mercy Moira, straight up. Maybe that's something to look at. Ball doesn't care. Sorry, doesn't care. Is it just Winston that really hates playing with certain characters? I think it might just be Winston. Diva can survive it. Exactly. Nano Trance. Exactly. Think of the sub, mate. Is there any other character that like really wants a certain matchup for them? I guess you could say like Malgo with Kiriko with Cleanse, but like not to the Winston Moira Mercy level. Tracer's more self-sufficient than Winston is, I think. And even Ryan can, you know. Yeah. Ryan's a good shout, but I don't know. It's better than Winston. Ooh, Idiare. Ooh. Good shout. Good shout. Son of a gun. Actually, so true. Dude, the last time I played Gibraltar, I had attack Winston with Idiare, freaking Moira. Oh my gosh, why did you remind me? Oh, it was awful. Frick, dude, why did you do that to me? Oh. Dude, we gotta talk. I gotta make a video at some point about maps, dude. People freaking don't understand the value, how big map counterpicking is. Like, it's not so much that you have to counterpick enemy tank. You gotta play the freaking map, dude. I might have to do something about that maybe, though. Oh, dude. Yeah. In fact, I think for choosing or when to swap or what characters to play, map is always number one. Almost exclusively. Number 2 is enemy team. Number 3 is your team. And the thing is, it's not super hard. It's really just how vertical is the map, how wide open is the map, and then you kind of play it from there, you know? So. Yeah. Okay. Do you guys want to do, should we do, what should we do? Should we do 66 open queue more? I think I'm Diamond 5. So it should be pretty silly. We've got about an hour and a half till the podcast, so we could do several games. I've not been enjoying the 66 open queue as much. It's been fine. Here's the thing I've not been enjoying. I know I've been kind of complaining about the open queue thing more, but I don't like the whole defenders stuff up crap. You get what I'm saying? Like, you get stuck so long. Basically, every game I've played has had that moment. Look at the Chinese win rate data. I'll look at it in just a second. Let me change my... Wait, I can do it from YouTube. My stream title on YouTube. Yeah. Okay, I think that should be good. Band detective? I saw that. That was super funny. The freaking venture detective. This cracked me up. I think it's just China. I think the names are just in China. So, wait, why? Why does it look so weird? Oh, it's an old Reddit link. I kind of like the way old Reddit looked. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I don't think that that's a hot take necessarily. ER's April Fool patch is good with Winston. Oh yeah, the flip flops of the shooty. What is going on? Why is this not working? Overwatch? Hello? Overwatch. That was weird. Let's change our headline. Let's open some blue boxes and then open queue explosions. There's a way to make it look that way. Yeah. At this point, though, I've probably gotten too used to it. Okay, let's just queue up here. Yeah, Diamond 5, baby. Ember Juno, I liked it. I think it's pretty good. I thought it was all right. I haven't really taken a careful look at it, but it was at least unique. You know, that's my biggest thing with skins. As long as they look somewhat unique, or the recolors of interesting skins that go in a different interesting color direction. I actually don't mind recolors as much. A lot of recolors have taken skins I didn't like and made them likable. Yeah. I don't give a frick about recolors, to be honest with you guys. As long as they're not like charging an arm and a leg for it, you know? Oh, crap. Didn't even get a look at our pick rates. It's fine. I always try to fill. Oh my gosh, you freaking sniped me, dude. I'll fill. I always fill. Just because I think it's more fun. I don't really care about my rank or performance here. There's our Moira insta-lock. Of course. You hate playing with Rocket Raccoon? Wait, why is my audio weird? There we go. How's the audio? Maybe I'll turn the game audio down just a tad. All right, what do we got here? 2 supports. I need to play tank. Chat, what tank do you want to see?
A dark stab.
JQ? You want me to try JQ?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Olympus, it's where I say it is.
I saw 2 votes for JQ before I saw 2 votes for anybody else. JQ's gonna be hard in second point, but we'll see. What time is the podcast? 6 p.m. EST, about an hour and a half from now.
5, 4, 3,
In 3,
2,
2,
1.
1.
Attackers incoming.
Yeah, 26% knife accuracy, maybe.
3, 2.
No warm up, baby.
A victim here.
I see a hostile. Be cautious.
It's a great bubble there, Papa. Frick.
Thanks.
Frick, 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 frick. Brother.
You got too close, didn't you?
Frick. Wait, what is happening in my... Wait, it's kind of laggy there for a second. Steve does not know what she's doing. Balls in. I can't go. That's too far. Frick. Got him on the recall. I need to not die here. Wow, that all fire knocked back though. I don't know what I'm doing. Chad, I'm sorry.
Time for a thunderstorm.
Were they just doing that to get out?
Can stop me.
Ah, no!
Hostile.
Okay. We kind of need to back off a little bit here.
Upgrade unlocked. You're embarrassing yourself.
Enemy located.
No. I'm freaking dead. We have an ult. We don't have an ult. We did have an ult, but it's a support ult, so we're not gonna press it. Ah! Okay, we're good. Am I hyped for Stadium next season? Yeah, I mean, it's not exactly like my cup of tea, but I am excited to at least try it. Got him. Oh, frick. Oh, please! Ah!
Objective
It's okay.
lost.
My bad.
Stop the pain.
We'll stick with Jungle Queen for now, but... yeah. Give Stadium coaching? I've thought about that. I don't think it's gonna happen. Bro, what is going on, guys?
Group up here. Group up with me.
I don't know, Toaster. Guys.
I'm going in.
I actually don't know if we can push top here. We don't have like any ults or anything. We're not gonna use it anyway. Frick, man. How did that miss?
This ends now.
We're still not. Brat's Q! I'm sorry, guys.
My ultimate is ready to be unleashed.
Shake the
Two
monsters
fights now.
in your loincloths and move!
The rule is continues here if the Winston use it only. Yeah.
I need a thunderbolt!
I'm gonna get 2 rampages.
Step right up.
4 fights. We're on their second cycle of support ults before we've used ours.
Let's go win this thing!
Yeah, we're not gonna. I should be fine to get out. I'll hold this corner here.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Healing here, at your convenience.
Okay, you have a free TP. Don't die, please.
Here, lightning!
Nice.
I owe you one.
That's a perfect opportunity for Kitsune. No, she waits until Dragon Blade.
No time for whinging. Move out! Time for a thunderstorm!
Frick. 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 Okay. I'm gonna experiment more with the Junker Queen perks a little bit more. Because I have not experimented with the wound ones.
Stop mucking around and move!
Not be letting them advance. Attack.
I don't think I need to go high ground here. We need to stop card here. Let's go.
Let's kick this off.
Okay. Okay, that's my bad. That's 6v6 moment right there. I gotta adjust. The 2-round crash out. Yeah.
Pick up your feet, you drunk.
Post a tree.
This ends now.
I
Life
guys,
protects life.
frick. Frick. We got rolled. With how it works. Wait, what did I miss here? Indies can like the old Mercial when you're down for him when you get play the game? Yeah. Doesn't Torb have more effective HP than Junker Queen because of his armor? I don't know. Could be.
Switching sides.
If you're hitting knife, Sumo perk's really good, yeah. I'd have to experiment with them more to like know exactly what they're supposed to do. Hey Kay, long time no chat. Play Monkey now? Maybe. You can extend your old anti-heal? Yeah, I've heard that. What do you guys want to see? More Queen? Could probably play anything here with this comp. There's no real bad tank here. Ram, Winston. 2 votes for Winston. Whatever gets voted for twice. Okay, that's 3 votes for Winston. We'll do a Winston round. Not exactly optimal, but it'll be good enough. He's okay at first point.
Never solved anything. It would make peace so much easier.
Wait, we're getting Winston. Sorry, okay. Current armor is -5. -5 in all instances of damage. Last I checked.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Yep, skippity doo.
Attack commencing. Capture objective A.
Let's win this.
I like what tanks I hear for Winston. That's always
Observing this
How are we AFK? He's super defensive here. Frick.
That's a wrap.
Your day just got made.
This one. I'll find them.
Okay. Quick. I'll set my combo there.
Willpower burns within me. Thank you.
Ah, my bad.
Silly human.
It's 7. Got it. Okay, thank you.
Objectives mine.
What is my Zarya doing?
The moon base wasn't
Pay
built in a
attention.
day.
Gotcha. -7. Okay.
Discord weakens them. Did someone call? Barrier initiated.
No shot.
Experience
وريهم قوتك.
Frick.
The battle ignites me.
The one nice thing about 66 now is probably, as opposed to the previous one, was like at least you
Through the
build
miracle of
reasonable ult
science.
charge.
Checking in.
Come here to get healed.
I feel great. You're safe.
Frick. Set up. Frick,
Enemy
frick.
slept here.
Do something.
Touching down.
Okay, we're chilling his bomb.
I'm on fire.
I've got you.
Frick!
Огонь по готовности.
I'm on fire.
No, I lost her chat. Frick, 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 frick. I thought I was focusing on the perk. I think we were down 1-2. That was my bad.
I'm on fire.
60 seconds remaining.
Crush the enemy.
I've got this. Who needs them? The best defense is a good barrier.
Let the kitsune
وريهم
guide you.
قوتك.
Fire will.
Seconds remaining.
You're spectacular.
Oh crap, we're getting murked.
Thank you.
Shoot.
30 seconds remaining.
I mean, you guys could see what I was talking about earlier. Just choker watch.
Once
Every
more.
66 game I've played, whether yesterday or any time in the last couple of weeks, has been like, this is what happens when you get stuck.
You're powered up. Get in there.
Let the dragon consume you.
That's something else. Defensive advantage is like so big in 66, which is like it depends on what you want. I don't like it. I didn't like it. It's I think the strongest point for 5v5 is the defender's advantage, but
Welcome to New Junk City.
yeah, it's a fun game, I guess. Could have been worse. What do you guys want to see? Oh, I'll see Alpha again. Greg was fine. The Juno skin is really cool. Basically, picking the map becomes, I think, even more important in 66 than it does in 5v5, in my opinion. But there is also something to be said for picking the map becomes more important and less picking versus the person. So, like, counter picking in that regard is different. Okay, we got DPS. What DPS do you guys want to see? What DPS do you guys want to see? Not Tracer. Good. 2 votes for Sombra? Okay.
In my world, there
What headphones do I have? I don't know.
4,
I'll look at it in a second. I forget.
1.
Don't make me your nemesis.
Initial.
Yeah, I mean, it might be a rough game, but my Sombra is definitely better than my Winston.
Hello
So.
there.
¿Qué onda? We'll show them a trick or two. Aguas! Enemy here!
Acknowledged. Sure.
Over there.
Falling apart.
Helping you out.
Point unlocks in 10 seconds.
Catch you later.
Oh, frick.
Receive my
Somebody call.
Thanks. In possession of the objective.
No te molestes.
Frick, 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 frick.
I'm not letting go of the objective.
Might be able to win.
Engaging thrusters.
I'll need probably a couple of games to warm up either way.
They
got
have my
cat, that's
attention
surprising.
now.
Space created.
Ay, te asusté.
Light the fire.
Got a bug?
Fill the space over here. This feels a lot better for me.
¿Qué onda? ¿Qué tal?
Catch you later.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
Group up on me. Healing fortified.
Upgrade unlocked.
Gale the Mahol.
Oh my gosh, my bad. I responded way too slow there.
An eldritch blessing.
Trying to manage the attention they give me.
They're on the objective. We should
We got a
stop them,
D-Mech
yeah?
though.
Overtime.
¿Me extrañaste, Cocoyo?
Team, to me.
Taking damage.
Can't rampage yet.
¿Qué onda?
Falling apart. Gotta go.
No victim appears.
Frick!
Apagando las luces.
No! I shouldn't have greeted the virus there. The EMP was good enough.
Ends now. Nano boost administered.
That's interesting, Nano.
Trying to keep me out? I don't think so.
Incoming choke watch? Yeah.
Somebody call.
All right. Group up on me.
I don't even think I played for Tachu. Did we get a trade?
Ya volví. You're not doing so good. Hack complete.
Don't think we get touch. I could get touched, but I don't think I'd get anywhere close to him. Oh, we did.
Tengo que irme.
Frick. Frick. That was just bad all the way around. Oh dear, chat. I'm washed. Couple wins on support. This will be first to keep down on all rolls.
Refinery.
Nice, dude.
I'm not done just yet.
Hydrate. I will in a sec.
Ay, te asusté.
Um,
¿Te sientes mal?
Can't go from either angle here. Even if they stuff, I should be okay.
Flashpoint unlocks in 10 seconds.
Take him to the white.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
Back me up.
Double kill.
Ya volví.
Defend it with me.
Now.
No one can stop me.
Falling apart. Nah, that party was boring.
Okay.
Somebody call. Coming through.
Oh, frick.
I'm untouchable.
Thanks. Enemy.
Questionable. Questionable.
Ay, te asusté.
Gale the Mahol.
Nerf this.
Tengo que irme.
No! What am I doing? My brain is off! The brain is off! The brain! It's off! Oh my gosh, guys. Dude, I don't know. I have no excuse. I don't have an explanation.
They really have.
I don't have an. Dude, I tell you, dude. You just gotta give me a couple of games. Just give me a couple of games. Just a couple games. Okay, just a couple of games. Okay, look, just a couple. I'm almost there.
Thanks.
Todo listo por aquí. ¿Qué tal?
Ay, ay, ay.
Disrupting. You cannot escape me.
You're not doing so good.
Tear it down!
Peace.
Frick.
Objective's mine. Care to join me? Tengo que irme. Ay, te asusté.
Disease. Pestilence.
This ends now.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I got nothing. I have nothing. I don't know. I knew it was a 1v5. I just thought like, oh, I can get away with that, but I just couldn't. Couldn't.
Next, flashpoint. Bomb flats.
Probably should just go for an assassination here, if anything.
Did I scare you? Peace.
Flashpoint unlocks in 10 seconds.
Sure. I'll just make this painful.
¿Qué onda?
It's like, are you thinking?
Apagando las luces. Hey, heal me.
I should have packed that Moira.
Did I scare you?
I'm trolling. The last 7 seconds have been maximum trolling. No, Wada!
Don't let them capture the objective. Group up with
Trying to
Well, okay. The start was okay. The EMP was okay. The follow-up to the EMP was okay. But then I don't know. Are you serious? I heard him on the other side of the wall. I heard him like, oh, he's on the other side of the wall. Tell me I'm not crazy. Like, I knew he was there.
Ay, te asusté.
Fricker. Ration.
Trampled by the Trojan horse.
Tear it down!
Gotta go.
There's a lot of them. Be careful.
¿Te sientes mal? And I'm back.
Fricker. Enjoy the spawn room, jackass. No, I'm coming.
Tengo que irme.
Claiming the dead.
I'm trolling.
Falling apart.
Are you serious? Why?
Systems hacked. Feeling much better. Did I scare you?
I'm gonna commit a felony.
This ends now.
No! I literally pressed the wrong button. I'm so cooked. You know what? Frick this. Dude, I actually pressed the wrong button. I am cooked.
I'm on fire. Everyone follow me.
Virus flag secured.
Oh. Dude, I don't know, man. Like, am I awake? Like, what is going on? I literally pressed the wrong button.
Let's go.
¿Me extrañaste?
What is going on? This is Diamond 5. I feel like I'm playing with my monitor off.
Come on! Hit me again!
Kill the Mahol.
Okay?
Tengo que irme.
Yeah, you know it.
Over here.
Flashpoint unlocks in 10 seconds.
Ah!
There's one.
I'm on the objective. Rally up.
You know what? Frick this.
Gotta go.
Nothing off.
Enemy found.
Apagando las luces.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gone.
Good warm up.
objective.
Big style.
Light the pyre.
I don't know. This might be the worst I have played in a long time. And it's like, it's not even late.
I'm not done just yet.
Which felony? Oh. It's perfect timing.
Did I scare you?
I am on fire.
I mean, I'm flexible. Do you guys have any suggested felonies?
Now it's my turn.
A victim appears.
Are there any like popular felonies that are like underrated, but like fun?
We have to get them off the point.
Girl, the
Pasa
mahal.
mi nivel.
Clear out.
System comfort.
No! No!
Seriously, it's like they aren't even trying.
Oh.
And I'm back.
Why? No, I don't know. I don't know why I did that. Like, I don't know why I did that. I knew it was Sagacity. Like all of a sudden, it turns off. Like I don't know where it goes.
Trying to keep me out.
Transporting dentures across state lines is a felony. Interesting. I think we can hit them on the rotation here. Yeah.
¿Te sientes mal?
Flashpoint unlocks in 10 seconds.
Let's break it.
Apagando las luces. ¿Qué tal?
Ah! Cheeks!
Catch you later. Gracias. Enemy spotted. Ya volví. System
Unacceptable.
Go!
virus flat.
No shot. I missed it. I missed it. I missed it. Man, they are chasing so freaking hard. I think I might have had translocator there.
They have my attention now.
No. I need 2 kills. 2 kills. 1, 2. That's 1. Give me 1 more. 1 more. I need 1 more. I need 1 more. It's a must. Okay, there you go.
Don't worry, no pay me back.
Are you freaking me? Oh! I hate that character! This gameplay should be a felony. I told you, man. This is ball good, dude? I think ball's really good in 66. I think all the AoE damage, like everything about ball got better. DevDog, thank you for the gifted sub.
And I'm back.
Your fate
I can't be bothered with you.
Feeling much better.
I think we just play for harassment here, you know what I'm saying? Like, let my team walk in a little bit of distraction there. Hey there, hi there, look at me.
Peace.
Get a little closer here.
¿Qué tal?
I'm gonna commit a war crime. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it right in stream. Ah! My bad. I think I was too low to do that. Oh man, I'm so close to EMP as well.
Trying to keep me out?
We need Juno. We need
I
Juno.
don't think so.
We need Juno. Come on, lock in, boys.
Ya
Lock in.
volví. Objective's mine. Care to join me? Apagando las luces. Here, I'm getting the objective. Sorry, but you didn't make the cut.
Oh yeah! Where are you, rat?
And I'm back. You're mine now.
Bro.
justice.
Ha!
Victory.
Haha. Disaster. You ever see like somebody that kind of knows what to do on paper, but it's like their shadow of their former selves, and it just kind of makes you sad? Dupree's thinking about the. Aaron Rodgers. Oh, dude, frick, dude, that one's. This is accurate. Thank you, Rock City. That's good to know. Thank you very much for that. The Wizards MJ. No, don't copy pasta that. No, I don't see anyone who kind of. So shut up. Oh my days. That was something else. Russell Wilson. Yeah. Jeez, dude. There's just so many, like, dumb things I do. I would say my DPS rank depends on... I would say I'm probably a high diamond DPS, yes, on the characters that I'm good at. Low diamond on the characters that I'm not. High plat on the characters I'm really bad at, like Widow. If and unironically, Sombra, Venture, those characters I could probably be, like, masters after, like, a week. I've already hit masters with them. I'll fill. But Tracer's probably plat, unironically, like, probably high plat, yeah. I have no reps on Tracer at all, like, no hours. What's up, Poop Kit? Watching Muhammad Ali redevelop Parkinson's. No! Okay, whew. Alright, we have DPS, we have support, so I'm gonna have to play tank. What tank do you guys want to see? Ram? Sig, Malga, Hog. I don't want to play Malga. No, I'm not playing Malga. Frick you. I hate this Ram skin. I need to switch it up.
At any
Round
cost.
1. Capture the objective.
Take everything from them.
Actually, I don't know if I placed that correctly. I did not.
Taking them down.
I think we can stuff them out over here. Frick.
We will shield you for now.
Malekith.
Put them in the ground. Now do you see your error?
You fricking me.
The objective is now.
Frick! Disaster. Not bad.
Targeting hostile.
I've actually never played Ram at 66. I'm gonna have to get used to this.
I will tear victory from your grasp. Devour them.
I actually don't even know if it's worth it. I might just want to save it, because you never know.
We're outnumbered.
Kinda have to chill here.
Take everything from them. I will watch this position.
I need help.
Now do you see your error?
Oh, she ate it. Oh, I'm chilled yet.
Nerf this.
Your miscalculations will take everything from them.
Release administered.
Are you freaking me? I don't have the HP for this.
Ice wall coming up.
I don't know what to do.
Over there.
Okay.
Prepare yourself.
I rarely play Tracer on stream.
Grasp. Devour.
Frick, dude. Oh, I thought you ate it. Man.
I will give you shelter. Use your buzzer. Put them in the ground. No miscalculations. Meteor strike.
You are a waste of space.
As I have.
I can't do anything. I hate this hero. I hate everything. Get me off!
Overtime.
I will tear victory from your grasp.
First round lost.
Too much freaking dive crap.
Score 0-1.
No, you made me play Ram, man. I don't want to. No, Malga would not go crazy here.
Everyone, stick together. We can do this.
All right, look, I can do it. 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 I'll do it.
I feel this in my
No, you
bones.
didn't say hog. One of you maybe
Sorry to
says
say
hog.
long. That's a beaching treat with my name on it.
I'll walk in. I'll walk in.
Get
I'll walk in.
into this groove.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Feeling boo.
Round
Miscalculation will
capture
cost you
the objective.
everything. We are not defeated yet. Better. Much better.
Awesome.
We will shield you for now.
Okay. Good. 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 I like that. I like that. I like that.
Tear victory from your grasp.
Oh, that's good. It's good. It's good. Love that. Love that. Okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Is now active.
Captain Amar,
It's all right.
we have enemies on the point.
Good.
Your miscalculations will cost you everything.
Eyes on a target.
I'm under attack.
No, I didn't mean to press that. Shoot.
Help me. Heads up.
You are safe with them in the ground. I will speak to you in the language you understand. Violence. Hello. Now do you see your error?
Meteor strike!
I will give you shelter.
Let's try that again.
Rocket body. I'm a man on a mission. Stay out of my way. Your miscalculations will cost you everything. Take everything from them. We will shield you for now. I will tear victory from your grasp.
Like, I'm not even losing these HP trades. My
Suffer as I have.
Alright. This game is freaking over. Oh my gosh, what a disaster of a game! Literally Prankster, thank you for the sub. I don't know. I felt like, first off, retaking space is just miserable. There's like 7 different positions that you have to contest. And I didn't even know what was going on. It wasn't even, I actually don't even know if it was the RAM would have changed anything.
Welcome to Blizzard World.
Hot Clay, thank you for the sub. That was just horrible. Like, I start the fight and somebody's already dead. Do I have a main role? Not really. I mean, support is my highest rank role, but that's like saying, like, I can dunk on a 4-foot rim, so. I am ever thinking for the sub, mate. It used to be, tank used to be probably my best flex role, but I don't think that's the case anymore. Favorite role? Probably DPS or tank. Favorite heroes are Onins and I think are Juno or Brigitte. Like, I think support has like some of my favorite characters, but a lot of support characters I really don't like at all. What do you guys want DPS wise? I'll go DPS. What do you guys want to see? Has to be one of the characters. I could try Sojourn. You want to see Venture? 2 votes for... Oh, wait, that's right. A bunch of you guys voted for Venture last time.
Let's
So.
make history.
And I got to get there fast, so...
4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
Why don't I coach myself to rank up? Big shirt. They're running triple support as well.
Healing, please. Come on. Gotcha.
Discord.
Enemy slept here.
I'm under attack.
This is where you just read because it's too good not to.
This week at the base.
I need healing. You're the best.
Sweet dreams.
Overwatch AI coaching, good call actually. Thank you for the recommendation.
Targeting hostile.
Good as new.
He's got you in a lot of that.
Fire at will.
Upgrade.
The Iron Forest watches over you.
Wait, what did I get? Oh no, I got the wrong one. Frick! See, this is exactly what I'm saying. Cole goes, what are these games? Matchmaking in this might be really messy, you know? But the thing is also people forget this is what 6v6 was like. You get stuck in a choke. This is 66 right here. This is 66. You can love this or hate this, but this is 66.
My willpower is burning. Keep an eye out.
Coming through. Good as new.
I mean, it's not all bad at all. We'll talk more about that today.
My ultimate is ready.
Keeping the heat on. Excavation initiation.
I'll use that just to live. I don't give a frick. Ult's an ult, baby. Yeah.
Seconds remaining.
Yeah, you have to off-angle Dev Dog, but it's really hard. An additional person on the field.
Fire! Come face me!
He's gonna get frustrated. Yeah, see, there's the Bastion swap. That's not the solution. I can play this all day long.
I'm on fire.
Is our destiny, but we must all play our part. On my way.
Oof. Qué mala suerte. Uh-oh. They're taking the point.
10 seconds.
Not to jinx it, but I think we've got this made. Good as new.
Correct. So then this is the 66 right here, where they have an opportunity here to snowball with ults. Either we stuff them in the choke and they get held again, or like you see how we're down one, so we give space. So now they have an opportunity to snowball us. Sound familiar? So now our line's dead. Oh, nope, good pull. There's the trade. He goes through my Reinhardt. That's good. That was good.
Back in action, baby.
That's normal, I guess. I love that so much.
Surprise!
So now we've restuffed the choke. So big stuff. We might have another hole here. Their Pharah's got some space though, because you know, Pharah.
Payload's moving, and it really shouldn't be. Justice reigns.
Bait that.
Ha! Gotcha! Excavation initiation! Heyo! Ah! 10 feet tall and made of
Slow down.
60 seconds remaining.
Yeah! Oopsie day! ¿Qué onda? Thanks. I thought I was a goner. They're moving the payload. Come on.
This will cut the pain. I am unbreakable.
30 seconds remaining.
Heading you out.
Keeping the heat on.
Double 10 seconds remaining.
Again, basically where fights break out has a heavy hand in deciding who wins the fight. It's just a different type of strategy, you know?
I feel the
Crusaders!
Woo! Getting sweaty over here. Ice wall coming up.
Nanoboost administered.
So,
You need this.
Help me.
burrow, dash, dash for slight
0 to
optimation.
1.
Oh, you're right,
Switching
Deacon. I
sides.
always forget. Adventures get better than my Sombra?
Prepare for battle.
Yeah, maybe. They're about the same rank
Select your
historically
hero.
for me. Is the key to having both cooldowns ready before engage? Not necessarily. I mean, if you can, like if you notice I'm kind of angling and holding the angle, if that makes sense. I'm actually go venture again here because she's... Wait. You should burrow... Wait, no.
Let's make history.
Coin flip because of matchmaker? No, not really. I honestly, I don't know how much of it is bad matchmaking versus just choke stuff. But yeah, basically Vitcher is just hold, angle, shoot, basically.
In times of conflict,
And then you go for combos when you see opportunities. So like that's kind of like what we're talking about, like opportunistic because you have mobility, you know?
Isaiah. Just one more mission.
The balance feels really good. Yeah, I don't know, maybe. I think Ball's super strong. But I haven't played enough to know. I have a lot of other venture coaching stuff that goes in more detail off of it, but yeah, I think Ball's really freaking strong.
4,
66. I think Zenyatta's really strong as well.
1. Attack commencing. Capture objective.
We'll go check out the left angle and then we'll go from there. I'm gonna hold my drill dash because I don't know if there's
Coming
anybody here.
through.
There's nobody here. Okay. And what we'll do is we'll rotate under and not create some space for my team. Make them think about it.
Shoot.
Wow, that was unfortunate. Oh, you think that you're that guy? Okay. He might be that guy. I actually don't know.
Tagged up.
I need the full charge for the...
Let's see. Cause of death? Me.
But you can kind of see it there. If I can just cheat the system and just get the backline quickly, it's so much space for my team. Like, I'll do it again here.
The Protoss feed on light, but you do not have
I'm gonna go deeper because they're gonna hunt for me.
Objective A captured. Escort the payload.
Yeah, so they're giving me... They're thinking about me. It's like psychological.
Come on.
They're not walking forward at all.
That must sting.
Don't even need to go for the kill. Look at that. Look at that panic. Look at that panic.
Eyes on a target.
Like, we're literally gonna win this. Win. They're not gonna even get up a fight.
Approaching its destination.
Come on. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me.
Life protects life.
Oh. But was it worth it? Was it worth it? Was it worth it? Yes, GG's.
Let's try that one more time.
All right. Well, I mean, it's fun when playing Venture, so I like Venture. Ball's like in every game. Yeah, I think Ball. The only thing that got worse for Ball was angle, right? Like the angle space. But Ball, because he has so much crazy mobility, he can kind of just get in the backline without. He can just go through. Speed. Think of the sub. The only bad thing about Ball is if you don't have that space. But your mine's more value. Slam, more AoE value. Boop, more AoE value. Adaptive shields, more AoE value. AoE. Right? Really good. And the other thing about Ball is he's not super picky about who his other tank is. Any sort of pressure from main is fine. Steamroller perk, right.
Welcome
Right.
to Junkertown.
So it's just, yeah. How's 66 going? I mean, it's fine. I mean, I have fun playing. I don't really care. I mean, I have fun. Yeah, chicken if you want to. Sure, go for it. Do like a 30-second pred for this one, though. Because I don't want people to pick the pred before. All right, we got Briggs in. We got Juno. Probably should use another tank or a sniper here. I think it's just better in 66, honestly, Reverend. Might be a little lucky. I mean, like I said, the matchmaking is pretty messy. What do you guys think?
5, 4.
I think probably Sombra here,
In my world, there are no secrets.
because I don't really want to play a sniper, but we do need some
Escort the payload.
I am the
angle control here. Three supports, and I still can't get a heal.
This is your warning.
Pick up your fate, you drone. Who said you can get this close? Catch you later. I have the
Ooh, I'm trolling. Good, that was good healing right there. I trolled that one. Got a little too silly with it.
You call that a flex?
What's up?
Tengo que irme.
Greetings.
And I'm back.
The payload
better.
has reached the check.
Oh, whoops.
Gotta go.
Whoops.
Unsuccessful.
I need to take top.
Feeling much better. Over there.
Frick.
Peace.
Right, that frick.
Did I scare you?
Upgrade unlocked.
Seriously. It's like they aren't even trying.
Right now.
I've got a Juno pocket, so I'm gonna have to rotate around.
Systems hacked.
I'm on the payload.
Much
Get over
better.
here. All hail the queen.
Any sort of flanker here is really useful, and we also have triple support with Juno, Bash, Brigitte, Zen, which is really nice. Like, if you're gonna have triple support with this, like, it's good.
The payload has reached location.
You're mine now.
Run with the lightning. Junket. Establish orbital reconnection.
And also their Bastion swap is really quite terrible, I think.
Ready for a knockout?
Gracias. Ya volví.
Okay, he left, so. No!
Gotta go.
Nice.
Apagando las luces.
I know I had to leave that because I went at mid-turret, but.
Pick up your fate, you drunk. Focus, Wilvito.
Caution.
Soy intocable.
No! I fumbled.
Tengo que irme. System compromised. No time for whinging. Move out. Come on.
Hold the single here. That was pretty risky. It's okay if you're set up for it, or if you have like an active support ult, but yeah, that was a little too cheeky.
They have my attention now.
I got bursted really fast. Something headshot me.
¿Qué tal?
I thought that I could get away with it, but I could not. And I missed.
Get on the payload. I'll nail you to it.
Gotta go. You have my thanks. And I'm back. Systems hacked.
Ah, my bad. I thought I had active pocket.
Meteor strike.
It's okay. We just need to live this and we're good.
Darle otra vez.
Sorry about that, I guess.
¿Qué onda?
Wow. Okay, I trolled. I didn't know the Orisa was up there. I didn't know the Juno was up there. Bad scouting.
Let's
Yeah,
get back
this
online.
is getting a little bit silly here.
Ya volví.
I could hack Mega and play underneath now.
System compromised.
Actually, maybe flank here.
It's hand.
Justice reigns from above. Blowing me has its perks. Apagando las luces. I'm coming in.
No!
Triple kill.
If we can kill Doom, this is winnable. We have to kill Doom though.
I'm going in. My ultimate is
They have my attention now.
Come to me for healing.
Ah, Brigitte is dead.
¿Qué onda?
Welcome to
Oh, Juno! Huge!
Underworld. No te preocupes. Pagarás tu deuda. I'm untouchable.
Nice. The support. Like, yeah. That was good. That was nice. Oh, yeah. Huge rampage. We just had big ult bank there at the end. Rally into Juno ult and a rampage and yeah, it's just too much for them. I would never chase him necessarily, Toaster, but you can kind of hold him.
Prepare for battle.
Kind of hold him.
Select your
Shoot him at when he's there and then don't over pursue. The crucial fight on that map was the one that we snowballed on second, where I was on the under mega and I wrapped around and I kind of harassed them from behind. Their tanks didn't really contest any good space at all, so it was really easy for me. But if we lose that fight, or they hold me, or whatever, like the one where I was here, this choke is so freaking hard to break with 6v6. That's like one of those moments that we were talking about, which we'll talk more about in the stream.
The scenery here reminds me of home. Though, the smell is quite different.
That's good.
Oops.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
Sure.
Catch you later.
Stop the payload.
Aguas. Enemy here.
Yeah. Let's go.
Who didn't spawn?
Did I scare you?
Not crazy? Oh!
Over here.
1 HP. Yikes.
¿Qué onda? I'm coming in hot. Gotta go. Not so fast. And I'm back.
That is crazy. That's just one hack. My brother is like, and he can't win this. I'm on a hack mini.
Enemy here. Tengo que irme. ¿Te sientes mal? Too slow, carnala. You're mine now. Feeling much better.
We'll actually hit that. We'll take that. What is my queen doing? Frick.
Upgrade unlocked.
Mucho mejor.
I swear, it doesn't work sometimes.
Peace.
Over there. I understand.
Not so fast. ¿Qué tal? What a bug.
Good eye.
EMP charge. Gotta go. Ay, te asusté. Hack complete.
They are peeling so hard right now.
Catch you later. Somebody call.
Look at this tomb.
Good warm up.
What is he doing? What is Blood doing?
I'm untouchable.
Yeah, I guess so. It feels personal here. Okay, buddy. Like,
Did I scare you?
Come to me for healing.
Thank you.
Let's take you to the underworld.
gotta help this.
Apagando las luces.
Oh, that's. Oh no. Shoot. I was trying to help my queen. It's not very well set up EMP.
Enemy here.
Sombra players, ball players, adventure players.
Just yet.
I guess.
Ay, te asusté.
To me.
This ends now.
Come on, look at me, look at me, look at me.
Experience tranquility.
Look at me, look at me, look at me.
¿Qué tal?
Oh frick, oh frick. Oh, I got sucked in, I saw the doom. Maybe can recontest, maybe, because we got a really nice wave, but I don't think so. If I touch, I definitely die.
The payload has reached the check platform.
Yeah, it's okay.
Feeling much better.
Frick.
Catch you later.
Come to me for healing.
And that's how you bring fire to the. There's one. Stop him.
Fall back. Fall back.
Enemy here.
Oh, that's Suzu time.
Tengo que irme.
Fall back.
Did I scare you?
Oh, he freaking caught the... Freaking caught the thing.
Greetings. Sure. Oh, whoops.
Ya volví.
There it is.
Gotta go.
Eh,
¿Planeaste?
not worth it.
Upgrade unlocked.
Welcome to orbit.
Watch this.
Go get him.
Aw.
Severing out. I am on fire.
Soy intocable.
Yeah.
¿Qué onda?
Man, I have missed so many viruses today.
Let's take it. I needed that.
Oh!
¿Qué tal?
Unloading scrap.
Catch you later.
Holy crap! Did you guys see that?
60 seconds
¿Extrañaste?
remaining.
So annoying for him.
Gotta go. Somebody call.
Oof.
Gracias. To me. This ends now.
Tranquility.
I'm on fire.
Meteor strike.
Nice one. I'm untouchable. And our system down.
10 seconds remaining.
We can pull this off.
I don't even need the EMV, bro.
That party was boring.
You guys want to see it? Here comes evil. Oh no, they're not gonna even touch. Easy.
Somebody call.
Mental warfare. All right, loot boxes. Getting tilted watching this. Yeah, that's Sombra here. Excited with stadium mode. I'm kind of with you where I'm a little bit indifferent. I'll give it a shot, but it might be really good. I would say it'll be interesting, but I think that's about as good as I can say. Oh, gamble? Yeah. Can you not do it? Can you not do it? What were the predictions? I assume it was like 65, 70% win, right? Right? So takes on the April Fool's patch. I haven't played it.
Oh no.
I don't really care about the April Fool's patch. Not to be I find them really fun for like literally 2 games and then I'm done. All right, what do you guys want to see? What do you guys want to see for tank?
This is your first and final game change announcement for flight 1587.
Well, actually, I could play DPS here too.
Greetings.
Winston? Oh, I guess I'm not playing tank. I guess I'm playing DP. I guess I am playing tank. I don't know what's going on. What do you want? Winston? We'll just go Winston. We'll try Winston again.
A better world is possible today.
Yes, try moving unpredictably. They should have swapped soldier
Commencing.
to avoid my hack.
Take over there. There's a test subject.
Holy frick.
Happy again?
I love engage tank in 66.
Hello. Once more unto the breach. Did someone call?
Wait, what did I miss? What did Katie say? I missed it.
I will keep watching.
Frick, dude. Frick!
Touching time reached the objective. Let's coordinate our efforts. You're safe.
Frick. I shouldn't have jumped there. Oh, we nerfed ball and echo, I see. No. Thank you, Katie. Thanks for that. Thanks for the update.
Objective A captured. Escort the payload.
How's it going, Rock? What's up, Rock? Going okay.
The payload moves with certainty. Roll the warrior.
Engaging the enemy.
Gonna kind of hold this space here.
Join me.
No, let's try something else.
Group up.
Initiating defense matrix. I'm ready to initiate self-destructing.
Cart's still moving, so.
There's a test subject.
The frick did that tire go? Like, we're still moving cart for free.
Activating self-destruct sequence.
Rocket barrage incoming.
Peak performance.
Receive my. Come here for healing. Hello.
Yay.
My will.
ชีวิตปกป้องชีวิต
Okay, primal this. Holy crap, I get booped out of my jump. Nope. You get melted so fast, wow.
Pardon me.
tear that down.
You're safe with me.
You're powered up. Get in there.
Potential fully realized.
Frick.
Blocking satellite vector!
Help me. What is it? I see a hostile.
Wait for that to end.
Nothing gets past me!
Oh no. No. Shoot. My bad. Still winnable.
Progress is still progress.
This?
Sometimes I feel like Monkey might be my most washed mechanical character. I don't really know how that's possible, but I honestly think that's the case.
Barrier activated.
Come to me and I will heal you.
Barrier initiated.
There's a test. Incoming.
The air cold.
I see a hostile.
ชีวิตปกป้องชีวิต
Oh wow. My bad. Again, I'm so not used to 6v6 in terms of the HP stuff.
Nano boost administered.
Yo, Tyrone! Welcome to best friend, mate.
I keep on trying.
If you have your Discord, you're not synced with YouTube yet, you should do so.
There's a test
I appreciate it, brother. Sync your Discord and YouTube, you should be good to go. That's true, Nodlin, yeah.
Biggs. I see a hostile. What is it now? Enemy located. There's a test subject. Upgrade unlocked.
Oh, wait, no shot.
Rocket barrage incoming. Enemy located.
It's okay, it's still winnable. Okay, I am instantly dead. That is crazy. Oh my god. Oy, that was an even fight too. Fresh CCC, thank you for the sub. Holy crap.
Further experimentation.
That's true, Deacon. I honestly just locked the first one without really thinking about it, but I agree. I think alt fire perk definitely the play here. We should be able to clear this guy.
Thank you.
Okay, nope, we can't.
I see a hostile. Protocols activated. 60 seconds.
Progress is still progress.
Yeah, we're gonna get stuck here. This is a Mimbani classic 6v6. I think we should push up there, honestly.
No.
Let's keep it moving.
30 seconds.
Over here.
You're safe with me.
We're almost out of time. Any new ideas?
I call that rebel warfare. It's time. I'm feeling
Frick. I thought I dodged it with a payload.
10 seconds.
Still very winnable, actually.
I'm over the moon.
That's an unfortunate pull. Interesting.
Recover your strength. Functions at peak power.
That's crazy, bro.
Ancient flame.
I'm ready to release my primal rage.
No. Wait, we got it! We got it! That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh my gosh. Dude, alright, I'm gonna say it, dude. And by the way, this is not a knee-jerk reaction. This is something that I learned back in Overwatch 1. Has been confirmed with the workshop code and the quick play. Engage tank in 66 sucks. Engage tank in 66 sucks. I hate it. I hated it so much that I almost quit Overwatch back in 2018. Because I was so miserable playing Reinhardt and Winston. Hey, Stefano, what's up? He just... Even with... It doesn't matter the map, really. Yeah, I will have to talk with Hawk about it, but... If you're an off-tank player, I get it. If you're a ball player, I get it. But Ryan Winston? Maybe it's just Ryan Winston, I don't know. Because those are the tanks that I mained back in Overwatch too, but man, I don't know, man. Play some Hazard.
If you're in it with me, you're in it for life.
Hello.
Got a good cigar.
Season 16 should be like 2-ish weeks, right?
Maybe something to drink.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Yeah, Ram can feel a bad situationally as well.
Defend objective A.
Oh, we'll not be claiming that one.
There's the next objective.
I'm in.
Enemy located.
Come on, get it, laddie. I knew you'd have my back. Whoa, here. Let's start with it.
Yummy.
Done. Just try and scale it.
There's safe third. I can handle anti-nade.
We have most welcome guests on the objective.
Man, I don't know what happened to our backline. They had a nice backline trading us. Dude, Hawk.
Goodbye.
Take your shot.
I don't want to talk about it. We'll talk about it later.
Stop the pain.
Tear it down. Tossed out a wall.
Oh! Can't Doom be considered an engaged tank? Yep. Part of it might also be Season 9 as well, where like, I blow up, but I can't blow people up, but I'm not sure. Why? What are you guys think why for? That Weaver is way overextended.
How about me then?
Oh shoot.
I see a hostile.
Interesting.
We must get them off the payload.
I require assistance. There's a
Oof! Toss me bum over Bahookie.
Bahookie. I don't even know if we can touch, chat.
Upgrade unlocked.
Over here. Meteor strike.
Come on! Hit me again!
Farewell. An eldritch blessing.
I knew you'd have my back. Oh, will not be climbing that one. Careful, man. Have at me
My team sword hitting. Maybe not. Maybe we're not. Whoopsies. I think I blocked the anti-nade. I can smell it.
Aye, that's gonna
Step Rider.
tear it down! Tear it down!
They're moving the payload.
Frick!
Recover your strength.
Spilo know what? Hello, Remy.
I'll have scars that sting worse.
Hi.
Tossed out a wall.
The payload is approaching.
Shoot it! Shoot it! Take your shot! Not to ride with me next time, lad. I'm running stop! Payload's moving. Can't you?
Meteor strike.
Have at me then!
For something more.
Okay, we're good.
Goodbye. Go amok.
Thanks.
Misery enemy located.
Yeah! I'm a fire starter!
Hey, oh, yeah, I didn't mean to do that.
Can't believe this!
Ah!
Step Rider.
Don't move.
We need one kill here. One. We got our one.
Bring it on!
Enemy located. Nano boost administered.
I thought I could hold further forward, but maybe not.
To my will.
Alright, we need one more now.
Try me! I'm not a scratch on me!
Lock him in the Sombra closet? Yeah.
More regret. There's a test subject.
My ultimate is ready. Come on.
Their sound is super disorienting there. That was weird. You guys hear that?
Your end
Soldier switch
is
for Sombra?
within
Yep.
reach.
Missed opportunity.
Repairing the cellular makeup.
Yeah, that'll get
I trolled.
Enemy located.
Bring it on!
There's smoke, there's fire.
Meteor strike.
The tail
To me.
They have superior numbers.
Tear it down! Oh, for real?
No way that the visuals were on her. What am I seeing things? You guys saw the purple.
There's a
Step Rider.
Shoot it! Shoot it! I'll have scars that sting
Like,
worse.
round two.
we needed one kill there to hold. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to win that because me and my junk didn't get the trade. We screwed up. So we have to get one.
2-3.
Son of a gun, dude. We needed that kill. That sucks. I want to look at that one. Doom. I think Hazard ult might be the most buggy ult in the game. I'm trying to think. Is there a buggier ult than Hazard ult? Doom ult can sometimes be buggy. Pulsum has some bugs. Venture ult's also buggy. Shatter's buggy. Blade does have some no regs. Yeah. There's a bug difference for getting kills for Visor? With Visor? True, actually. Yeah, the armored tanks are just... I think, honestly, actually, I forgot about that. We need to make note of that. That was one of my main points in the other one. I forgot about that. I need to rehammer that again.
Is possible today.
Will I even get Primal Rage?
Attackers incoming.
I'm not gonna be late.
Defend
We got 15
objective
minutes
A.
still.
Let's group up.
Touching down.
Farewell.
You will be renewed. I see a hostile.
No.
I require assistance. Over there.
Try me to let off some steam.
Urge the enemy from our objective.
Another chance.
60 seconds.
They got knocked down, and then... That's cool.
Come over here. Sending carrier. Group up with me.
30 seconds.
I hate tank! Ah! Like, look at that!
Subject.
I can't be bothered.
Not quite.
Enemy
But I
located.
am closer.
I want to check the hazard ult really fast, and then we'll chill. Legit exploded to a life weaver. It's the map. I'm playing. I can't be bothered. All right, let's check the hazard ult, and then we gotta go.
Ready.
Kiriko in 66. Yeah, it's a lot harder. There's a lot more value on quote unquote main.
The Iron Lord watches over you.
Rally to me.
They have inferior numbers.
Tear that down! Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Tear that down!
Watch out, I'm on fire.
Of course, it doesn't show the visuals. Oh, there it is. All right, somebody tell me.
Hello there.
Maybe it's just the cast time there. Maybe I just got screwed by the cast time because I forget that it goes like forward. You get what I'm saying?
Hello there.
Like you see it, you see it, you see it, you see it, you see it. But yeah, it's super inconsistent. That's not the worst I've ever seen though. Visual also buggy, yeah. Okay, quick tingle time, and then I guess we should be good to go. Once I actually get in, I'll probably have to like go to starting, and then I'll have to kind of do some. It'll take me like 5 minutes to pivot over. Yeah, the jump watch for the Weaver pedal, but yeah. Basically, I'm hoping today at the very least to kind of discuss about like your mileage may vary with 66 tank. Because I feel like the real reason why 66 is better for some people is it's everybody but tank. Because your matchup versus tank just feels so much better. You know what I'm saying? Like you can really punish tanks. You can win 1v1 with tanks way more consistently, right? So here's a fun little there's going to be two little fun tidbits, all right? You guys ready for this? While I pee, can you guys tell me, can you guess what were the 2 roles that I enjoyed playing the most in 66? Be specific. Don't just say tank, support, DPS. Be specific. There's 2 roles that I had the most fun playing in 66, and it makes sense. And it also may or may not be represented today. That's all. It'll be right Okay. I generally DPS and off tank. Generally DPS and off tank. Although I can see arguments for main support as well. But DPS, because you can chunk tanks like the old days, like you can win 1v1s, you know, you can punish tanks. And off tank because you actually have your rollback. Like let's not lie, like there is really not the off tank doesn't really exist in Overwatch 2. You know? And there's certain supports as well. You get what I'm saying? So like that's kind of like it. Yeah. So, I'm gonna get some juice. Give me a sec. Because if you think about it, you know, like I said, off-tank doesn't really exist in 5v5, which we've already established. And DPS, if you have the mobility for it, I think especially mobile DPS, because a mobile DPS can kind of, it feels like you can kind of always find an angle, right? Which is why I think the most fun I've had playing 66 has been on Sombra and Venture, because I can always find an angle, that, like almost always, right? Genji, same thing. I've enjoyed playing Genji all right. Hitscan a little bit less so. You can't always find that angle where there's uncontested space, because a contested space versus a tank is great if you can get range. If you can't, it's not so great. Calmac, thank you for the sub. Yeah, me too. So, I don't know. I think it's an interesting conversation.
Can't wait for the
Main support, yeah. Thoughts on April Fools? I haven't played it, sadly. Because with Venture, you know, I can, Venture, Sombra, Genji, I can play the angle that I want and just clear out the tank because it's squishier, you know? I think even on paper, Tracer might be okay. I haven't played enough Tracer. I haven't seen enough Tracer in 6v6. You get what I'm saying? Right. And this, by the way, this also checks out with our workshop code. I did a lot of polls of a lot of the higher level, mid-level players in our workshop code PUGs, which we did for like 30 something hours. And a lot of hit scan, whatever, a lot of DPS was really split. Some DPS players didn't like it. Some DPS players really did. And a lot of it depended on whether that DPS, if they were a Genji or a Sombra or whatever main, fill in the blank. You get what I'm saying? So, okay, let's, yeah, Soldier, for example, will probably feel pretty bad because you're going to have a really hard time getting angles. Okay. Farewell. Goodbye. Goodbye. I should be back soon.
Can't wait to get attacked by Samino's fan base for 3 months again after this. I think it's really fun.
Hopefully they're.
I mean, you're not someone who shies away from a good internet beef, Avril. You're always happy to court some anger
freaking
your way.
Avril wakes up and like like Roadhog has like whatever the freak hog mantium, whatever the frick it is. Avril just wants Twitter beef. That he like legitimately gets his protein source. It's Twitter beef, straight up.
Speaking of protein, I might.
It's annoying. It's actually, I don't know. It actually mentally drains me because you can't win. Even if you're right against one dude, and then the next like 99,000 dudes obviously don't see that, and then they just say the same shit back to you. Like, all right,
you just have to mute.
And so it's
bro.
like a never-ending horde. It's like it literally is. It literally is that Jon Snow versus like thousands of horses charging at him. It's like you'll take down one, and the other 1,000 motherfuckers are just all saying the same thing. Like, okay, it's just a horde, actual zombie horde.
You remind me a lot of Frito. Frito's like this too, where he's just like, he must win the internet argument. Whereas I'm just like, I literally, if I even tweet these days, like for the last year, I'll just tweet and immediately mute. Like I tweet, immediately hit the mute.
That's you can't 1v world. 1v worlding is not possible. Like
no.
I've just started to block more. I've just anytime anyone just says anything as a personal attack, it's just an instant block. That's all it is. Which means I've blocked probably about 20% of Sam's viewers now, I think. At least.
I don't block. I don't block, I mute, so I don't want to give them the satisfaction of like, because you know when you block someone, they're like, oh look, you blocked me, and then they get the screenshot that you blocked them.
I don't think I've blocked anybody.
I'm just like, whatever. I just mute them and then they never know.
I just mute too.
Yeah.
Then they can keep yelling, thinking that they're getting to you, and you just like never ever reply.
Isn't there a function on YouTube comments where you can mute somebody and they don't even know that their comments aren't showing up?
You can like
anymore?
hide them from your channel. Like it's like hiding them. It's like they never can comment, and I think it's like effectively a ban, but like I don't know.
I had some loser that was in all my coaching videos, like the Spilo coaching, and he was like roasting like every student who's like letting their BAMA be public, you know, for educational purposes. I was like, bro, what kind of a tool does that? So that was when I had to research.
There's always some guy who's like obsessed with your videos but hates them and will just like comment on everything.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Oh yeah, there's some hate watchers out there, dude.
No, it's real. It's become a real meta in the last like 5 years of like people just hate watching. It's insane. It is actually crazy, but who am I to judge, right? I guess everybody's got their shtick in the world. I just mute them and we go next.
By the way, Sam, I asked Rock what some of the biggest Overwatch beefs were, and it said me and you. Said Avril's 556 beef is one of the biggest beefs in Overwatch. Like, unless Sam's like fucking hardcore shit talking behind the scenes, I don't think this is real. Like,
it's gotta go off
gets
like
shit wrong
headlines.
All the time.
It's got to go off like headlines and titles, right? So that's probably what
it like scrapes Reddit threads for people's comments, and it scrapes YouTube comments and titles and all that kind of stuff is what it does. Yeah.
Yeah. Classic AI, right?
Yeah, I can't remember what I asked it like. But I just remember one time asking, and I was like, "This is just entirely wrong." So like, okay, I'm never trusting this again. That'd be the way. Hawk, you still making content? What are you doing these days?
I just go to school. I take a bunch of classes, and I have to shit over the summer too. Like I'm just trying to catch up for all these years I played Overwatch. So
that's very mature of you.
Yeah.
Smart.
And all that, you still rank 1.
No, I mean I've dumped a lot of. I have a lot of online classes this semester, so like I can like choose when to do my work. But yeah, I played Deadlock for a bit. Tried Rivals, didn't like it. And now I'm just chilling, playing Overwatch when I can. But you know, I've had a decent amount of time the past month to play.
What's your favorite game out of those 3?
Overwatch.
The best game out of those 3?
Not close. Oh,
he's
Overwatch
back,
is not
baby.
close.
He's back on the Overwatch train. Let's go. We got him back.
I mean, Rivals was I never thought Rivals was good, but Deadlock had potential, but I just haven't really done anything with it.
Is it because Deadlock is just like still perpetually in an alpha, and it's just never going to come out? So it's like nothing's happening, or what?
I just have too many problems with the game. Like even when I was playing, I was like, this game just doesn't feel like a MOBA, but also doesn't feel like a good hero shooter. Like I don't know. The game is just weird.
They try to do too many things at the same time. I think it's weird as well.
I don't like they just went to 3 lanes instead of 4 lanes, but like I feel like they caused more problems than it solved for the most part. And I don't know.
You know what? You know what would ironically be good for Deadlock? I'm gonna get the
What?
train started early, folks. 5v5. No, because
Honestly,
if I can go to 3.
Avril is so committed to the bit that he will argue for 5v5 in other games.
No.
Just in general.
No, but it's because I agree with 3 lanes. I think 4 lanes was dumb. I don't think 4 lanes is good at all. I think 3 lanes is much better. That's the established MOBA game mode, the game style. If you deviate from the established MOBA 3 lanes, I think you're just not playing a real MOBA. I can go into that, but I won't because it's going to take a while. And I think if you're going to go down to 3 lanes, of course it's going to cause problems if you have 6 players. But if you lower the number of players back down to 5, again, you go back to established MOBA territory where MOBAs know how to handle 3 lanes to 5 heroes. So I'm not even saying for a bit. I just genuinely think that's how a MOBA should be played. 3 lanes, 5 heroes.
Yeah, I don't like how there's no solo lanes anymore. It's all duo lanes. Like and like the CS is all screwed up now. Like it's just, I don't even know what they're doing in that game. Like they're just throwing shit out for an alpha.
You guys talking about Deadlock or?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think the problem is it's like there's like that attempt where you're like, oh, we want to make something that appeals to both MOBA and FPS players. I feel like it fails in appealing to either. Like I think it's not enough of a MOBA. For me, I'm actually more on the MOBA side now. So I'm like, it's too much shooting for me. Like if I wanted to shoot, I'd go play a shooter game. And I think
that's what I'm saying. It's not a good MOBA and it's not the best shooter. So like, what is it?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, there's no hero in that game where I'm like, damn, I want to get on that game and play a hero. Like, even when Overwatch is in its worst state, like I still want to get on and play the heroes that I like to play. You know?
Yeah.
And also, just I don't know. Nothing feels as good as Overwatch. Am I right? I just think that's.
Yeah, I agree. I've been always saying this.
Really good.
I don't know. Whoever the team that made the engine, just $1 billion engine. Like, my God,
it might be the best engine I've ever played on. I'm not even capping.
I know. I've said this multiple times.
It's that one. And Witcher 3's engine. I don't know what they did with Witcher 3 or what that was built on, but it was so ahead of its time and it was so good. Such a massive upgrade from like when I played Skyrim. And do you guys remember how like in Skyrim, the physics was tied to your frame rate? So right when everyone made the jump from 60 to 144, you'd load in the game and be in the wagon, and the wagon would immediately do flips in the sky, and you had to go and like fix it. Whatever that engine's called. It's just how times have changed in 10 years, right?
Indeed. Although some games still come out and look like shit, so I don't know what went on there.
Yeah, some games just come out for 5 years of development time and are not done somehow. AAA games.
True. It reminds me of like Hearthstone Battlegrounds, which was in like beta for like 3 years and was like their most successful mode, and just was forever. It still just said beta, so I don't know if that word has any meaning anymore.
No, it just means look at the shop out as fast as possible.
I want to ask one thing before we're live, unless we're already live, in which case I want to ask.
Well, I'm just gonna take us live, but we're not gonna like start. So go ahead, say whatever you want to say, unless it's
anyone
private. NDA.
So no one's live. It's like I think
I'm
it might
live
be
now.
NDA.
I'm live.
You are?
Yeah.
I should probably not say that. Never mind.
Never mind.
Type it.
Never mind.
That's a great
type in the
start to
chat.
today's podcast.
Yeah,
type it.
We do this bit every time, but this time it's not a bit. Like we do this every time. We're like, okay, we're live now, guys, so no more NDA. And Avril actually for real is like, oh shit, guys, can I say something NDA? 2 seconds.
Well, that's why I needed. That's why I needed to check. I don't want to accidentally. I accidentally leaked something extremely minor on the last Plaid chat because OC was live, but I didn't hear her say she was live. And so I leaked something. It wasn't NDA. It wasn't like some legal shit. So like it was just extremely minor. But like yeah, I just didn't realize because But obviously I know you guys. Anyway,
okay. Are you guys ready though? Like we can. Yes. If you need a few moments, that's all good. But if we're ready, we'll go.
I am ready.
Everybody good?
I'm basically there, man. Yeah.
All right, let's do it. Welcome everyone for another episode of the Group Up Podcast. We're here for the second great 6v6 debate. It has been, I checked, it was like around 17 months, so like a year and a half since the first 6v6 debate took place. And I've brought as much of the original squad as I could, one imposter, to assess where we are a year and a half later. So much has changed. 6v6 is a reality once more, in no small part down to the people on this call. So let me introduce my guests and let's get to it. From ostensibly the 6v6 side, I don't think it'll be quite as divided as this was last time, but representing the 6v6 side, first of all, in the top right, it's Samito. Sam, what's up?
How's it going, man? Prayers out to everybody in Northern Kentucky and Cincinnati dealing with the floods. You know, it's been craziest storms I've ever seen over here. So I hope everybody's safe. And but the street that I lived on, like one street under, like I would always walk these parks 10 feet underwater, like crazy, crazy. So yeah, glad to be back. Glad that 6v6 is back. Yeah.
Yeah, and heart goes out to those people. Stay safe. So I'm sure that's a cause close to your heart, much like this one, Sam. So hopefully it all goes all right. In the bottom left, representing the other half of the 6v6, it's Hawk. Hawk, what's up?
How you guys doing? I know some of you guys have like kind of moved away from Overwatch, done some other games, done some other types of content. I myself kind of like parted from Overwatch a little bit, but you know, it feels right to be back for this debate. I don't think it'll get nearly as heated as last time or as controversial as last time, but yeah, it's good to be back. It's good to kind of reflect and predict the future, you know.
Yeah, it's been a while, right? We'll get into it in a second about how that debate kind of actually shaped a lot of what came afterwards. But first, let's introduce the person to duel it out with them and did a great job last time. And he said he's prepared for potentially more 6v6 hate comments coming his way this time. In the top left, it's Avril. Avril, what's up?
I feel bad, man. Like Sam came out with this awesome heartfelt comment to Kentucky. Meanwhile, I had this whole gag planned, and now I feel bad for it. But yeah, it's planned, so I'm gonna do it. And what is if you notice, we're gonna get the spider, but he's got a gag himself behind him in the green screen. And as a group up semi-regular, you know me from my backgrounds. I think the last time I was here, I didn't have my room set up right, so I was on green screen. Well, I gotta do a throwback. I gotta do a big ass story. But you thought, just for the ones that were here for the previous debate, you know what it is, guys. Come on, you know what it is. We got to get back in there.
Avril's
just for
throwing
old
it
time's
back,
sake.
guys. Avril's throwing it back.
What's he gonna do?
What
is he cooking?
He's throwing it back.
I didn't have.
Wait, what is
This,
that?
this gag was.
Yeah, there it is. Bring it back. Bring it back.
Yeah, just for old time's sake.
So for those obviously listening on audio, he briefly lifted his green screen up to show the "I'm done" thumbnail from Samito.
Yeah,
Dude, that was a
throwback to
siren
the first
cook
debate.
on that one. That was one of the best thumbnails that he's ever made. That was a banger.
The best part is I'm ready. I said this to you before we even got started, Sam. Is like, I'm ready for all the Samito viewer hate for like a year after the debate, as I got last time. The funny thing is the amount of people that thought that me using that thumbnail last time was proof that I hated you, or that we like had beef behind the scenes was so funny.
It's almost good for the show because it's
I know.
people just love drama so much, and they'll try to make it wherever they can. It's just funny. It's just funny.
And I said to you, like, even AI, Grok says that you and I, that Avril Samito beef is one of the biggest beefs in Overwatch. Like, this is it's just so funny. It's so laughable.
It's funny. And we actually might have to coin that at this point. We'll have to coin it and make it an official
Start
meme.
the beef. Just start it on Twitter.
Start the beef. Yeah,
it's the duality of the internet, because it's like, on the one hand, sometimes we'll have an episode and we're like in agreement where we're like, yeah, this is good, this is bad, and people are like, this ain't a debate. Why you call it a debate? These guys agreeing. And then when you guys do debate something, they're like, well, they must hate each other. It must be that they're sworn enemies.
You can never win. It's so funny.
All right. Well, since it is a debate, we still have another representative from the 5v5 side. Of course, this time we couldn't have Jake with us. Jake, who was a great active participant in the controversy, in the long discussions, in the back and forths. But unfortunately, he's been busy this time, so love goes out to Jake. But in his stead, an able replacement in the bottom right, Spilo. Spilo, talk us through your background, which not all the viewers will be able to see.
So people have always made fun of me for riding the fence with 5v5 and 6v6, right? Like trying to provide nuanced opinion, not try to let people make up their own minds. I got a real DM though that says, publicly announce your support for 6v6. So that's going to be our background for today. The question is am I going to cave to the IRA, or am I going to go in another direction? We'll have to kind of wait and see. So glad to be here. How many of you guys saw the Jake versus Iron 5v5 66 debate for last year?
I did, yeah.
I hope it goes better than that. That's the first debate on that topic that I clicked off after 15 minutes.
I didn't even bother clicking it because I knew exactly what it was going to be. I knew what it was going to be. I knew it was
immovable force versus unstoppable, or unstoppable force versus immovable object.
Either one of them will concede any.
Worst debate I have ever listened to in my entire life.
Yeah, peak Iron crash outs are Truly.
Iron was like, I was like, oh my gosh, he's gonna punch the screen. Like he's gonna.
That
Jake
was-
just sits there, and Jake just sits there smirking, like he's just.
No, Jake would
Jake
stun lock
loved
him. Jake likes to stun lock. Like Jake would stun lock Iron, and Iron would not be able to take the stun. Like you'd get
and
CC.
Iron would short circuit. And to give Jake a lot of credit too, like, and I know he gets this too, and I know you guys do, but to people at home, like you all might not. Spilo, we've talked about this quite a bit. There's this different, like the culture difference between pro players and like content creators and casual players is so polarizing. You all would not believe it. So to get a bit of a taste of that, Jake's like, what makes him so good is that he's so good at walking both because he had to live both. And so like he can go into that environment and like just crack a smile at any time, like because he knows what's coming. Just so funny. I thought it was good for comedy, Spilo. It was good for comedy.
It was really funny, but yeah.
Like he's just a good speaker. Like he could just gap most people in speaking ability. So
Truly, you
Yeah,
have to
I
come.
will-
Yeah, you gotta come to group up for the superior 6v6 versus 5v5 discussion, right? That's where it actually belongs.
Yeah, I
Where it
confess, my
originates.
job's gonna be a lot easier without Jake here, because half of my job in the last one was just cutting Jake off, being like, Jake, I'm
And by
sorry,
the
but
way-
I'm gonna let you finish, but
And I don't want to. This is hot. This is tough. I like my buddy Jake, but I do got to say this: the amount of people that are like, "Oh man, Avril keeps cutting Samita off." I'm like, dude, that's Jake. Jake's cutting Sam off. I let Sam talk. What are we talking about? People are coming after me for that, blaming me for Jake. That's crazy.
That was honestly, I'm excited to follow that one up because I think that was one of the most like idea clashing like hack and slash until we get to the bread and butter that that we've ever had. It was a good show, to be honest. So I'm excited to follow up. Actually, I have some hot takes, SPP. I've changed my mind on some things that I didn't think I was going to. So.
It wouldn't be an episode of the Group Up Podcast, but at least a few hot takes, especially when we get Avril and Sam and Spilo all in here as well. Do love dropping your. Actually, Spilo usually keeps it nuanced, at least on this podcast, but Avril loves to throw out the break glass moments, and Sam always breaks off into something at some point, especially with the earthy metaphors.
Yeah, it's
I was gonna say on the note of what you just said, actually, not to like toot the horn of this podcast, because I have no hubris about what the podcast does or doesn't do, but I do think the first 6v6 debate had a massive impact in a way that I never thought it would on the ecosystem of Overwatch's format. I don't think anyone did. Yeah, I don't think anyone anticipated, just to set the scene for anyone who maybe doesn't remember or didn't listen to the original 6v6 call. Like when we had it, it was 6v6 was just an idea floating around, right? It was just like people were like, maybe we should go back to 6v6. Like maybe it was better. It was just like a movement that was starting to emerge, but it wasn't. It was in no way, I don't think any of us conceived that it would ever return in any form back to Overwatch at that time. But I think the debate went so well. You and Sam, and Sam and Hawk, you guys did such a great job, I think, of advocating for the 6v6 side. I think a lot of people came away being like, you know what, these guys are saying something worth listening to. Like this, there's something here. And I think Avril and Jake did a great job of pushing back and giving the 5v5 side to the point where I do genuinely think the developers were like, you know what, maybe we should look at this. So I'll take it to Sam and Hawk on that note before we kind of actually get to talking about how you guys feel and the whole actual substance of the matter. How do you reflect on that? Like, where were you then, and how do you feel now on the fact that 6v6 is in the game now as a playable mode? I'll take it to Hawk first.
Yeah. It was like a year and a half, almost 2 years ago at this point, and I remember we were talking about before the debate. Like, we didn't really know like how people would perceive it. People might have just thought we were like crazy when we started this debate, but then as it got published, we started like reading the comments like, wow, like people actually like kind of agree with us. Like we thought we might just be like looked at as like lunatics, but as after that debate, it kind of like took a lot of steam, and like some of us like it got pretty heated, but I was always kind of copium, like hopeful it would come back in some way. I made a lot of predictions about the end of that, like a classic and like a lot of like features of Overwatch 1 probably are going to come back. But yeah, I thought I was always hopeful, but it was like a pretty like controversial thing at the time that I didn't think people would resonate with so much.
Yeah, I think it took us all by surprise. And Sam, I don't think if any of us had said at that call, like, oh, it's 18 months from now, they're going to release a playable version of 6v6, multiple playable versions of 6v6 in the real game. Like, I would have said, no, there's no way. But here we are.
Yeah, I mean, you have to give them credit too, because I think they found the best possible way to appease everybody, which is your end goal. You know, like that's what you really want. I mean, I'm really satisfied, to be honest. What I'm really impressed with is the fact they did it with open queue and it's actually good. That's what surprised me the most, and that's what I really am excited to talk about today. Because Hawk has been trying to push me on this train for I think you have brought this up, dude, since literally 2020. You and I, was it Gator that you guys would always talk about it? Probably like, dude, they should have brought back. They never should have got rid of open queue. You've always been on the open queue train.
I've never liked. I mean, I understand why people like Warlock, and I completely understand that. Like, I like above like a gold to like maybe a little plat level. Like, you kind of need Warlock for some games, but like I played an account from plat to GM, from mid masters to like high champ. I won my other accounts placed in champ for this open queue, and like most of my games have been pretty tame, like comp wise. Like,
yeah,
I don't feel like I'm losing off loading screen. I'm not seeing those like 5 DPS comps that everyone like talked about. That does probably happen in quick play a bunch.
What's the implementation of it right now? What is the implementation? Is it like max? Like, what is the format that they have right now?
It's max 3. It's only 2 tanks. You can't pick 3 tanks, but you can pick 3 supports.
But it's max 3 everything else?
Yes.
Max? No, you can go anything.
No max.
You can go 4 DPS, 5 DPS. You can go 6 DPS if you really like.
Gotcha. But you can't pick
I haven't
3
seen
tanks.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't pick 3 tanks. You can pick only 2. Yeah, but you could pick 6 supports. You can pick 6 DPS. You can't pick 3 tanks.
It's interesting, and I guess to wrap it up, also don't let him sell himself short. The dude's already freaking rank 1 on the open queue ladder. It's great, and I think that especially with Perk Watch too, I think that was, I don't want to say like Overwatch's darkest time, but that was a time where they really needed to like respond, and that was about the best response they could have. And I think a lot of those things could have been PvE abilities that they brought in. It really actually is like Perk Watch really is Overwatch 2. It's the first time that I can honestly say like, yo, like this is an iteration, you know? And actually,
I love perks.
Hot take. I'm not sold on it. Like I still have to think about this more, but I think that perks are actually a better version of team ups than in Rivals. I think that like they're actually a better version. Because, did you say that?
I don't remember. On Frito show.
You did. You're right. No, you're right. You did. Yeah, and I think you're actually right because they're not conditional. You know, like they're more like you get like obviously like there's still synergies and stuff like that are really fun, but I think the ability to get that out on your own and be able to SPB, you brought something like that up a year and a half ago about like customizing. And I actually think that this was a really good implementation. So it's nice to give them props on a lot of this stuff. It's, you know, I'm sad that it took this long as somebody who likes 6v6, but I'm not like mad about it at all. Like I'm just grateful that it's back and that, you know, a couple of my buddies are back on, playing a little bit again, talking about it. So yeah, no, honestly, I'm happy. There's no reason to be bitter or anything. Like we have 6v6 back and it's got a really good coat of paint on it. I don't even know. It's not even paint. Like from the foundation up, you know, with Perk Watch, I think it's great. So I'm just feeling kind of grateful that it's there and just satisfied, I guess.
Yeah, I think it really demonstrates that the dev team has diverse thoughts, right? It's not homogenous. The same way that we have different ideas where we're like, oh, like I want customizability. Avril wants something else. He thinks like let's destroy tanks altogether. You guys might want 6v6. You guys might want open queue. Like we all have like these things, and I think the dev team works the same way, where there's like someone advocating for something, and it's just a matter of like, well, when they have these team meetings, where eventually does it land that they're like, you know what, let's give this a shot. So we'll get to discussing in a sec. I'll quickly touch base with Avril, and then we'll take it to Spilo. Avril, your reflections actually since the last call. How do you feel having seen all this go down?
I think that might be like my most famous content thing I've been a part of ever, because everyone always brings it up still to this day all the time. People always bring it. If it's some person that will like maybe show up in my chat and my stream for the first time, or like someone I'll interact with that's like maybe a little bit outside of my normal circle of like, you know, fans interaction, whatever. It probably will be at least somewhat connected to like, oh yeah, I remember you on the 55636 debate, or if it's coming from a place where they just like really dislike me, it's probably from there as well. So like, you know, I probably Jake probably did as well. Maybe a bunch of us did from different angles, but yeah, there were definitely wasn't fun dealing with some of the negativity surrounding that debate. But at the same time, The only things I probably regret from that debate is, despite it being extremely good for content, I admittedly the kind of like combativeness of that debate was probably really good for the actual content itself. So what Hawk was touching up on earlier in terms of like how heated it got, I don't think it ever got heated to the point where like we all walked away from that disliking each other. I think we all still walked away from that being really friendly. I mean, like, as I said, like it's really funny that people think Sam and I have some massive beef behind the scenes, even though despite the fact that after that debate, Sam and I go on to have multiple different podcasts and content things together. I still talk to Sam all the time behind the scenes in DMs after that, and we're always super friendly and we get on super well. But you know, that debate probably was a little more combative than even I probably wanted to have it going in. It just kind of evolved that way. My regret was probably that I was probably a little too dismissive towards the 6v6 side. But, you know, I think behind the scenes, it's always a situation where I still end up telling people this all the time. Anyone that, especially when the people that really dislike my side that I took on that debate, because I think the 6v6 side has like more fervent people backing it, and the 5v5 is more of the status quo, so they're like less willing to say much about it because they don't really need to, because that's the default game mode. Yeah, people will bring it up, and I have to, part of my defense always ends up being, it's like, I could have defended either side. I'm a lot more neutral than people probably think I am. People think I'm like way more hardcore binary 5v5. We don't really live in that level of a binary world. I think people think too binary in terms of like, you're either black or white in terms of your thinking style. You're either this or that, and there's no gray zone in the middle. Whereas for me, I might lean 5v5 as a preference, but I still like both. I could have argued for both. On that specific debate, SVB could have put me on either team, and I could have successfully argued both ways, because I can see the pros and cons of the benefits of either format, which is why like I'm not like fuming that 6v6 is back. I think that's a good thing. I think people who want to play 6v6 should be allowed to play 6v6. I think it's great. So yeah, props to the dev team for being able to handle that, because part of my issue was I didn't know if the devs were going to be able to juggle both 5v5 and 6v6 at the same time, because I think it's a lot to handle. So the fact that they've decided, no, we can do that, is it's a great move on their part. So I'm happy with that. But as far as like to wrap up and conclude that thought, it's like, yeah, it was a pretty, it probably for all of us, that debate ended up being a lot more impactful than I ever thought it was going to be. But made for good content, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I this is one of the things where, as a host, it can be tricky for me to find the right guest, because I need someone who's gonna like convincingly give a certain opinion. You don't want a bunch of, like, sometimes it's good to have someone who's gonna be a bit more in the middle. You kind of want people to give an opinion, express an opinion. It's one of the reasons I value you, Avril, and you too, Spilo. I think you're both very good at removing your own personal interest from the thing you're discussing and saying, well, this is what I think on par, on evidence, this is what this is, and this isn't. So I think that's where perhaps the art of the debate is lost, because, you know, I know we're kind of living in a very politicized, polarized environment, and I can understand not wanting to budge on an issue like that, where it's like something fundamental to your life. I think when it comes to like whether Overwatch should be 5.5 or 6, like it couldn't be lower stakes than that. It's like, it's just a fucking game, and you could do whatever you want.
Yeah.
So like people just debating and like exchanging ideas, I think is a perfectly great thing to do when it's something like this, which is like, it's truly an opinion. Like there's no empiricism here. There's no real world consequences. It's just like, how do you like to play this video game? So Spilo, I'll take it to you. Do you have any reflections? And other than that, I'm going to ask you to kind of give actually, you can do both. You can go in a long one, because I know you've been a bit patient and quiet for a while.
That's fine.
And maybe you're being gagged by the 66 IRA behind you. But firstly, any reflections from someone who wasn't part of the debate, if you have anything to chime in on just how the evolution of the 5v5 66 thing has happened. And then if you want to summarize, I'm going to ask everyone to summarize their positions right now and like how they feel about like the format of Overwatch. Like, where do you stand?
Sure. I think the big danger with the big impact, for both better or for worse, of the 5v5 66 debate was, like, I agree that, as you guys have said, that it was a little bit more heated than probably needed to, but I don't think it was so much like a personal thing. I think, like, you guys have already clarified that there was really anything personal. For me, I think like there's more of a responsibility of like how the community extrapolates those opinions, right? And that's exactly what Avril was talking about. Like Avril and Spilo, they want to kill each other, right? Like that's kind of like that's kind of like the main, not danger, because like let's be honest, anybody can misconstrue anything that you say on the internet at any point in time and take it and run with it. But I think it's important when we're talking about like nuance and being respectful as much as you can. I'm not going to hurt Avril's feelings. I'm not going to hurt Ock's feelings. I'm not going to hurt Sabito's feelings. I'm not going to hurt your feelings, SVB. I've known you guys for years. But someone is going to take something that I'm going to say and run with it in the opposite direction. So I'm going to try to be honest. I'm not going to try to walk any fences unless I really truly don't have an answer. But obviously how we say it, because I think everybody in this call knows that like it got really political, right? Like especially right after that debate, the 6 months to the year afterwards, like it was to the point where like people were really emotional and upset, and to the point where things were getting pretty ugly. And I think like that's kind of like where we have to be careful. You can't really be held responsible completely for your community, but you can set a good example by the things that you say. And like that's something that I'm trying to do a better job of myself. So now, where I sit with 6v6 and 5v5, I think I have certain opinions about certain things. I think as a support player, 5v5 is infinitely more interesting. You have more space to make plays. You have more space to position yourself. You have more autonomy with how you can position and things that you do. I think more support comps are viable because you have a less of a demand for healing. There's still the solo tank format, which definitely puts a lot of emphasis off of that solo tank, and any angle that the solo tank occupies is obviously a very difficult angle to clear. I think that's objectively true. I think as a main tank, engaged tank, I'm kind of indifferent. I think engaged tank in 5v5 or 6v6, and by engage, I think main, Ryan, Winston, whatever, is always uncomfortable. You're always the center of attention. There's a couple of reasons why that may be. Some of those are armor. A couple of other things maybe we'll talk about later. I think for DPS, it's 50-50. I think ironically, I think 66 is really good for mobile DPS because you have the capability of taking a lot of different positions. And as me and Sam have talked about a million times, you can actively trade with tanks now, whereas in 5v5, you really can't, not safely. You can't actually win those trades. You can in 66, but there's a lot of other DPS that when you get stuffed in a choke, you don't have that mobility. You don't have that flexibility to take space and angles, even with Overwatch 2 maps. I think off-tank feels much better in 6v6. I think you don't have off-tank in 5v5. It doesn't exist. There's no such thing as an enabler tank in 5v5. Every tank has to be an initiator in some way, shape, or form, and so that means tanks like Zarya, tanks like D.Va, they just don't exist. They just don't have an identity in 5v5 at all. And obviously, I'm sure that speaks close to Hawk, right, considering that was his main role back in the day. I think for 6v6 to function, and I actually don't even think that you can really argue this with good faith, 6v6 cannot function without some form of open queue. I don't think it can exist without it. I think that it is done really well with the semi-soft open queue format because the number one argument against 6v6 is the queue times, and there is just no solution to that. But when you have soft open queue and you let players dictate things, especially mid to higher ranks, it's just not much of a problem. I'm not familiar what bronze, silver, gold, or plat looks like right now in open queue. That's probably something that they're going to have to figure out. But I think if you have 66, you have to have open queue. 5v5, you can have roll queue. And there's a world where we could probably have both. I think that there's still pain points about having open queue. You log into a game. I had a game yesterday. Lock in, insta-lock Lifeweaver, insta-lock Mercy, insta-lock Moira, GG, right? Like it's over, right? But that's that you could make the same argument about, my solo tank pick Malga and Watchpoint Gibraltar, right? So you're always going to have some sort of agency taken away from you. For me personally, and I say this as somebody that doesn't play as much off tank, I generally play more support. I like engage tank, whatever. I have preferred the 5v5 format. But there's a really heavy asterisk here where if you look at my career where I have had the most enjoyment, most satisfaction with my work, it has been Overwatch 2 post. Mostly unrelated to 5v5 66. So my content creation, my hero design critiques, my enjoyment of the game. Honestly, my pro career, Hawk can relate, very stressful, very hard time in my life, was very rewarding, but a very stressful point in my time. And I don't always have positive correlations with that. And so for me, I am a bit of a survivor bias kind of a moment here, right? Where I like 5v5. I have a lot of positive correlations with 5v5, and I could sit there and I could justify why I have those things. But a lot of that is also just because of where my career has gone since 5v5 has come out. So it's unfair for me to pretend that that doesn't have some sort of an impact on my opinion of things. I would prefer it if they were able to keep both. If they have the queue times for it, if they can have the population for a 66 open queue and a 5v5 roll queue, that would be great. I don't know if that's reasonable. I don't know if that's possible, but that would be my preference. I find the game more interesting to coach at a base to medium level with 5v5 because positioning becomes a lot more interesting and nuanced for DPS and support. But I will concede that I think 66 has a higher skill ceiling at the pro level because you have simply just another moving part. And specifically a moving part, the off tank, that can both enable and disable. There's a lot more decisions with off tank. So that's kind of my 2 cents or 20 cents, right? I think, as always, it kind of toes the line. But I think, like, my point is that I have strong opinions about certain facets, but I don't know what would be better for the game. And if we could have both, I would have both.
Yeah, and I don't think anyone here was going to say eradicate the other. So I think that's, a fair stance to take. And I also think kudos to you for kind of being self-aware enough to separate your personal, like, experiences with your actual feelings on the format, right? Where you're saying, like, my life essentially has been better post Overwatch 2.
Yeah.
And I can't deny that kind of correlate in the same way that a lot of people will say that,
Sure.
like, well, Overwatch 1 was just a beautiful time. And so how much of the format are we correlating with our own experiences of just a once in a generation game, right? Like Overwatch 1 at its launch, at its peak was a once in a generation game. We were kind of seeing that.
The one thing I will say is I do think there are definite strengths and weaknesses to each format that I just don't think are really inarguable. And so I'm going to stand by those. We'll discuss those. So, like, I think both formats have their problems. And if anybody says that, like, 66 is totally fine, there's no drawbacks, they're idiots. And the same thing goes for 5v5 as well. Like, there are some major drawbacks and major problems for both. And so the important thing for me is to recognize that. And I think, Sam, when you and I had our 5v5 66 debate, it was like recognizing those shortcomings. And, maybe there is one that is objectively better for the game, but that still has shortcomings that we have to be aware of, right? So
perfect. Now I know I could sense all three of these guys kind of raring to kind of chime in on some aspects of what you were saying. I'm gonna let Hawk go first. Hawk, how do you kind of summarize your stance right now? Maybe you want to relate to some of the things that Spilo said, but how do you summarize your stance on just like the general format Overwatch right now?
Right now, I'm gonna be honest, like, I'm having probably the most fun I've had in this game since like 2018. Like, I'm having so much fun in the game. Like, I put a lot of hours into, like, when perks came out, and I think perks are an amazing, like, addition to the game. Like, probably the only addition they've ever really done to the game. That's like a different topic, but I think a lot of the changes they made have kind of just taken away a lot of freedoms of the game, or like depth. But like perks just add to it, in my opinion. But regardless of perks, perks in 6v6 and this like format open queue, just like it makes me like rediscover like the chaos and the fun like of like peak Overwatch, while also like fixing a lot of the issues that like Overwatch 1 had. Like Overwatch 1 was not a perfect game. Everyone knows this. Like we've seen this in the classics. Like they brought back like 3 out of the 4, like in my opinion, the worst patches of like Overwatch for the classics. Like Moth Meta was not a good time. Goats was not a good time for how long it lasted. Vanilla Overwatch, probably the only time I ever actually stopped playing the game, Overwatch 1, because there was no ranked and like the patch was just so weird. But yeah, like I've been having such a good time. I think for the roles, tank on a whole just feels like on a whole just feels better. I do admit that like Spilo said, engaged tanks are they're punishing. Like they are hard. Like they are very, very difficult to get value out of sometimes. But I think what they've done with these perks and like some of the quality life changes of Overwatch 2 is that they've allowed you to like find new ways to get value without having a perfect synergy. Like you don't need to have that bubble on Winston, the Zarya bubble on Winston, or a Matrix on Winston, or like you don't need to have the Matrix on Diva, or I mean on a Ryan when you're playing Ryan. You don't need like a perfect synergy because there's like you cancel pin now, you have right click, you have these perks that like can enable you in certain situations, and I think that adds a lot of like individual agency that people kind of like were lacking in Overwatch 1, because there was a lot of like not oppressed synergies but they were like really defined in Overwatch 1, and there was the infamous one, Double Shield, where it was just so easy to use and like so easy to get value out of for like every skill set, like skill rank of the game, that it really was punishing. Spilo?
I want to interject really fast here, just to piggyback super fast, Hawk. One thing that really freaking irritated me about the last 5v5-66 debate is, and Avril is going to get mad at me, I don't want to talk about how OP tank synergies are. I want to talk about.
I don't either.
I want to talk
I don't
about
think
how
they're-
bad certain tank synergies are, which Hawk has said has definitely gotten better since perks and since a lot of the Overwatch 2 reworks. I think the talk about like, oh, we can't have double shield. The double shield's irrelevant. It's not coming back. And I also don't want to talk about how Winston Zarya is OP because you have to time the bubble because it takes skill to express that. And I actually think that that's just never something that the average rank is going to deal with. What's more important is that like, okay, how bad is it to have Winston Malga, you know, or how bad is it to have Diva Roadhog, right? Like maybe we could talk a little bit about that. Again, I do agree that's less bad, but like, dude, that was so boring to watch because it's like, dude, who cares,
theoretical
man?
comps are
The
just like-
theoretical
yeah.
perfect tank synergy that actually takes skill to do. Like, dude, 99.9% of players aren't dealing with that anyway. It's a waste of space. If they get the perfect double bubble off, kudos to them. Let them have it. I honestly
It
think
feels
it's
way
such a
more
waste.
open. Pretty much what I'm trying to say. It feels
Yeah,
way more
I'll
open
let-
what you can run.
Yeah. Anyway,
I'll let Hawk finish this thought, and then I'll let Avril respond because he's been physically referenced there.
I believe.
So Hawk, finish
I
your
can't
thought.
believe. I can't believe that you cut Hawk off, Spilo. Everyone get mad at this guy. Everyone get mad at this guy. For cutting
Why are
people
you
off, by the
cutting
way.
me cutting him off, dude?
Well, I'm gonna cut all of you off, Hawk, you, and then we'll get to Avril.
Yeah, I'll just finish up in the roles. I've actually probably played more support in like the last like month or whatever it's been, 3 weeks, than I have probably since Rollock on like one of my accounts, just flexing around, just playing heroes. And I actually think that role feels very, very impactful at 66. Like it feels good to be behind the wheel on Kiriko. This hero has been a menace in 5v5 for like 2 years, and I'm like, wow, this hero absolutely dominates in 6v6. Like you can completely just pound the enemy tanks by just headshotting them one time. They have to back up, or you know you're double TPing around now, which is pretty broken, but it's fun. I've had some success on like playing Alari, just like playing as a third support, like taking an off angle. You know, Anna still feels good. You know, like I think support is still really fun in 6v6 because you have more responsibilities to heal a little bit, but your damage actually matters a lot. Like the damage you do get off, you actually can feel it, like especially on the tanks. And then finishing off on DPS, I think this role is still like so impactful at 6v6. With the passive regen, you're still able to take angles, but you're not able to like get the angle for free like you can right now in 5v5. You either work for a little bit more, but when you trade that out for being able to actually impact like the frontline exchange without having to like full on counterpick the enemy tank playing like Tor or Bastion, it feels good. Like it feels pretty good. I don't have most of my hours DPS. I probably have like 10-15%, probably like 30% on support, and like the rest on like tank. But I've been really enjoying it, and I think this has just been such a good like first like real ranked test. And it's a couple broken things. Most of them, in my opinion, are perks. But I think it's good. Like I really don't have like many major complaints. Like I'm just having a good time. I'm glad it's back, and you know, yeah, that's about it.
Nice. I'll let Sam go so soon as well. But Avril, firstly, maybe you want to respond if you do want to respond. Maybe you're like, that's fine what Spilo just said, but maybe you want to respond to that, and then if you want to give your stance on the current format.
Yeah, the temptation to speak out of order here and do the response. Now I'll leave the response to like maybe I'll fit the response into what I was already going to say, but I'll do this more in chronological order. So yeah, where I currently stand on the whole thing is like, and this partially goes into what I was saying earlier in terms of reflecting back to the previous debate, which is that I do think there is space for both in the game. And I was probably maybe a little dismissive of that the last time around, although I will say, you know, maybe changing things up a little bit here and retroactively maybe changing the stance. But the position I had before was mostly that I don't think the devs can keep up with handling both modes. Now, if the devs can actually put enough resources into handling both 5v5 and 6v6, I don't see why we can't have both in the game. So I've never had this sort of super hardline position that no, we have to have either 5v5 or 6v6, and the other one has to die for sure. Now, if we end up in a world where the devs feel like they can only support one mode, then maybe that conversation has to come up again. But as it is right now, with the current implementation of the modes, maybe there are some like queue time issues. I don't know what all the queue times are currently, but that needs to be addressed. And I don't know if that ends up being a problem. Then maybe we have to look at like how we end up supporting the modes down the line. But basically, we do have a reasonably large amount of 6v6 players in the game that actually want to play the game in that mode, and they enjoy that. And I think that's fine. For the people that enjoy 6v6, they should be able to play 6v6. For the people that still enjoy 5v5, they should play 5v5. And I enjoy 5v5. It's always been a preference for me. I've never been hardline, like, it has to be this and not that one. I prefer 5v5. It's always been a preference at the end of the day. It's kind of like one of those situations where I feel like I say, I prefer waffles, and everyone says, oh, so you hate pancakes. Like, that's not what I said, dude. That's not what I said. I said I prefer one. Doesn't mean I hate the other one. So I think both are fine, but I'm going to prefer 5v5. And the reasons I prefer 5v5, partially some of the stuff that Spilo brought up, but it comes down to the fact that I think it's going to eventually, I think it's an easier time overall to balance the game, given that less variables is going to make it easier to adjust things. Now, obviously, the counterpoint is going to end up being like people are going to bring up Malga, and they're going to bring up all the unfun metas that we've had in 5v5. And I'm not saying the balance team is perfect. In fact, lots to still be desired there. But I do think currently, as it stands right now, you know, when people watch this, they're going to have to remember that, yeah, I'm talking in April of 2025, late season 15, just before hit to season 16. The game seems pretty balanced in a good state. 5v5 feels really good right now after the Malga nerf. Most tanks seem pretty viable. The meta seems pretty open. And in general, in 5v5, I don't think there's that much counterpicking happening right now in Season 15 compared to previous seasons with the introduction of perks. In fact, they can even go harder on that and make, you know, perks a little bit more punishing, in the sense that right now with perks in Season 15, if you swap heroes late into a game, you get your perks fast, you get additional XP, you get like an XP bonus. I don't even think they need that. I think they can just get rid of that entirely so that it, like, counterpicking becomes even more punishing. That's just my personal thought. Maybe that's too punishing, but I don't know. I'm just like, if you want to kill counterpicking even more. But the other reason that counterpicking even exists in my mind, and I do think this, by the way, is one of the strongest points against 5v5. So yes, I am capable of acknowledging that there are issues with 5v5. In fact, I've done so many times. And one of the primary issues is the counterpicking issue. And I don't think it's enough to just mitigate that by punishing people for counterpicking, because you could just get bad RNG. It was like, well, you know, I'm still getting counted here, but I now can't counter them back without getting punished. That doesn't feel good either. And I think a part of this reason, part of the problem always comes down to the fact that the transfer between 6v6 to 5v5 was never done completely. You know, we talked about the fact that even on the previous debate, they being Team 4, were going to adjust all the tanks and maybe rework the tanks to more fit a 5v5 sort of tanking environment. That to date still has never really happened. I still don't know what's going to happen with that. I don't know if they're going to do that. It might just be too hard, because in Blizzard's mind, some of the reworks are fine, but then some of the reworks are you get a pig pen now for Hog, and it just doesn't do enough to change the hero at all. So a lot of the problems I see with counterpicking is actually coming from the Overwatch 1 heroes, and particularly the off tanks, as Spilo touched up on, who just don't have an identity in 5v5 as a solo tank. It's really hard to play these heroes and have a solid identity, because, you know, they're just not designed in that kind of main tanky kind of way that can cover a lot of ground. If you actually look at the way tanks are designed now in 5v5, in modern Overwatch compared to Overwatch 1, the tank designs, everything from, I want to say, Sigma onwards, because Sigma even feels that way a little bit as well. Everything with Sigma onwards feels way more inclined towards 5v5. They can also do a lot of things, and they're way more generalist tanks. And before everyone says, well, that means that they all just do the same things, like, no, stop being hyperbolic, guys. They do enough that they cover a lot of ground without, like, being absolute master of all trades. Like, it's like they're capable solo tanks that have less weaknesses, but maybe in some regards, maybe even less strengths in like the pure one-to-one regard than some of the old tanks. What I'm basically saying is, like, a lot of the old tanks, when you look at the Rhine designs and stuff like that, the super dated designs, obviously they don't fit in a 5v5 because there's just so many outstanding weaknesses. It's obvious why a lot of Overwatch 1 tanks need an off-tank pairing, because you need these guys to have some sort of support on the side from another tank to mitigate, to allow you to, you know, basically overcome some of the built-in weaknesses to the tanks. And that causes situations where you get counterpicking, where, you know, the Zarya is beaming down the divas. I don't know how you're going to fix that unless you do something with Matrix, or you just you fix kind of the interaction between beam weapons and the Matrix. I think Matrix is just a super insane design in the first place. I think it's super problematic.
I'm just gonna ask you to finish your
And-
thoughts soon, Avril. By the way.
Yeah, and I guess I'll finish by somewhat addressing Spilo's commentary there as well about the tank synergies. Yeah, maybe I'm like overestimating a little bit how important it is, but it's still an important point to me, and I'm still going to keep talking about it because it is still the most important synergy from a 6v6 standpoint in the game compared to any other synergy. Any inter-role synergy that exists in the game between damage, support, and tank is still the one that has the highest impact in terms of the synergy between itself in the same role, just based on how the mitigation abilities work. Damage and healing still operate on one-to-one factor in terms of ratio. Damage mitigation does not operate in that way. Damage mitigation operates in a multiplicative way, not a linear way, which makes it extreme in terms of how the synergy ends up working. And that still needs to be addressed in 6v6. I don't think it's fixed. I think perks have at least allowed tanks and modern tank changes, like Ryan being able to cancel charge, has allowed some of the tanks to have a little bit more control and like shore up some of the old weaknesses. But it doesn't mean that those synergies don't still have huge impacts in the game in positive and negative ways.
Okay, thank you. I'll quickly, Hawk, because I saw you raise your hand.
Yeah.
Quickly, because I know Sam's been very patient, so I'm going to let him go.
Yeah, let him go. Let him go.
I just want to ask Alvaro, like, what tank synergies right now in 66 do you think are like super problematic? Like, where it's like, wow, I can't do anything about this because I kind of want to get this out of the way. Like that's why I said, like, I don't.
If we do this, Sam's not going to talk. He's not going to go for a long time.
In my
I'm
experience,
enjoying the
like,
ride.
I've been winning and losing to the most like rancid tank comps known to man. Like, it doesn't feel like just because I matrix my Rhine, I'm winning automatically. Like, there's still like a skill matchup if they're on hog ball. Like,
I didn't say you would win automatically.
No, I obviously wouldn't win automatically. I'm just like wondering like what's like so problematic to the point where we have to remove a tank in that regard.
I'm going to leave it up to SVB here because if I go, this is going to be a whole topic. This is not a short answer.
Let's put a little pin on it just for now. I will let Sam. I just want Sam to actually give his stance because it's been a while since we heard from Sam. It's important to hear from everyone. And then at some point we'll come back to like, just like the reflections. We'll talk about that in the reflection stage because we still have a lot to like. How do we reflect on it now with not just Overwatch but also Marvel Rivals and what problems that's brought up so we can remind me if I forget to bring up this whole tank synergy problem. But Sam, go ahead.
So just to remind me, the question is like what my reflections are.
Yeah,
and, like, what
your current stance on like the format, right? Like how do you feel? And if you want to chime in on anything said, then go ahead.
So I remember the one take where I was like, I think this could happen, but I'm not sure if it will. Is that something would happen. At the time, we didn't know Marvel Rivals was going to exist. I think the thing that really proved it was Marvel Rivals, that it could work, but there were a lot of murmurs, and like it was clear that like there was demand for it. It was that, I was a massive I was a massive roll queue advocate. I thought it was one of the best things for the game at the time to get away from goats. And, I will toss Avril a lob here. I think an old Blizzard take from Kaplan's team, because I know he loves to go in and dog on it, was incorrect. And Marvel Rivals and actually Overwatch 2 have both proven that to be incorrect, in that it's not true that everyone just wants to play DPS. It turns out when you put out compelling products and you remember the analogy, the ice cream analogy that Jeff used, that everybody wants to get vanilla? Well, it turns out...
Do you want to just like refresh? Do you want to... Because for anyone who maybe doesn't refresh, just refresh that analogy.
There was an old analogy that the devs used when trying to solve the queue time issue in roll lock. And it was Kaplan's team, and I think at the time they said that, and correct me if I'm wrong, anybody who remembers this, but essentially the analogy they used about tank support and DPS was an ice cream shop, in that DPS was vanilla, and that everybody wants vanilla, and that it doesn't matter how much strawberry ice cream you have. At the end of the day, if people want vanilla, like the volume of specific flavors that you have is not going to change what that customer wants at the end of the day when you're going to an ice cream shop. It turns out that, at least in the gaming space, I think, would you guys agree with me at this point that's not true? If you add a lot of compelling characters in either role that will make people want to play them, people will play them. I think Marvel Rivals has really proven this with how high their support pick rates are in a lot of different characters, and really, frankly, how you've seen queue times flip-flop all the time in role lock formats between, at one point DPS was the highest queue time, but then it went to supports or waiting 15 minutes a queue when like Ilari had come out and like it was a very good role and people want to play support. So I think that narrative has been destroyed. Does anybody disagree with that, or does anybody want to chime into that before I go to the next point? Like any rebuttals, or am I wrong?
I don't think support's ever
So
been the question, to be honest with you. I think support has always
Sure.
been a relatively popular role. The question has always been tank. And that one is such a hard one for me because I do think that a lot of Overwatch 2 tanks are relatively compelling, even in 5v5. But Rivals, for me, like, I mean, I was talking with Hawk about this separate discussion, but I think Rival tanks are complete boring. So I've never found any of them personally compelling. So I don't know.
Sure.
I think, yeah, so I see what you're
Go
saying,
ahead.
though. It's like you could say, like, it's strawberry ice cream, but that's like a lazy analogy because it's like, okay, well, what about banana ice cream? Or what about, you know, like eventually, like, if you could make enough complaints. But I don't know. Tank is still tank. So I still think it's going to be a difficult role.
But it can be mitigated, is the point.
Yeah,
like,
I can, there's bad and then there's okay.
We at least me personally, like, I was under the presumption that's like 100% fact. You can never sway it. Like, it is what it is. But I think you actually can. I think there actually are a lot of ways that you can do that. Point number 2 that I think where that's
let me just quickly, Sam.
Sure.
I'll just quickly earn my money as a moderator, which is that I've actually gone and found the quote. So I'll read you the original. I'll read you the quote. And at least if we trust this source, it says, Jeff Kaplan said, "This is how I've been thinking about it. Imagine we're an ice cream store and we have 3 flavors of ice cream. We have chocolate, vanilla, and strawberry, and you have to line up all 3 flavors separately. So imagine the vanilla line is way, way longer than the chocolate or strawberry line. I feel like it's the wrong philosophy to ask, what can we do to convince the vanilla people to like strawberry more? It makes more sense to say we need more vanilla ice cream." So there you go.
That's not necessarily a bad analogy. I think that at least how it's applied to like this genre, I think it's way more complicated than that, right? And like, so not trying to take a shot at Jeff on that one, but you know, because I kind of agree. Like, I understood the POV, but it turns out, hey, people might like vanilla chocolate chip cookie dough, which could be a Zarya, for example, right? It's still vanilla, but it's like, hey, like I can log on and play Zarya all day, right? You know, maybe that's your answer, is and just do the little things, right? Like even Tank Doomfist, another example, Junker Queen, like very DPS-esque tanks, less Orisa, Sigma, and Wrecking Ball, and more heroes that are gonna, you know, draw that actual DPS player in. I think supports were another great example. Kiriko, Ilari, right? Like there's a long list of those characters. I can talk about this at Overwatch or Rivals, but I guess where I take this next is my suspicion in that like role lock might not be the answer for my personal preference, right? Because at the end of the day, if super tanks are the answer to a role lock format in 5v5, I just don't want to play that. And for me personally, I think what I've enjoyed the most about 6v6 is the fact that there aren't super tanks with 15 passives and giga abilities. In fact, actually, I think I could see myself enjoying 5v5 open queue when there's not the super tank that kind of gets forced, in my opinion, by the format. So I think what I've been able to reflect on is, what about 5v5 was it that I didn't like specifically? Is it that there's only 5 players on the map? Yeah, it feels a little barren, and I do prefer the energy and the chaos of the 6, sure. But I think the biggest thing for me was the fact that tanks became giga tanks, and it changed so much in the game, and I just didn't find that to be more fun. So what I've come to the conclusion of, SVB, is I am kind of a role lock or a open queue advocate now. Rivals has really changed my mind on this. And a prediction I made before Rivals came out, and I'm not sure if it's going to happen yet or not, I don't really know, full disclosure, is that Rivals open queue would make Overwatch get rid of role lock altogether. And I'm not sold on that yet, but I will say, like, I actually have enjoyed playing open queue a lot, and I've actually enjoyed the open queue format more in Overwatch 2 and Marvel Rivals than I did the latter half of role lock, which really surprised me because that was something that I was really on the train of. I was a big role lock advocate when it came out, and I think it was better than GOATS, sure, but I think that maybe GOATS should have been handled differently. And to give Frito credit, I know he might sneeze right now when I say this, having bans in an open queue format is game-changing. I can't believe that I was not on the ban train earlier. I would like to see Overwatch go to a 6v6 open queue ban format, at least whatever the 6v6 format is. I don't really care if 5v5 stays in the game. I have 6v6. I can go play that with my friends, and I enjoy it. But that's really the biggest surprise for me is my shift. God, Nateson's probably sneezing right now too. He just ran a 10K marathon. I don't know if you saw it. He got up at 4:30 in the morning. Congrats. He went and ran that.
Congrats.
But yeah, no, I mean, that's been the biggest takeaway for me, SVB, is that I actually And I know Hawk is probably grinning over there too because, dude, like you were right, man. I can't. I told him. I literally before the debate, Hawk was like, "Dude, we got to talk about OpenQ." I was like, "Do not fucking talk about OpenQ. That is such a massive can of worms, and we cannot get to that."
Last one?
Yeah,
the
first debate. You wanted to talk
I'm
about
like,
OpenQ
whatever.
so
Like,
bad.
I can't convince people of
We had a
that.
whole doc SVB, and I tell you what, if there's ever a documentary about the debate, I will send you the doc, and you'll see the comments from Hawk and I at like 4:30 in the morning, like just like I'd wake up, there'd be like just all these comments, but no, I've actually gone to the OpenQ train. I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. But I think with perks and all the different, particularly now that they have way more supports in the game and way more tanks in the game that are actually compelling to play. At Spilo, they've got it's not just strawberry in the tank roll where you can only pick a Rissa. They've got, vanilla chocolate chip cookie dough, Oreo swirls, a lot of stuff that lets the vanilla people kind of enjoy that, and I think they should do a lot more of it. I think they've done a really good job. Even Malga to some degree. So yeah, I'm really loving OpenQ 6v6 perk watch. I think the perks update is easily the best update that Overwatch has ever received. Easily. I don't even think it's a competition. Best update they've ever done. Really actually lives up to the name Overwatch 2 for the first time, in my opinion. And they've really found their they've found their voice on it, and they really should keep hammering home. They should be really happy with what they've done, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great point to segue onto the thing that I was inevitably going to get to anyways, which is just that while there is this ostensible divide between 5v5 and 6v6, there's actually maybe an intra divide of role queue versus open queue, right? Because I think that's another thing. And
Role
I think
lock.
again, it demonstrates role lock versus.
Because you could do a preferred role queue, which is something I want to bring up. Sorry to interrupt you.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. It's important to get the terminology right, but let's just say 2-2-2 versus open queue.
Sure.
Right? Let's put it that
Yeah.
way. So 2-2-2 versus open queue, or 1-2-2 in the case of 5v5 versus open queue. And again, I think it's funny. This is where it shows the kind of intersectionality of opinions on how the game should be, because I think it's like, funnily enough, Hawk and I had like a little DM exchange. I think when a while back, I made like a video summarizing like the history of like the formats of like how we went from one format to the other. And in that, like, after summarizing everything, I suggested the format that we brought up on this podcast a few times, Sam, which is like, maybe we should try like an open queue in 5v5, or like with a soft lock where you can't have more than like, let's say 2 tanks or whatever, which is ultimately what they've kind of done in the 6v6 now. And I got a DM from Hawk being like, yo, I watched your video and I actually really agree. I think open queue was the real loss in Overwatch. And me and him were like, yeah, I agree. I think like open queue was the real loss of like where the fun, I felt like, started to fade away. But of course, easy to say that at the time they had a different choice to make. They had a different dilemma of goats and how they didn't solve that. So I think let's shift now the discussion to the reflections on this part of it, right? The role limits versus the open queue, and maybe even the soft open queue. I'll take it.
Add something.
Yeah, go ahead.
Add something really fast. Is that I'll make this supremely quick. I disagree with the premise that role queue had anything to do with the goats. It was primarily to deal with just in really imbalanced lobbies with too many of one role and not enough of other roles, specifically tanks.
One sec, guys.
I feel like it probably was both two birds with one stone, right? Because on the one hand,
it won't be 0% goats. It won't be there was zero consideration goats. But I think, and I'm not suggesting that you are saying this, but I've seen from a lot of the peanut gallery people saying it's like, oh, it was because of goats. I'm like, and they just ignore the fact that it was. I think mostly, if we're going to assign a percentage, I'll say 80-20, 80%. Because they needed to balance the lobbies and make the lobbies fair, more so than to deal with the goats.
I think it was more about the DS and tanks, though. I think like the lobby experience, because I did a lot of coaching at that point in time. A lot of gold, plat, silver, bronze players, right? I was still in contenders doing streams. I mean, literally, it felt like the majority of games had 3 DPS or more. So I haven't noticed that as much in the current implementation. I don't know if it's just like currently. I think also before we move into the discussion, like one question that needs to be is like, what are the advantages of open queue? And it's queue times, right? Like we can all agree that it's like 90-95% queue times with the value of open queue or some form of soft role queue, right? Because some people watching might be confused.
I think that's a benefit.
Yeah. I think there's more benefits though. Some of them more niche than others, but I mean I could list some of them right now.
I would love to hear them. Yeah.
I think I've said this to you before on Twitter or something, but I think that you're moving away from like a role shooter into more of a hero shooter, to the aspect of my hero pool isn't just my preferred heroes, isn't just whatever I queued or interlocked into one role. For example, whenever I queue DPS and I get Havana or I get Circuit Rail, I get so tilted. Like I get unbelievably tilted that I lock myself into this experience and I can't go Sigma, and someone else can't go Widow, or someone can't do this. And like my hero pool can be Diva, Sombra, Alari, Kiriko, and like I enjoy these heroes. I'm buying these hero skins. I'm actually caring about these skins. I'm I actually interacting with the new content instead of just saying this is my role. I don't give a crap about the other SRs, and I'm only gonna play this. And I think another big factor. This is very very niche. Like no one really cares about this. Is that one leaderboard is nice. I like having one leaderboard compared to three. I think it makes it more competitive. I think it's more interesting. And go back to queue times. I think queue times obviously is a big factor, but like when you lose a bad game and I'm sitting in queue and I'm looking at the replay and I can look at it 3 or 4 times before I get a game, I get so frustrated. I'm like, just put me in the game. I don't want to mope and like hope about a loss. I just want to get back into the game. And that's one of the reasons like Rival's so good. Like you just press play again, you go right back into the game in that regard. And from my experience, like from plat to like mid GM, like the queues are instant in 6v6 open queue. At least they were like a week ago, and it's like wow, like I don't have to wait at all, and it doesn't feel like the comps I'm getting in these games are like 5 DPS unwinnable comps. Like sometimes you'll have solo tank every once in a while, or you have like maybe 3 DPS, and it's not, it doesn't feel awful. Like 3 supports, very very good, but there just seems to be a bunch of new support players and a bunch of tank players that want to play this format. And honestly, like in like the higher ranks, like Masters GM, like there seems to be a lack of like DPS players. Like unironically, there seems to be a missing like pool of like DPS players, because there's just so many tank players and support players in these higher ranks. Maybe that's because they're willing to flex and they're getting higher SR and they're getting like a kappa inflation of SR because of that. But yeah, that those are my like reasons why I think open queue is good.
To add on
Yes.
to that, I think that those roles are just more fun, at least for me. Like I saw the same thing. Like I didn't have a game where there were just like all DPS. I think the new designs in particular, like things like Queen, things like Tank Doomfist, for better or for worse, you do have the Doomfist with like 20 deaths, which it might as well be a DPS at that point with how much they're like. There's a lot of those. Like seriously, there's a lot of those. But it's impressive. Like I think this is something that we brought back up, a quick reflection, SVB, that Hawk and I called, that I think he was completely right on, was that there was a claim that like the 5v5 tanks would have to be reworked to fit in 6v6. But I think those heroes fit better in 6v6 because the off-tank role can exist than you could ever try to cram them into 5v5.
There's so
like
many
Queen
fewer
as an
bad
off-tank.
synergies, right? Like
Yeah,
Hazard
well-
can do whatever, Queen can do whatever, Doom is fine.
Yeah.
Doom can fill with a dive tank or a brawl tank,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, and because both of the tanks are like much more relative to like the DPS, and you can actually kill them. Like there's not massive mismatches to where like you feel like every role can like fill like if this makes sense, like a DPS, if a DPS is forced to tank in a certain situation, like if you're forced to frontline as a DPS, like you might have an easier time doing that because you're not going to be up against a raid boss Malga. If I'm playing Reaper, like I might be able to make a play, and I think those little things like really really add up. So to add on to Hawk, like I think the new hero designs like Juno, Kiriko, even Alari, like, but particularly the tanks. Holy shit. Junker Queen, Tank Doomfist, Hazard, like all of those heroes are such a massive improvement from what was out at the time in Overwatch 1 with like Orisa Sigma Ball, in my opinion. But I think that adds a lot to it. That makes things a lot more
Ball
fun.
catching strays.
So
Yeah.
so I'm gonna let Avril and Spilo talk. Just
Sure.
to actually address Spilo's original question, I think to summarize of like what are the benefits of open queue. I think one, obviously we discussed queue times. Two, as Hawk said, it allows for inter-role flexing, right? So you can kind of switch roles in the middle. It's a potential, and each of these points I think has a counterpoint that you could bring up and say, oh well, what about the times when it's not true? But potentially it can fit a person's hero pool better to flex between roles rather than be locked to a role. You could argue comp flexibility is another one, right? Where you can actually, you won't see the same comp every game, right? So it's not like 2-2-2 or 1-2-2. It's like you could get 3 of supports or 3 DPS. That is both good or bad, right? But I guess inarguably, it's more of a refreshing game. Like it's a different experience every time, right? If you're in open queue, you're more likely to have a different game every time as opposed to in role queue. So I think these are some of them. If there's any others, feel free to chime in that people can think of that are benefits to open queue. But I think these are some of the major ones. Avril, do you have anything you want to chime in on the open queue?
Yeah,
role
so
queue?
what's funny, I have a fun potential theory here, is that I think part of the reason why 6v6 feels better now, particularly even with open queue in modern day in season 15 in 2025, is because we had to go through the lessons, excuse me, the lessons of our past few years of playing 5v5 and even extended beyond that, the years of playing role queue. So what that basically means is the Overwatch audience has now been conditioned to playing the quote-unquote correct or at least a balanced lineup in terms of roles because we've done that for so many years. So subconsciously, if you've played Overwatch for any amount of time in a significant manner in role queue, and now you're suddenly jumping into 6v6 open queue, you're automatically leaning in terms of like a psychological bias towards playing a more balanced composition and filling out your balance. You could still be a selfish player and just be like, there's 3 DPSs, I'm going DPS anyway. You could be that guy, but for the most part, I think players have been conditioned psychologically to balance the roles themselves because that's what they played for the past few years, right? And I also think as well, on the tank discussion, the new tanks fitting better into 6v6, the new tanks being the Overwatch 2 tanks and just updated tanks feeling good in current modern Overwatch and 6v6, is indicative of the fact that it really proves how much the tank design has matured and how kind of rough around the edges and how basic the tank design, some of the other design on other heroes as well, other roles, particularly the tank design in Overwatch 1 really was. I have a huge problem with some of the existing tank designs in Overwatch 1 where there's like way too many glaring weaknesses, way too much reliance on the rest of your team, whether it's going to be your supports to giga heal you and pocket you the whole time, whether it's going to be from an off tank to just like support you and damage mitigate for you, or whether it's the DPS where like, please, I need my DPS just to deal all the damage because I can't do anything. Mature and modern tank design allows you to do a reasonable amount of different things that allows the game to feel, I think, more updated and just a better experience even in the tanking position itself.
Quickly, Sam, and then back to Spilo.
Sam wants to say.
I think
stopped because I know Sam wants to.
Well, I think you're right. Like, and I realize, like, you know, there's just something I butt heads with you guys on maybe a little bit. Spilo, you tell me where I was like, no, the tanks shouldn't do everything. Like, it's bad if the tanks do everything. But after going back to playing 6v6, I've realized what it was that I didn't like. It wasn't that the tanks can't have abilities to help themselves and play make. It was that they can't have the abilities to help themselves and play make behind all the super stats that everything got. Like, people forgot after playing so much 5v5 just how much raw survivability stats the solo tank was given. So when I play against like a tank Doomfist or like a Queen or any of this like Overwatch 2 tanks in 6v6 when their stats are more relative, I'm way more okay playing against those types of abilities where the heroes are modern designs, like Avril says. So I don't want to retract like one of my old takes, but I want to hone it and like really nail down what my gripe was. It actually wasn't with those designs. I've realized it's when they have those designs and insane survivability too. So yeah, Avril, I agree with you 100% on what you just said. I wanted to like kind of course correct myself and like really narrow down what one of my big gripes were that I realized.
Yeah, no, I've done plenty of that. Don't worry. There's plenty that I reflect on. You know what? Like, I've updated my take since then. And to just continue on my train of thought, and I've only maybe got like one thought left, and then we can go on. But yeah, in terms of like the whole role queue versus open queue sort of situation as well. Like, I think open queue in an ideal world is better for all the reasons listed. Better queue times. You have the flexibility to play what you want. People bring this up as well, and I guess I'll just touch up on this. People being just people out there saying like, oh, you know, there's more creativity. And I'm like, I guess, but at the end of the day, it's like, I think that's maybe a bit of an overrated point. Mostly it just comes down to the fact that you have to contend with imbalanced lobbies, and that will happen. And there are going to be some negative experiences due to imbalanced lobbies, but at the same time, I think because the player base has been more conditioned to play balanced lobbies, given that we've just been so conditioned from years and years worth of role queue to play those compositions, because that's what we're used to now. What we being the overall player base. I mean, I think if you're a high level player, you always understood this, but now you just needed to psychologically condition the rest of the player base to go along with that, and they have. You get a better experience, ironically, in open queue after having years and years of forced role queue, because you've been forced to learn that no, you should play a balanced team comp, even though it should have been obvious from day one. So yeah, in an ideal world, and I actually have this take for both 6v6 and also open queue. In an ideal world, we would be playing 6v6 in open queue. Someone's going to clip that, I'm sure. But in an ideal world, requires, you know, the negative aspects of that to not be so existing, which is that people swaying the lobby into something super weird with like not enough. Maybe you don't even get a tank, or you only get one tank and it doesn't feel good, or you don't get enough supports or whatever. Or, you know, a 6v6 situation where people just like pick insanely wrong heroes with negative synergy, which I think is more of a negative than it could be in the same situation in 5v5. Not to say it doesn't exist in 5v5. It's along the same lines of the argument I always make of where like the highs are high but the lows are lower. And I say the same thing for 5v5, 6v6 as I do for open queue versus role queue. But I think for 6v6, open queue is required because you need to mitigate the queue times. And if you were to implement role queue, as much as I think it would be better on average, the experience would be better if to like have, you know, a fixed amount of roles to make it a balanced lobby. You will just simply get way too high queue times because there won't be enough tanks. They just simply won't. I don't think you can make people want it. You can't make people want vanilla ice cream. This is the other problem with the analogy that Jeff had. It's like, oh, maybe we just got to supply more vanilla. I was like, but dude, if people just don't like vanilla, it doesn't matter how much you supply vanilla. Okay, you can't force people to like vanilla. Make it, you know, make it vanilla chalk chip. I don't know, do something else with it, because you can't just like flood the game with like, let's put like 10 more tanks and no other roles and everyone will play tanks. Like, well, if tank just fundamentally isn't that fun for people because the role just fundamentally isn't that interesting, and I don't just mean in Overwatch, I just mean generally in gaming, tank is always the least picked role. There's not much you can do about that. So I don't know. I just think open queue right now is the best for 6v6 and should probably stay for 6v6.
One thing I'll add here, and then we'll take it to Spilo, is just reflecting on this, and actually the last podcast I did with Marvel Rivals, is that I think another facet here could be the competitiveness of the game. Because I think it undoubtedly, like back then, Overwatch was much more casual. Overwatch then was what arguably Marvel Rivals was, and even more, right? It was even more popular, I think, then than what Marvel Rivals is today. And the guys on the Marvel Rivals podcast were saying that it's a mess in terms of the open queue. Like, people pick all kinds of crap for the majority of the ranks, but when you get to the absolute highest end, people stop trolling, right? They're like, okay, well, I want to win this game, so I will flex, I will participate in a somewhat sane comp. And I wonder if that's a facet taking place here in Overwatch, where it's like, now we're going back to 66, but the community overall who are playing are much more competitive, right? They're much more invested in the game. They're not just someone logging on to be like, I just want to play. I don't give a shit what's going to happen. I don't give a shit like what you guys are picking. I'm just going to pick my hero. Fuck you. Right? And that's kind of what we see a little bit.
Can I chime in on that?
Right? Yeah, go
extremely
ahead.
Extremely quick. I think that has more to do with the age of the game than the type of people that play the game. Now, I will say, I'm not going to dive super deep into Marvel versus Overwatch here, but like, yes, Marvel a more casual game? Yes, but it's not so much more casual that like you just get like people that just have zero clue playing the game all the time, maybe in the super low ranks. But the point I'm trying to make here, and I'll make it super quick, is that because Overwatch is an older game, you have a more mature play base that's played through the game. Now, do we still get people that come into Overwatch that will just like not give a crap at all and pick whatever, just do whatever they want if they're extremely new to the game? But anyone that's stuck with the game for a reasonable amount of time, the game is more figured out. Everyone knows to some degree what you're supposed to do in this game. Not only is the play base more mature in the actual age sense, but it's matured in the sense of like the game is more solved. And because the game is more solved, there are more distinctions of this is the correct way to play the game and these are the incorrect ways to play the game. And when your game is new and novel, those things just aren't as obvious. Obviously, if you're an experienced player, if you're an Overwatch experienced player going to Marvel, you reach a higher rank, those things are intrinsically just coming towards you from a knowledge side because you just know that from experience. But if you're like a newer player and you don't know what you're supposed to do, then yeah, it's gonna be chaos in Marvel Rivals, obviously. And so this is why I go back to the point of like, because we've been conditioned to play role queue for so many years for the average player base, they now have a better knowledge and understanding of what they're supposed to do, even in an open queue situation. And Marvel, because it's so new, it's not gonna have that. You have to like have enough time and conditioning of the average player base to get to that level. So I think it's just a time factor there.
All right, I'm going to take it to Spilo next. Spilo, give your thoughts. I'm just going to go to the bathroom, but I can hear, so go ahead.
Okay, sounds good.
And tell me what you think.
I think there's like 2 points here I kind of want to talk about, both of which we talked a great deal about, which is kind of the open queue format and, you know, whether it's better or worse. I think unquestionably the thing that's a bit overrated, as Avril touched on, is the compositional variety and the flexibility. It's something that kind of poked at with Rivals a few months back, where everyone's like, well, Rivals needs open queue because you can like express your creativity, but ultimately it's just 2-2-2, and it will be 90% of the time. And the situations when it's not 2-2, it's really toxic. So I think that it's an interesting thing for a hero pool standpoint, as you were saying, Hawk, where it's like you have a Kiriko Diva pool, right? Like that's weird. That's something that you can really do in an open queue format. But I don't think that is super important. What I think is underrated, which we've talked about, but I think really, really is underrated, is queue times. And I think the Marvel Rival development has kind of proven that, is that people will even willingly put up with the garbage matchmaking that is Marvel Rivals in the rank system for an instant queue. They just don't care. Like people, it's better for content because you're not staring at a queue time. It's better for the player. It's better for engagement. It's just everything that can possibly be said about short queue times. Amplify that by 10 times. It's not important enough, which is tough, right? Because we all love the, we want the perfect matchmaking, perfect this and that. But ultimately, long queue times it kills games. It just kills games. It doesn't look good for optics. It doesn't look good for streams. It's just terrible. And it especially is harmful from a content perspective because the people that suffer from longer queue times are the people that are doing the content, right? So you guys are the higher ranked players and you're suffering from that. So the reason why I think this whole open queue format thing is awkward is because we have a little bit of a survivorship bias where you notice there's like a very high correlation. And I know this because I've spent so much time with the plats, coaching plats, working with plats, talking with gold players, right? And there's a very strong correlation between higher ranked players and a favorable opinion on open queue and lower ranked players in a hostile relationship with open queue. And it's because you described it, SVB, with Marvel Rivals, you don't really experience the downsides of open queue as much at the highest ranks because people aren't stupid. And so when you go in, like I tune into Samito's YouTube stream, my guy's playing Mantis, you know what I'm saying? Or he's playing freaking, Strange, like whatever is needed. You're going to play DPS whenever you can. And most of the time people are going to let you play Duelist. But what needs to get done gets done. And that kind of mindset is why you're a higher ranked player, right? Gold players don't care that much. That's not that they don't care at all, but they don't care as much. Otherwise, they wouldn't be gold. So like, there's this real danger here. Maybe not. Maybe I'm being a little bit facetious, but we have to be really careful about like we're all. I've worked at the highest level. We've all worked or played or coached or whatever at the highest level. But like, my experience is not the majority of Overwatch players. You know what I'm saying? Hawk, your experience is not the majority of Overwatch players. And so I think like we could sit here and definitely, but our experiences are limited and they're going to influence our opinion on open queue. I'm not saying it's not possible. Just think that's something we have to be sensitive to. And I think piggybacking off of that, in fact, I think these are very closely correlated, is we do have to look at hero design. Sam, we talked about this a great deal, about 5v5, 66 hero design is the end all, be all, right? Because, you talk about, when people talk about why 66 is so cancer, we talk about Winston Roadhog. Oh, I hate playing with a Roadhog. What's the problem? Is it the format or is it freaking Roadhog? When people talk about solo tank and 5v5, is it the format? Maybe, but Malga's Malga. You put Malga in 66, he sucks in 66 too. He's terrible, right? And I think that's kind of the problem here is that when we talk about hero design, you have to be really attentive to what heroes feel good in 5v5, what heroes feel good in 66, and you'll often find a very close correlation between a lot of them. That's not always true. We talked about the off tank and how off tank doesn't exist in 5v5, but tell you what, tanks that those Junker Queens, those hazards, feel good in 66, they feel good in 5v5, and that's consistently across the board there. And so I think like the reason why that is actually can be very closely correlated to open queue, and careful, this is where I was cooking all of this, right? The real problem with open queue is that one of the things that people talk of is like having the 4 Moira Mercy mates. I made a tweet about it yesterday. Got into a game, Insta-lock Mercy, Insta-lock Lifeweaver, Insta-lock Moira. I'm like, all right, well, triple support's good, just not those supports, right? And the problem is I can't ask them to swap because what can a Moira player play? What can a Mercy player play?
Well, careful.
Right? And like, right? Yeah. So
this is him, not me.
But this is a hero design issue because part of the strength of an open queue format is your ability to flex and to play different characters as needed. Not a 50,000 hero pool, just a couple of different characters, depending on the situation. If you're one-tricking Mercy, you do not have any transferable skills compared to other characters. And the same thing goes for Moira. And the same thing goes for Bastion, you know, and Torbjorn one tricks back in 2018, right? You just have a very niche skill set. I'm not saying that your character is completely devoid of skill necessarily. It's just a very, very niche character without transferable mechanical skills. Mechanics are the most important transferable skill in Overwatch. Nobody says, oh, positioning. Shut up. It's mechanics. And that's the problem. One of the problems with the open queue format, and it's why hero design is so important, because if you can design more Kirikos, more Lucios, more Hazards, more whatever, fill in the blank, you could play even Juno, right? Like you have a character that does require some level of dynamic positioning, you know, aim, cooldown management. You do those things, you're not going to be a great tank player, but you'll have some familiarity with how to move your crosshair and shoot. And so I think whether we talk about open queue or roll queue or 5-5 or 66, this is why I've always been the hero design guy, because you just, those outliers poison the well for everybody. When everyone thinks about what sucks about 5v5, they think about the Amalgamers, Season 8. When everyone thinks of what sucks about 66, we think about the Roadhog Diva off-tank attack on Eichenwald first moments, or you know, freaking double shield, right? You know, we think of those hero design outliers that just ruin everybody's opinion of those things. So that's my spiel.
Well, I'll add one as my new tagline. I'll add one quick thing, guys. is I'll add Hazard to that list as well, because I know I can just see the comments from here, guys. Is people say, oh yeah, well Hazard was meta for like 5 months, guys. It's like, okay, guys.
Yeah,
Hazard is an amazingly designed hero. It's an amazingly designed hero, but it doesn't mean that it can't be overpowered. And it being overpowered in meta for a long time has more to do with like the numbers and the raw, like, you know,
that I talked
of the character. Yeah, it's like how much damage or how much with the cooldowns, like the raw stats of the character can be too high, yes, but that doesn't mean the character is poorly designed. So anyone, because I know it's going to come in the comments, people are like, oh yeah,
Hazard has the highest brawl, the highest sustain, the highest mobility.
Hazard was just meta for 3 months, guys, and it's like, yes, because it was overtuned. That doesn't mean it's not well designed. A well designed character can be overtuned. Right? So
go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, so that's what I just wanted to make sure that people understand that like Hazard like is an example of one of the best tank designs in the game, just happened to be overtuned, and those things like we shouldn't like we being the Overwatch community, because I know the people in this panel are going to be fine, but it's the people out there that'll listen to this that'll bring it up, because we all know Malga is the real outlier in terms of bad design. Malga is a character that no matter what you do with the guy, fundamentally the design just doesn't allow him to be healthy in the game. So it's just, I'm just backing up everything Spilo said, and you know, saving everyone's brain cells later from the deranged Hazard comments that will be there.
To anybody listening to this, don't make the same, I don't want to say mistake that I did, but like don't come to the wrong conclusion, or like make sure you really ask yourself the question, because like when I started playing against the tanks that I hated in 5v5 against 6v6, even like Sigma, Hawk, I like your cat. Yeah, it's just I just run around over there. But like, don't misconstrue design with like just overall sustain. Because like, correct me if I'm wrong, but when Hazard was like his big meta or whatever, he still had 25% headshot reduction. He still had like the super armor, like the reduced ult charge, like all that stuff. Like I'm telling you guys, there's a reason why I was so irritated at that and so vocal against it, because it is that good regardless of design. So don't like try to play against these characters or these tanks that you hate, like in 6v6 or in 5v5 open queue if you have a custom code for that. But like, don't conflate bad design with giga stats, because they're too, the giga stats actually overpower the healthy design that is the type of character that you want to make.
I'm not going to call anybody out, but there was a couple of tweets I saw about like, oh, 1 second nerf on Hazard's leap. Are you serious? And it's like, you guys need to go back and take remedial math. Like, I swear.
Well, that matters so much.
1 second and a 4 second cooldown is monstrous.
You remember when they did that to DPS Doomfist and he was just terrible?
They did that to Tank Doom too. They did the same thing to Tank Doom. I'm like, wow, like this hero feels so much different now. 1 second off the punch.
I think in my Twitch chat at one point, he said his win rate dropped by like 3% off of that 1 second nerf. Something crazy like that. He got like, and it's like, you know, and people are like saying, oh, he's brain dead because you could just pick him. Like, guys, it's the same thing as Avril saying. Like, the difference between like overtuned versus badly designed, like, people cannot understand the difference, and it leads to so much bad feedback. So much bad feedback.
You know
he launched so broken, but
yeah, he did.
People say it's not enough of a nerf. You know why? Oh, it's such a bad nerf, guys. It doesn't do anything. You know why? Because 1 is a small number. You forget. For the average player out there, for the average Overwatch player there. Yeah. Oh, but 1 second, 1 is a very small number, Spilo. What you can't count? 1 is the first number when you count. It's 1. Duh.
Well, they also nerfed his block. they nerfed his block, and then like a week later or 2 weeks ago, they also nerfed his 1 second leap and whatever. And I was like, also, it's like, I don't know. It is what it is. People, that's not a big surprise. But again, I guess that's my point is like with the open queue format, it's important to have the character designs like Hazard because you understand mobility and you understand cooldown management and mechanics and target priority and stuff like that. And so like you don't have, and I'm really picking on Mercy Warrior players, and I do think that those guys are a bit overhated outside of the pro community. But I will say it's like it is really dangerous to have one-dimensional characters without transferable skills. That can kind of keep the thing down. And I think a lot of Mercy players, they don't even necessarily like the fact. Like they would like to use their movement more. But anyway, that's all for today.
That's something I would be very curious to see the data like separated by rank, separated by
Rivals does it
by like what comps are being played at what rank, like what kind of like games are being lost off spawn. Like I want to see the trade off of like role queue and open queue. Are people actually losing more games off spawn open queue, or is it just like a placebo thing? I will say the matchmaking, the matchmaking is low spotty because they transferred 5v5 like open queue rank in the middle of the season after a rank reset. Like the matchmaking is a little like sus in that way, but I'm very curious like to see how it changes by rank and like what the outcome of that is.
Yeah, I agree because I think that there's like, and this is the theme I want to bring to the couple other points I want to bring up here is that there's a lot of like nuance and sometimes contradiction in the same point, which is that like with this Mercy example, it's like you can kind of argue both sides of it, right? You can say what Spilo has just said there, which is that like it's worse in open queue because like, well, partly you have more chances of having more Mercy and Moira mains, right? Like so you can end up with 4 in role queue, you can end up with 2 worse. So okay, you have Mercy Moira, it's a bad backline, but hey, you only had 2 of them, they're not 4 of them. You could also make the other argument though and say, well, if they're not like a pure one trick, the likelihood that they have a transferable hero somewhere else is greater in open queue, right? It's like maybe they play a little bit of deep. Like they may not play. Right.
Some people just play the character, and that is it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If they're not a pure one trick, right? If they're like a Mercy player who does play tank sometimes and will play, I don't know, Reinhardt sometimes, the chance that they will actually flex to something else to make the game work is potentially there in open queue, as is the chance that you can make a really bad hero work more in theory. In theory, you could say, oh, we have a Mercy and a Moira player. Let's play 3 DPS or whatever. Like we have a Mercy player, let's play 3 DPS so that she can bounce around more and that leans into the Mercies. But of course, is that really happening in any meaningful way? Unlikely. We don't know. This, as Hawk said, we really don't know the data. The devs may know the data of like, this is what's happening here and there. And this I'll lead to the other point I want to ask you guys about as well, is that this is almost the paradox of the open queue, role queue, going back to the original question, going back to the Marvel Rivals comparison. Because we're kind of saying simultaneously it's better for the casuals and worse for the casuals, right? It's like it's better for the casuals because they don't want to think too hard about what they're playing. They just want to log on and play the hero, and that helps with queue times. But we're also saying actually that creates wonky comps that makes it worse for the casuals, right? So it's like we can't quite marry the two. It's like, well, do they want to just play whatever they want? And I think the way I would summarize it, and then I'm going to take it to you guys, like I remember when the 5v5 6v6 switch happened, one of the most popular tweets I ever made was like something along the, I can't remember, I'm gonna have to paraphrase it now, but it's something along the lines of everyone loves 2 tanks until you have to be one of the people picking the 2 tanks. And I feel like that's how it is with like flexing in open queue, right? It's like everyone loves open queue until they're the one who has to flex off the thing they want to play.
Yeah,
and so it's like this weird paradox.
Who wants 2 tanks? Everyone puts their hands up. Who wants to play tank? No one puts their hands up. That's that
I think you're more likely to get it though in open queue than you would be in role queue because people, you go back to the ice cream example. If I'm already going to get ice cream, might as well get something while I'm there. You know what I mean? Like if I'm trying to win the game, I'm going to flex to try to win the game. I'm not just going to run down the game. Maybe in quick plays is a problem, but if you are making people specifically go get one flavor ice cream, and they're going to be upset when they have to do it, but I don't know how to describe in this analogy, but like
it's like brown.
If you have some guy
playing the right role, or is that is it a better experience that they are like, all right, fine, I'll try it, and it's like actually it's not that bad, it's kind of fun, or is it more like, I'm always playing the role that I don't want to play because he's brain dead,
know what it is,
DPS players.
Do you guys remember when you were a kid and
no.
there was that one time where everyone's like, you're not gonna like Brussels sprouts, but then your mom tells you it's popcorn, and then you eat it anyway, and then it's actually good. And now I like Brussels sprouts.
That's probably the worst analogy you probably could have come up with. I think you just alienated. Like,
listen, I'm just saying. I'm just saying, dude.
You're telling this to the big kale conspiracy man.
Yeah,
like,
dude.
it's
Big Kale, you're compromised, buddy. Big Kale. Big Kale makes all hell. Big Brussels sprouts, Big Kale, and Big salsa water. You got to watch out for those three, man.
I'm compromised. I'm gonna start. Never mind. Actually.
Oh, last point. One thing I almost forgot. Sorry. Q times, big stuff for high rank, not big stuff for low rank. You kind of get what I'm saying? So like there's this weird dynamism where it's like, how much is like the goal player care about the open queue being insta queue when it's already basically insta queue anyway? So it's like, dude, again, like, do they really care that much? I'm asking the uncomfortable questions that maybe that we don't have the answers to. And to back up Hawk's point, this is why we need public stats, because you can know how often 222 is picked. Like they know it. Rivals has it.
And to add on as well, to talk placebo and stuff, one, I agree 100%. Number two, one thing I think we've learned, I guess, from this conditioning, I guess, or like going really, if there's one thing Overwatch has done, it's learned lessons for sure.
Yeah.
100%. Like Overwatch has, I think, gone around the block on this stuff a lot more than some of the other games out there. But where some people say, oh, well, we didn't get 2 tanks, so we lost the game. Well, what's the alternative, right? And there's a lot of times where we've now gone to the alternative in 5v5 where it's like, okay, well, now my 1 tank that I waited 10 minutes for this game is picking Roadhog and not swapping. So now, like, I could have gotten a whole new game. So, like, that's also something. So what I've realized is that it's unsolvable. You can never, like, the point to go to role queue, and this is where I'm at right now. I'm still open to changing my mind, but the point to go to role lock, specifically 222, was, hey, we want to ensure higher quality matches. Yeah, consistently. But now I'm asking myself, at least like in 5v5 role lock, it's like, okay, well, are these matches like actually that much higher quality for how much I'm waiting, right?
Wait, so you're saying maybe format isn't always the most important thing ever?
Yeah. There's a lot more to it. Turns out there's a lot of ingredients that go into the cake, baby. But so I don't know, but I've started to get to the point where it's like, and that might be because I'm not playing as seriously anymore, and I'm much more of a casual now than I am, die hard, get on, grind ranked every day, with just the gray hairs coming in. But I don't know. That's another alternative to think about. It's like, okay, well, what are you asking for, right? And I think a lot of those average ranked players, like a lot of the times, and even high rank, I think it's true for everybody, it might actually be a placebo. Like, what is your alternative is what you have to ask. And to me, like, from what I've seen in the results, I can't say that it's like that much more worth. Like 8, like the guys, did y'all see my quick play queue times when I got on to try perks? I was in 12-minute quick play queues. I was in 12-minute consistent, like 12 plus. I'm just like, yo, I actually I like this update. Like I want to try and play it, but like ever since Overwatch 2 came out, I cannot play quick play. But that's a different tangent, I suppose.
So, I'll chime in. I think like the reason you have to contend with the fact that you need a seamless experience such that if a player moves through the ranks or improves their MMR, even if you don't play ranked, you talked about quick play there, your MMR still does matter, for better or worse. And your queue times will be impacted because you might have a super high quick play MMR. This guy's a quick play warlord, by the way. He's just his quick play MMR so damn high.
I haven't played in 2 years.
But the point I'm trying to make here is that like you can't have like, oh, it's roll queue for gold until diamond, and then it's suddenly open queue from like masters up.
Yeah.
That wouldn't work either. So you have to pick one system. But then, okay, well, if queue times are a massive issue for the higher ranks, you're gonna have to go towards open queue, and the reason being that, once players reach that level, you could also argue, by the way, your like high ranked players are your most hardcore players, which I would be interested to know stat-wise if they will never release this for obvious reason. If there's a correlation between higher rank and purchasing more in the game because they're more hardcore and invested in the game, right? I don't know if there's a correlation there. There could be. I don't know. But you need to contend with the fact that like if a player actually moves through the rankings and improves in the game and eventually reaches a higher rank, their queue times are going to suffer. So what are you going to do about that? And open queue is kind of like the solution to that. Like you have to contend with the fact that open queue might just be required to make high ranks playable in that kind of way. So, yeah. But to answer SVB's original question, it's like, is it? We're saying that it's both good and bad for the average player, but I think it is both good and bad for the average player, and those things are not mutually exclusive. They're both true at the same time. Yes.
Yeah, it is the funny paradox. Here's another little nuance I'm going to add, and I want to throw it to Hawk.
Guys, we're
Which is
so
that-
old. All this nuance. Holy crap.
Then another facet of what I think Sam, you mentioned that like you feel worse like queuing 10 minutes and then you're getting a game that you're like, this is a wash.
Yeah.
Overwatch has actually reduced its average game length, right? This is like a thing that's hard to remember consciously until you're like, oh wait, like they've been making effort to like make sure that each game is less time, which makes
I know.
potentially
Yeah.
which makes open queue potentially more appealing, right? Because it's like those games where it's 4 DPS, they are less of your time. Like I'm thinking of I've been grinding a lot of
Is this
Dota.
proven, by the way? Is it proven that the games are shorter now?
Well, they're making
Wait,
they like
Flashpoint
made
and Push are
specific
both-
changes
Compared
to
to
do so.
win. Compared to win.
CPUs.
Like, are you
Flashpoint
talking
and
like?
Push are both shorter modes. Like than the other modes, in my
Well,
opinion.
I mean,
like,
if you're talking like OG Overwatch, I mean, Koth used to be 5 rounds. So like,
Yeah.
give me a ballpark on that.
Yeah, like when they launched, like when we had the original open queue, like everything was much
Yeah.
longer, right? It was like multiple overtimes, and it was like every mode had like back and
Yeah.
forth. Whereas
Yeah.
now it's like Flashpoint, Push. They're like and Clash. They're like singular round, right? Like there's no like attack
Yeah.
defense. There's no like 3
Yeah.
rounds like in Koth. It's like you go 5 minutes and
Yeah,
then
it's
you're
way
done.
more
And-
Koth like with not 5 rounds. Sure.
Yeah, it's like there's no interruptions in between the game either, right? It's like there's no like we're swapping sides. So here's another minute where you just literally in the spawn room waiting, right? It's like it's all like go play, and potentially you can end the game in like 3 minutes, 4 minutes, right? Like Push, we've all been in like a game that ends in like 3 minutes, and theoretically you could argue that about 2CP as well. But anyways, the point being like, I compare to Dota sometimes where it's like I legit frequently play like hour-long games, and if someone's like trolling with their pick in that game, it feels awful. It feels awful because you're like, it's gonna take at least half an hour to lock this game up, especially if you want to try, right? Some people just throw in the towel 15 minutes and they're like, fuck this, I want out, end the game. Like they're in chat, they're like, end game now, I'm not gonna defend, I'm AFK in jungle, just end the game. But when you're playing for like half an hour, 45 minutes, and you're trying, and there's a guy on your team who picked, I won't go into the detail, but let's say someone picked Reinhardt on support, and you're like, this guy's trolling, fuck this guy, like he isn't going to be able to, how's he going to heal me, right? That feels worse. But when you're like 8 minutes, I think there's potentially more room to just say, whatever, we had a bad comp one game, go next.
Yeah.
Hawk, I'm going to take it to you next. How do you feel about this whole open queue, role queue paradox? Like where would it sit right now?
I like to see them try 66 roll queue. From the playtest, I remember, I think it was Morgan he tweeted. I don't remember exactly tweeted. He said that the average from the playtest in like December, the average queue time was like 3 minutes on all rolls for the most of the playtest, and like that's pretty interesting. Like, wow, that's not as high as I thought it would be. I'm curious if it would be different now. I think if they were really devious next season, they would. Oh my god, people are gonna hate this. You remove 5v5 roll queue or 6v6 roll queue, and then you keep 5v5 open queue. You pretty much do the reverse. Oh my god, people would hate that. But I think it'd be very, very interesting to see if, do people just click on the left side mode? Will people just click 6v6 and they don't give a hell? They don't give a damn like whether or not they're playing it or not. And like, are the queue times an issue? Like I think that could be a good experiment. But I'm completely fine with open queue. I think we as a community and as like a hero shooter player, or even just like a team based competitive player, you're going to get games in these competitive games that are just unwinnable. And if the trade-offs aren't there, like if they're not like, wow, you're getting more competitive games by, I guess, significant margin in a role queue environment, then like, what is the point? Like, it's not worth the queue times for any rank. So yeah, I think some games some games are always going to be unwinnable. You can't just always blame your team. Sometimes you can. Sometimes blame the matchmaker. But like, some games are just meant to be unwinnable. Some games are going to be meant to spawn, like lost off spawn in any game, in any genre when you have a team and you have,
So you're saying we need engagement-based matchmaking like Marvel? I'm kidding. I'm so joking, guys.
Is that what it is? Is that why
extremely
it's
joking.
such a yes, dude? Like,
yes, bro. You don't know that, Sam? Come on, man. It's the
Marvel
plot.
has-
You gain more than you lose until you're like Celestial.
Not even that. Like there's legalized boosting in that game. Like say you're playing with a player that's like a full rank below you, they gain more to catch up to the players that are higher in the stack. So you players that like are just climbing. Yeah, it's like legalized boosting. Like you just climb faster by playing with players that are higher than you, and you might be getting carry, you might not be, but you can do that for so for all the way up. All the way up, you can do that.
There's performance-based SR as well, so like you can stat boost, and they actually buffed that in the recent patch. I mean, you saw it.
That's awful. That is
so you can
complete
heal
troll.
bot even harder and just like perma. Like dive heroes are like anything that's indirect value and not raw damage healing of limbs is screwed.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
it's like they have ironically, real quick, SUV. They have the gold medal problem where I'll have some dude soaking damage and then being like, "I'm MVP." I'm like, "You're
it's by design. It's by design. That entire game is by design.
I've opened a can of worms, guys. I've opened a can of worms.
No, I mean this is perfect because actually the next topic I was going to bring us on to was the comparisons and the reflections with Marvel Rival, right? Because we've kind of talked about how we reflect on our own time within Overwatch in the last 18 months or so. But now we actually have we kind of said this once we heard what Marvel Rivals was going to be, that it was going to be 6v6 open queue. We're going to get a great chance to see someone else experiment with the same problems Overwatch had. And we've had that now. We've had Marvel Rivals out for a little while. And we've presumably all watched and seen like, okay, this is what they're doing. This is how it's going down. Obviously, it's not conclusive, but how do you reflect on the fact that Marvel Rivals is 6v6 open queue with hero bans? What is that? What are some of the things that you're like, yeah, I anticipated that problem? And what are some of the things that you're like, oh, I didn't anticipate this would be a problem? And how does it come back to Overwatch? Let's go with Avril. Avril, you started the can of worms.
No. You should let Spilo go because he's the guy that made a brilliant video, by the way, about why he left Marvel. And you're welcome, dude. I'm here batting for you. Don't worry about it.
Go ahead then, Spilo.
He paid me for the promotion, just to be clear. Hashtag ad. So Spilo is, I think he'll have the best
from Blizzard. He shills for me. Yeah, it's great.
Go watch that video. Go watch all these guys' videos right now.
I think Flats is reacting to it.
Do you wanna summarize maybe then that video and then tell us about the lessons?
I mean, I guess for me it's like let's focus on like what actually pertains to our discussion now, because if you just want to watch the video, just watch the video of why. But I think the big thing is one of the big ones is bans, right? And what Rivals did really well with bans and with giving, and they're also extending the bans I think now to gold, Smito, correct? Yeah. So like they're extending that ownership to all the way to the gold ranks, which I think is really smart. Bronze is kind of an irrelevant rank. Everyone starts in bronze if you play at all. Even if you're actually a bronze player, you'll get the gold. So basically, anybody can have access to bans. Anybody can have access to controlling the lobby, to a feeling of autonomy. And I think that's really important, and definitely a lesson that was chewed along because Rivals did it. I'm sure it was cooking prior to that, but like Rivals doing it and doing it so successfully within the open queue format was a huge success. And I think that it definitely, I'm not saying that we need to retouch on all the topics that we've talked about, but if you think about the open queue discussion, if you think about enabler tanks, having that really crappy tank, Winston Roadhog, right? Like if I'm picking Winston, I'm banning Roadhog, my friends. Not just because I don't want to play versus Roadhog, because I don't want the jackass next to me to pick Roadhog, right? Like, so there is a lot of autonomy within 66 that is enabled, like those worst case scenarios, like no offense, Mercy Moira, right? We talked about that. If we could ban those son of a guns, right? We had this discussion. I was doing some the ban project earlier in my stream. I was like, if I'm picking Winston, I'm banning Moira. I'm banning Ediari, right? I don't want to play with somebody on my team on that character, and that's going to be in the game. So is that going to, fix all of our issues with OpenQ or 66 or 5v5 or whatever? Probably not, but it is a really important variable that could really improve the quality of those matches and maybe helps, shave off some of those rough edges. And I think Rivals really started that. I certainly put it in the public light, and I think they deserve a lot of credit for that. Within the OpenQ format, like what Rivals did with OpenQ, I really don't know. I basically read nonstop complaints about OpenQ and Rivals on Reddit and Twitter. But when I played Rivals, and I had like 150 hours on it, I didn't have that many games that were ruined by it. I think for the most part, Sam, your experience is probably similar. It wasn't really much of an issue. It was like we had some 4 DPS games, we had some solo support games, we had solo tank games, but it was okay. More of my issues were less to do with the OpenQ format, I think, with Rivals, and more to do with the game design outside of that. So I think it was honestly fine. Beyond that, I think that's for the most part, I think that's mostly it, right? I think the last lesson that I kind of talk more in detail at in the video is just about how Rivals really proved that even for a more beginner casual game, having characters with larger kits is not a bad thing. Skill is relative, so if you pick up a game and you don't understand what half the buttons do, it doesn't matter. You can still play Rivals. freaking play Rivals. Like, I've got a ton of casual friends playing sports. All they do is they play NBA 2K and freaking Madden fill in the blank, whatever generic game. They've never touched a shooter in their life since like 2009 with Modern Warfare 2. But they're freaking loving Rivals, right? And they don't understand what half the buttons do, but they just love it, right? And so like that to me was always something that I believed in. That like I think not 75 button kits necessarily, but dynamic kits, kits where you can do offensive or defensive or mobility or this and that. And I think like kits like Magic, right? And I think they did a really good job proving that like even for a quote unquote more casual game, you can have kits that function more. And I think the Overwatch team has also learned that lesson with Hazard, with Juno, even with kits we got Freya right now. Like she doesn't have that many buttons, but her buttons do different things, and you got to kind of think, do I want to use the lunge for mobility? Do I want to use it for a reload? Should I be spamming my primary fire? Should I be scoping in? Like, how do I manage? And I think like that kind of thinking is like what makes characters so engaging at both a beginner and a high level. And I think Rivals really proved that, hey, this can work. We don't have to have single button characters anymore in Overwatch. So that's my 2 cents.
Certainly fair. While we're on the positive, I'll take it to Sam, and then I think the negatives I'm gonna get from Avril and Hawk potentially about what are the negative lessons from our.
I would like to hear if Sam has any negatives too. Actually, he should give.
Oh,
both.
I do. Oh, I can pinky fucking promise you that I do. Holy shit. Okay. Oh my goodness. All right.
Well, go positive for now, and then once these guys give some negatives, you can come back and be like, oh yeah, and another thing.
Yeah. So let's start with the positives. I think the positives is that this is just the best case. We were right about it being the best case scenario for us at home. We're able to learn twice the lessons, twice as fast, and these games have clearly forced each other to be better. Obviously, open queue I think what Rivals did better than anyone else has done in this genre is format and iteration. 100%, as well as outlandish hero designs. My opinion on crazy hero designs has actually completely changed post Rivals. I've realized that like there was so much like poison in the well of like my thought process, I guess, that really stemmed from like how outrageous the sustain was on a single target tank in Overwatch 2. It wasn't necessarily the Overwatch 2 designs, but more so like the sustain on top of them just pushed it way past a breakpoint. If you take that sustain back, you can have crazy designs. Things like Loki, while he is very, very annoying, is very, very fun and very, very cool. Like I think Overwatch can do more designs like that. More crazy stuff. I thought about like, okay, do I actually hate play for you abilities in Overwatch? No, I played DPS Doomfist forever, and he was a cornball character, but he was so outlandish, fun, and unique that I could log on every day and play Doomfist and have a ton of fun. Call me Get Quaked On, who, by the way, somehow still has clips of him doing rollouts from like it's insane. This guy has clips from 2019. He's still posting montages of it. People are dogging on. I'm like, guys, if you're dogging on someone for Twitter for having clip dumps that go like that far back, like, dude, that's crazy. Just
it's like whatever you think about his gameplay, it's like you gotta commend this man's organization skills.
Yeah, I know.
To have
it's art.
a sorted archive from 2019 and
I honestly think
sheer hard drive space.
It could be like 6-7 hours straight of highlights. I think if you chain that back to back, man, like no shot.
He's in chat right now, by the way. Shout outs to
he's in chat right now. He's laughing. He says, "I got 4,000 plus clips of DPS Doomfist."
Holy crap!
So,
he's deploying right now in the classic mode. So anytime it's a classic mode, he's getting some new supply.
Dude, I get my updates for Overwatch of him in the April Fool's mode. He's like, I'm playing Iron Fist, and he's going around punching.
Yeah, like Overwatch Classic, I have like 5 players, and it's Get Quaked on playing him every lobby. Can you imagine that poor plat player just wants to play Classic, and every lobby he's playing versus Get Quaked? I'm like, dude, are you serious?
Doom was not that good. The port of Doom, he was not that good.
No,
like his
Mercy
slam
was
does not
also
behave
terrible.
in the same ways.
Mercy was terrible too.
So funny. Anyway, back to it. Jesus, I almost okay. Back to it. But yeah, no, it's like those outlandish designs. Like those actually make people want to play the unique stuff. Like lean into it. Like again, like the hero shooter genre. It's not McDonald's. It's a steakhouse, right? Like Call of Duty's McDonald's. I could go for a Big Mac and some fries right now, or I could go for a steak. It doesn't really matter. I'll eat it all. I don't care. With a side of Brussels sprouts.
This is completely unrelated to the discussion, actually.
Way out of line.
So yeah, no, I think that's like some of the positives. As broken as some of that stuff is, it's also like really, really fun. Bans, man. Oh my God, I cannot believe I was not on the bans train. I think bans would have solved like 80% of Overwatch's biggest issues throughout its life that caused the snowball. I think man, the bands they just nailed. So format, bands, they absolutely nailed. I think their art style is actually really underrated. People say it's not great. It kind of feels like a comic book. Like, and believe it or not, guys, I actually like third person. I can't believe that I'm saying that. I actually really enjoy the third person. I think it was a very smart design decision for them to do that.
Promise you, Rivals is influenced Stadium in that regard. You cannot convince me otherwise.
Yeah. Well, and if you, and again, like there were massive videos, like some of the biggest videos of 2020 were like Overwatch but in third person. Which is like, you know, like if you go back and look, like they're there, like they have like this is back when like Overwatch videos would still, like they get decent views now, but like that video got like 2 million views. Like it was, you know, crazy. So I think third person they nailed. I think I actually like destroyable environments. I don't like the rebuilding environments. I think that's something that they nailed as well. But I love the competition they brought to the genre. I love how they've smashed, they've destroyed narratives that we all thought were true. In my opinion, about, hey, like people only want to play DPS. I think Rivals and Overwatch 2 have both proven that to be incorrect. So I think that opens up design to be way more outlandish, fun, and crazy. And it's really honestly made me rethink numerous of my stances that I was like, listen, like here's the results. Like how could I argue with the results? But it's completely knocked everything on its back, and it's made me reevaluate the way that I approach like hero design, the way that I see an ability, and I think, oh, that's broken. Like it's helped me like really unravel the knot, which is what I think we all kind of needed. I think that Blizzard benefits from this a lot. I think creators benefit from this a lot, because we did have like a very rugged line of thinking when it comes to a lot of these things, and there wasn't much room to expand, and somebody just had to come blow it all up and start us over. And I think that's what Rivals has done. It's been the great reset of this genre, which we really, really needed. Now, as for bad things that Rivals has done, the rank system sucks. It's not a competitive game. I've said this from the very beginning. I don't think it's a serious competitive game. And I think you are making a mistake if you take it seriously. It's very clearly not what they're going for. You could argue the super high volume is also bad. I think it's good as a content creator because I'm trying not to go into that game with a serious mindset. I think Overwatch, like, I think the hero shooter genre is a steakhouse compared to McDonald's for the rest of games. But when you get into the hero shooter genre, Overwatch is way more refined, has years more polish on it than Rivals does, way better optimization, way better game engine, you know, just a lot of those things are much better. I don't think Rivals is a very serious game. I think it's meant to be casual in the same way that the Minecraft movie just blew up. And is the Minecraft movie a great movie? Probably not, but it's intentionally trying to be satirical in a lot of different ways. And that's why kids are throwing popcorn all over the damn theater, and it did 150 million at box office in the week, right? You know, that's just what it is. And that's kind of what Rivals is. So you kind of have to understand the product. But I think really what I'm the most happy about is that we as creators and players are really going to win because these games are going to make each other better. And I actually think that come this summer when Overwatch implement, like if Rivals did not come out and succeed with bans and all of this stuff the way they did, Overwatch wouldn't be doing it. I don't think it would happen. It could have happened all these years, right? That's just like a number. And we could say, oh, well, they're going to, but it didn't, right? Like there's pressure from that came in because of that. And again, double science experiments. Both of those dev teams are going to be winning. All ships rise with the tide. So I'll take both experiments. I'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because for years, as I played Overwatch 2, I was kind of like, oh man, I really wish we would do something more crazy. Like, I wish we would add customizability, or I wish we would add bans. And then I left. And then within like a year of me leaving, it's like they're like, oh, we added perks into the base game. Not even just like we threw it into the fucking game. We're adding bans. We added 6v6. We experimented they went crazy. And then you have to think that that's down to Marvel Rivals, right? Like you have to think that comes from the fact that I feel like they're almost both forced and liberated at the same time. Like forced in the sense that there's this strong competitor taking away your player base, but also it's like you're liberated because, well, if they're gonna take our players anyways, we may as well fucking throw some shit around, see what sticks, right? Like be like what's happening.
I think it depends on the system. I think
Gavin in chat.
I was gonna say
Gavin in chat. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say a lot of, I think like perks, I think Stadium, I think the things have been in development a long time. I think that is also a reflection of the people that they have on the development team post Overwatch 2. Like you get Aaron Keller, I think Aaron Keller, I see him as much more receptive to feedback and much more willing to experiment. I think Alec Dawson coming in, even from Hearthstone, right? Guys just gonna throw crap at a wall. He's much more willing to try and experiment with things and then roll things back when they don't work. And I think that in contrast to what Overwatch had is really important. So while I agree, I think that this stuff was in development for a much longer time. I think it's stuff like bans that I think that Rivals specifically pushed. I do think like whether it's like the third person shift with Stadium, like whether that's first or third, I think people are like, oh wow, people like looking at skins, right? So we should definitely have that option in there. And certainly, like you said, committing to that vision. It was like, okay, yeah, this is the right move. Let's keep going that way. Because I just think that's the modern gaming base as a whole, is like just being more experimental and so on. People, because we're in a live service model age right now. Like you have to introduce new shinies occasionally, otherwise, you have difficulties.
Yeah, and it is a good point to bring up. I think that just to avoid confusion or whatever the right word is, that like, yeah, a lot of people think that some of these very big scale projects could be turned around in like a week. Like, oh, well, Marvel Rivals announced this, Overwatch announced this. That's not true. That part's not true. As you said, like you can't design an entire system in like a month. So people are very mistaken about that.
They clearly copied it.
Well, this reminds me like there's like I think a Reddit post that's really blown up, which is like in regards to the Nintendo Switch thing and like the whole tariffs to America. And some guy was like, "Come on now, how long would it take Nintendo Switch to move their operations over to Ohio? 2 to 3 months?" And it's like, my guy,
holy crap,
my guy.
People
like,
just don't know these things, man.
People just don't understand. But sticking to the topic. Go ahead, Abra. Finish your thought.
They tend to. This is part of the topic. So, and by the way, let me just close the book on one thing, because I think some viewers in the future might be like, wait, what did Gavin say? Did he say something really important? He said we were actually just not adding features because SVB was their kappa. True. Big true, my man. Shout outs to Gavin. My favorite ones of that kind of commentary as well, Sam, is people like then shifting the goalposts. Like, oh yeah, well, Marvel had its beta, several months before. It's like, oh yeah, that must have been it. It's like, and then they shift the goalposts. It's like, oh well, even if it had nothing to do with the beta, they're devs and they just know these things. They just knew Marvel was in development. Years in behind the scenes and all this kind of stuff. It's like, dude, how far are we going to shift the goalposts? Actually, it's getting to the point of ridiculousness, where it's just like every dev just knows, like, oh yeah, so 2 years ago when Marvel Rivals was in development, actually longer than that, Overwatch was like this, they're just shitting themselves, scrambling, like, Aaron Keller. That's, by the way, this is why Jeff Kaplan left, because he was scared of Marvel Rivals, guys, because he knew 5 years ago. By the way, yeah, let's just keep the conspiracy going. Just Aaron Keller's just pulling his hair out Homer Simpson style, because he's just like, oh, I'm panicking about Marvel Rivals, guys. Oh my god. It's like, come on, guys, let's be fucking for real 1 second. Some of the people out there are just like deranged in terms of like how much they were just like, they just refuse to accept any criticism of Marvel. And this is like a really tough thing, because I want to like both, and I do like both games. I like you, Sam. I can see the value in both games. I think both games existing is exactly what we needed. We need two games to sort of be making maybe different mistakes and doing different things well and teaching each other lessons. And Overwatch is going to find some lessons out of Marvel, already has, and the opposite may be true. Like, I can't wait for the day that Marvel's like, you know what? We're going to do perks as well. And then let's see how many Marvel players...
How about a heal passive? How about a heal, please?
Yeah. And then...
The entire game is copied Overwatch.
Shout out Paladins, bro. It's so funny. And by the way, Avril, to add on, like, and I saw some of this too when I talked about the Marvel Rivals Season 1 patch was bad. Like, Cloak and Dagger breaking the game was bad. Them buffing Rocket to burst heal for Season 2 is bad. Like, it's going to break shit. But bans come in and let you mitigate it. But nobody's even willing to, like, talk about that over there yet. But yeah, except for the pro players. Back to you.
That's part of the main problem, is like, I like the game, but I dislike the audience. Does that make sense? Like, the player base is just... And I should be careful here, because it's not all of them. It's probably just the deranged terminally online ones that I see on Twitter all the time, and sometimes on Reddit. So it maybe, I don't know. I would benefit of the doubt. I hope it's not in the majority of the player base. Probably the majority of the player base don't spend that much time on social media talking about the game. They do their 95. They play the game. They don't bother posting about it online. Okay, that's what I want to believe that the majority of people are doing. That I say that's my cope to save my sanity. Otherwise, I'm just gonna hate humanity. So I'm just gonna avoid doing that. But yeah, it's like I wish people would be more willing to have constructive conversations about what Marvel actually needs to improve on, because otherwise the community is just like sabotaging their own game. It's like an Emperor's New Clothes situation where I feel like from day one, and I don't dislike the game, but I feel like just because I'm one of the only people that's willing to say anything negative about it, people just associate, oh, that man, he just hates this game. It's like, that's not even true. Dude, I've even worked for them. People call me a shill for Blizzard. It's like, dude, I've actually been hired by him. I've done a Marvel Rivals broadcast on the official broadcast at this rate. It's like, brother, I've been paid by all these companies. It doesn't matter. Content creators literally get paid by Marvel as well. It's like, guys, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, point I'm trying to make here is people that actually want Marvel to be a successful game need to be a little bit more receptive to feedback and criticism, because just blindly defending it Emperor's New Clothes style, where like if you have working eyeballs, you can see dick and balls out, the Emperor's just naked. And then you just have these like Marvel fanboys like, no, he's clearly wearing clothes. Like, dude, you need to just stop blindly defending this game out of hatred for Overwatch. I get it. You play this game because you hate Overwatch. I get it. Just like, if you actually want Marvel to be a good game, though, you need to be open to the fact that there are some things the game doesn't do well, and that it needs to be fixed. The engine UE5, that situation is like one of the most egregious. The fact that, I don't know, I think this is still true. Hope maybe in the future they'll end up fixing this. Apparently it's not a very easy fix. Apparently it's a very difficult fix, if they can even fix it. The fact that your performance on your computer or whatever you're playing on, FPS-wise, actually impacts the amount of range you get on a dash and how quickly you can attack and this kind of crap. It's like, dude, there are literal competitive integrity issues based on the performance of your like PC. If you don't have a good enough graphics card or something, you're just getting not enough frames, and because the game is poorly optimized, you're going to get less frames than you probably would in any other game, particularly a game like Overwatch, which is super well optimized. You're just going to get like performance-based issues that's not even just FPS lag. You literally like don't dash as far and you will deal less DPS because you have less FPS. How is that fair? Like, that's ridiculous to exist in a game in 2025. It's absolutely ridiculous that's a thing at all. That should be like, people should be up in arms about that. People should be like really fucking mad. I know that if that happened in Overwatch, people would be extreme. The torches would be out, dude. The tiki torches would be out in front of Irvine PlayStation, dude. It would be a disaster. And yet people are super willing to just completely ignore issues in Marvel all the time, to the detriment of the game. Again, I might add, to the detriment of the game. And it's just like, dude, you have to be honest about these things, man. People need to be honest about the fact that engagement-based matchmaking does not help the case for any level of competitive integrity. And look, if we want to accept that maybe it is just a hyper-casual game, and I'm not even saying that from the position of, oh, that's a bad thing. Look, yeah, Minecraft is a very casual game. Fortnite's a very casual game. I don't play them, but it doesn't matter. Like, it's fine. They can exist. I don't have a problem with that. But like, you know, people got to be, we just got to admit these things, guys. We're going to admit the fact that maybe they have a very different direction, engagement-based matchmaking with all these other issues, and you know, you lose enough games, they shove you into a bot game. These are not like conspiracy theories. These are proven things that people have tested. You get thrown into bot games in quick play if you lose too many games in a row, because it's engagement-based matchmaking. Like, these are true. And yeah, there's plenty of things the game does well. You know, the fact that you get to hold on to your battle passes, even though the battle passes, I personally, to me, don't have as much meat to them as Overwatch battle passes. Maybe people can agree to disagree there or whatever. You know, the fact that they have like in-game spectating and replays in day one and a tournament system in-game day one, super awesome. I love these features. There's some things they do that are really awesome. You know, I like that they fulfill the hero fantasy. Well, I think third person has done well in that game. It's also required in that game because the number of melee heroes they have basically necessitates third person. It wouldn't work in first person. They clearly want to sell more skins. The third person is better for that. I think both games do influence each other. People often forget, people will never bring up, I think Sam and I are the only ones that consistently will bring up the fact that if it wasn't for Overwatch, very likely, in fact, I'd stake everything. I'd stake my net worth on it. You would 100% have a situation Marvel Rivals where you have to buy your heroes. It would be paywalled.
Oh,
and the proof
100%.
of that is
Dude,
in
we
the
saw
beta.
It. We saw the screenshot.
There was an owned and unowned check mark in the hero gallery. This is real. The footage is there. This is real. 100% the heroes would have been paywalled in Marvel Rivals if it wasn't for the fact that Overwatch did it first. It was negatively received, and then Rivals stepped back and was like, you know what? We'll make our heroes free. So guess what? You got to enjoy that in Rivals because Overwatch made the mistake first. So that's how both games are benefiting from each other. And like, if you want both games to continue benefiting each other, if you actually love Marvel Rivals, you want the game to be good, be open to criticism about the game, because that's what's going to improve your game. If you're always pretending the Emperor's clothed when he's not, and you're just ignoring issues and you're shutting down discussion, calling everyone shills and all this kind of crap, and it's just like, dude, you're going to make the game worse. You're just ignoring problems that, by the way, they're the same people who ironically act more like shills because they're shilling hardcore for netties. They're acting such, like, deep-throating the game so hard. It's like calling me a shill. The irony is insane. Calling the Kettle Black situation for real. And it's like, it's insane. It's insane how hard they shill for their game while calling me the same things. Like, dude, that's just literal projection, by the way. I'm trying to be balanced. I typically have quite balanced takes, I'd like to think anyway. Yeah, you're preventing your game from improving by just, like, shutting down any discussion about negative things about the game. Okay, you should want Marvel to be a better game by opening up criticism for the game.
Yeah, I mean, I really enjoyed that passionate rant, so I let Avril go there because I felt like once we unwound the chain, we kept going.
Can Hawk do one of those? Can I see Hawk do one of those?
I'm
Hawk
gonna
is
take
so capable of doing one of those. Come on, Hawk. Come on. What do you got, buddy?
Maybe here's where you see it.
Come on.
But I wanna remind everyone that in between all that passionate ranting, Avril did stake his net worth on the fact that you could find Marvel Rivals was always going to be free to play. So if you want about $12, you just got to find proof that Marvel Rivals is always going to have heroes free to play. So there you go.
Listen, it was my first viral tweet about the game when they announced it. I literally tweeted unowned and I tagged Avril in it. It got like 4 million impressions or something like that. Like,
I think I sent it to you. I think I sent a screenshot to you in
and I
DM.
tweeted it.
You tweeted it, yeah.
And legit, like they were going to do it. Like they 100%, like it 100% was going to happen. So listen, just call it what it is, people. Just call it what it is. That's all.
No one talks about it. No one brings it up. It's crazy.
Well, I think that's just narrative, right? Public narrative, as you guys said, to round out that point. Like, if Overwatch had these performance issues, for example, like I can imagine like the Dixerdos and the Jake Suckies or whatever their names are would be tweeting about it and being like, "Look at this," and with the laugh emojis, because it would be the narrative. Like it would feed into the narrative what Overwatch is compared to Marvel Rivals. But Hawk, those were a lot of meta, I would say, complaints from Avril, right? Do you have kind of any lessons that are like more with like the game format itself about what you can feel like Overwatch can take from Marvel Rivals and maybe why you didn't personally enjoy it so much?
Talk to me about Rivals tanks. Go there. I didn't go there. You
Rivals
go there.
tanks? Well, I feel like you kind of say that if I think if Overwatch released the thing, I think people would be very, very upset. I think people would hate the thing in Overwatch. I think I could go on and on about Rivals, but
why? I want to know.
For the confused people, the thing is a hero in Marvel Rivals. He's not trying to be vague for some. The thing is a literal character.
He can't even utter the name. He's like, I hate it so much, I won't even say the name.
Voldemort, won't say it. Like,
I don't know. You just sit main on tanks, and then you farm up your ult, and you try to one-shot them through the sustain of the other team once you have your ult. Like, there's nothing to really do. That's like at least a tank gameplay. Like, if I'm playing a PvP game, I want to play competitively, and I just don't think that game satisfies my competitive needs in any regard. Like, I think it's a low-skill, boring version of Overwatch in every way possible, I'm sorry, but
elaborate. You're gonna have to elaborate. So what would you say are like low?
Take a snort and just go, okay? I want to see it.
To preface this really before he goes, I got to see this conversation in a group chat with him and Kaluj, and it was one of the funniest fucking things I've ever seen.
Yeah, see, I want this.
I mean, he knows too. Like, he knows it's low skill too, but he's able to farm it because he's a good Overwatch player. But like, all the ultimates are so easy to use. All the healing is like 10 times what Overwatch ever was, even at its worst. Like, the tank designs are just so boring. The melee heroes on tanks are so boring. I just can't fathom playing these heroes like for more than like. I just get so bored. Like, I have a 5090 and 9800 XVD, whatever it is, the best processor, and I have a best in slot PC, and this game still runs like shit. It still runs like shit. I don't understand why. Why is this game so bad optimized? Like, it needs to be fixed. I just figured out a couple days ago that even if you have mouse accel off, it's still on in the game. I have to turn on raw input, and that I finally feel like I'm not playing with input lag. Like, it is so. The game is just like complete dog in that regard. Other things like I don't like the community in that game. Like, it is. The community in that game is like the Call of Duty players like congregated into this game. Like I've never heard more like outlandish things in like this like decade than playing that game. It is so
Their
like,
naming
oh my
filter's
god.
terrible. Their naming filter is
Yeah, like
terrible.
you could say anything in that game. You could say anything like and not get banned. It feels like, and
Does it
it's
feel
just
like a more toxic game?
way
Oh,
more.
yeah.
Like way, it's not even close.
Yeah.
Like people
Oh,
say Overwatch
yeah.
toxic community, like
Dude,
oh, it's
okay,
not
I'm sorry.
close at all.
One interruption. Kit, if you haven't, Samito, I want the crash out from like, what was it, like 5 or 6 weeks ago, maybe longer, when you were talking about how evil humanity was. Dude, that was the most legendary Marvel Rivals crash out.
Dude,
in response to
guys.
some weirdos. Dude, it was amazing. The best content.
Dude,
I do not endorse
Link
this
to me right
behavior
now.
at all, but it was
Where is
amazing.
it?
It was so bad.
Dude, I had my headset off queuing for an hour, and I was just listing like human beings, fictional or non-fictional, that did things. And I was like,
he goes,
Darth Vader was right.
Dude,
Dude.
Darth Vader was right, man. Like, dude, deadpan. Like, dude, this is people are just awful. Like, I just we deserve everything that it was like the most existential thing I've ever seen in a video game ever. I'm sorry.
I actually
Hawk.
lost faith in humanity. Like it was just so like, dude, the stuff people are saying. Let me type something to you guys about how like toxic it is. Like, never mind. Well, you guys keep going.
Hawk,
I
I'm
love the
sorry.
idea that I love the idea that you just take a motherfucker like Sam who loves games and you give him an hour-long queue and he just loses faith in humanity. Like he just like loses his
Dude.
mind. He's like, an hour
It's
in the
it's
queue?
so funny
It's
because
not
like,
worth
listen,
it.
I own my shit. Like when I say something's fucked up, like I own it. Like every time, and it happens. It does happen. Like I'm a super impulsive guy, but it's so funny how like particularly this genre or like these competitive games. And I know a lot of guys that are like this too. Like me like off playing video games is so different from me when I'm playing video games or like not just video games because like if I'm playing like Witcher or something like. I'm chilling, but specifically competitive multiplayer games. Like, I know some great dudes that have gone on the war path, just just pick the hill to die on. And Marvel Rivals absolutely is that type of game, dude. It somehow brings out the worst in people, but it's also addicting at the same time, which is why it's such a good has such good retention right now. But Spilo, I'd forgotten about that. That was like dude, a lot of those in play for engagement Rocket Raccoons, we'll say. Queuing that day.
What you experienced is exactly how I will go back to Hawk, but what you said is exactly what I experience on Twitter or any other platform I engage socially for this topic. Whenever I try and have, and I've experienced it both ways, I can have just a super obviously rage baity tweet out there. You know the rage bait tweets compared to the non-rage bait tweets when it's like 2 sentences. Obviously I'm rage baiting, but I'll write like full essays of things. Of like, okay, here's my opinion, my real opinion, super nuanced, because it takes a lot, it takes many, many words. I can't do it in one tweet, or like one short tweet. And you'll just see the kind of people responding to me, arguing against me from the Marvel side. It's just so deranged, man. It's so unbelievably deranged. And so I totally get it. When you lose faith in humanity, it happens to me all the time whenever I get in these situations. So I totally get it.
Yeah, I mean, on that depressing note, Hawk, did you have
Going
any
back.
more? Did you have any more thoughts?
Sorry,
on
Hawk.
just let's try and keep it in sort of when you played Marvel Rivals and you know clearly you didn't enjoy it. What was it that made you reflect on Overwatch, where you were like, okay, well, I actually appreciate that this is something that like Overwatch does right, or like going forwards, Overwatch should definitely not do this.
I mean, I've already said this before before we started, but the engine of Overwatch just night and day. So much better than Rivals. I think that I've said this for a while too, but people say tank's unpopular in gaming, but Overwatch does tanking the best in any game I've ever played, and they should keep leaning into that, especially within the 6v6 environment. It just does tanking so well compared to Rivals, and I don't know, like I feel like Rivals, I just play the exact same game every time I play. Like, even though there's bans, even though there's this, I pick tank because I like playing tanks traditionally. If I'm going to play the game competitively, I'm going to try to take it seriously on tank. And I'm just sitting main, farm my ult, doing damage. Everyone's getting healed like so much. And then once I have my ult, I try to one-shot somebody. And then I eventually one-shot somebody, and then I win the fight. If I don't one-shot somebody, I lose the fight. And it's like, where's the depth? Where is like the stuff that the meat that Overwatch has? Like where is all of that? You know?
Can I add
Adam's
on?
got his hand up. Yeah.
Yeah.
To add on
I'll
to
add
that
on
game-
after that.
Yeah, to add on to that gameplay loop, the biggest issue Rivals has are the fucking support ults, dude. They've missed the mark on the
Yes.
support
Oh my
ults, and that's what's causing that, right? Like coming
And
back
the
to
res team
Overwatch,
up.
I
Fuck the res
popped the
team up.
trank. The res team up is crazy. I popped a trank in Overwatch, and then all of a sudden I was like, wait, I thought I had 6 more seconds on this, and I came out of trank form on cart, and I just died. I was like, what the fuck? Like I'm not playing Luna Snow, where I literally just like clock out. But again, like Rivals is a much more casual game. But like again, they need to stop just all the support ults do the same fucking thing, except for Rockets, who's brain dead, and then they just change Rocket ult to be more sustain based. And it's like, dude, if Sue Storm's ult, which lasts 6 seconds, actually like mitigated healing of people inside it and healed your team a little bit, that would have been way better design. But like there's like they need to differentiate it, because that gameplay loop problem is like very real that Hawk talked about. And when they add one character a month, again, I think their goal is not the same as Overwatch's. They're trying to be batshit crazy casual,
Which is
but
fine.
but Overwatch should focus on what it does well, which is kind of what you're talking about. Sorry to
Real quick.
Yeah.
Loki, people are going to say, oh, yeah, but what about Loki? Dude, the most popular thing you do in Loki is copy a support and then Luna ult. That's what people do in Loki. So just putting that out there.
Instant. It's instant.
Yeah. One more thing is that I don't think the game my main problem with the game is the combat. Like the combat gameplay. Like it easily could change over time. I could be like, wow, I actually like this game. But so far since the alpha, since I played it, it hasn't changed. Like I've gotten to like relatively high ranks, and I just get bored. Like the game just feels like it gets worse as I get higher rank. Comparatively to Overwatch, where the game feels better in Overwatch as you get higher rank, because people start playing better comms. Stuff dies the same rate. But I feel like in Rivals, like people just get better at like keeping each other alive, and just like, what am I doing here? What am I? It's like, you know what I mean?
Do you want to know why? Because at the highest level, and I've actually expertise on this, because I've casted Rivals now. I've seen the esport. I follow the esport. At the highest level, the game, not all the time, because I know there might be some Rivals esports people that are like, they'll jump in and be like X and Y and thing. But like generally speaking, the game revolves around mostly everyone just grouping up together as a massive stack of 6. Because off angling doesn't exist. You get punished for taking angles. You get punished for not just hard stacking with your team. It's revolved around getting ultimates. I always go back to like fights that I've seen literally casted in some of the esports where nothing happens, for no kills happen, 0 kills happen. Everybody in the lobby, 12 people in the lobby get ultimates, and then everyone throws ultimates. They don't wait till all 12. Obviously, one person gets an ultimate, then another person gets an ultimate, and then you get 12 ultimates thrown in there over the course of like 20 seconds, and then the fight is over. And the next fight happens, nothing happens because no ultimates are there. We're waiting, everyone's just poking, and you're like kind of engaged, but not really. But and then again, somebody gets an ultimate, boom, ultimate comes down, and then 11 more ultimates come down, and then the fight is over. It's so ultimate focused,
design.
and
it's focused. Exactly, and it's focused
the longer
around
the
like,
team fight,
oh,
the
is
more
there?
dopamine, and the more dopamine, the more it's Candy Crush for hero shooters is what it is. So
Yeah, it's a very
it's a gross
Yeah,
it's a
yeah.
gross
Oh,
simplification.
man.
It's a gross simplification, of
Oh.
course, and I think that there is depth that is there. Like a lot of these character designs are really complex and really cool, but when if it's by design, because there's no reason to have a 12-second support ult otherwise.
They won't nerf it. They refuse to nerf it.
They want the fights to
I
be
don't know why.
drawn out. They want
They
the
also-
fights to be drawn out. So it's not that it's a skillless
also-
game. Like you look at you look at somebody like Aramori playing support, right? Like those brief moments where she has to literally respond instantaneously with that. That's really high skill, but it's like those brief moments, and then it's just very dull. And then the brief moment, and then very dull. Like it's the same thing with Magneto and a lot of other things too. Which is
I need to say something. I was this story time for
Okay,
like briefly, but
Go for it.
people have been trying to get me to play my Rivals. People have been trying to get me to compete in that game. You know what? Like, I was like, okay, get me to scrim. So I scrimmed with 3 people that are currently signed and 3 people that have never scrimmed the game before. And we played against like a top 3 or 4 team. I think they got like they got pretty high in the recent tournaments. I've never scrimmed. I have probably like 60 hours in the game, simply off just like understanding Overwatch at like a basic macro level, having 3 players that actually know what they're doing. We were able to like pretty much go even and almost like win. Like that should never happen. That should never happen in a game like this, where these people have dumped 500 plus hours into a game. And fresh off, never played group before in my life. Literally have probably 2 hours in group, probably played 30 minutes a thing, and I'm playing these heroes. I'm getting value, and I'm thinking like, would someone just be able to come from rivals to Overwatch and be able to show up in a scrim and be able to like shoot back? No, there's no world. 5v5 or 6v6. There is no world.
But Hawk, you're also like, I'm no glazing here, but you're probably like in the top 2 or 3 best Western tanks literally ever to play Overwatch. So like, let's just kind of give that disclaimer.
Hashtag
here.
ad.
Like, I'm just saying, you know, like you're not, you're.
No,
like, I agree with you, but I am saying like you are the GOAT of tanking in the West. So like I take the compliment and run with it.
Can I jump in?
Yeah.
I mean, because I know Sam wants to go as well, so I'll try
Avrol's
to keep
gonna
it
be
short.
like, "Can I jump in?" Actually, it was this guy. This guy was the
No. I just want to say, like, I don't want to. I want to be careful not to disrespect the pro players or the people that play the high level, because I know what I said might sound that way. That's not what my point is. My point just is like, having seen both games at the highest levels, there's a lot more depth to Overwatch at the highest level, even just on mechanics alone. I think Overwatch is a way more mechanically intensive game, and of course people will bring up like, oh yeah, but what about this character and that here? It's like, no, I still think Overwatch has greater requirement out of you on the mechanic level. And it's funny because I think the higher you get in Marvel Rivals, the higher rank you get, the higher level you get once you start scrimming, maybe play the tournament level, the game becomes more of a cooldown tracking, cooldown trading game, more than anything to do with your raw mechanics of like shooting or aiming or anything like that. I'm not to say that those.
Is it like
I'm not
Goats?
saying
Is
those
it like
things don't
similar
exist.
to what
It
Goats
is.
was?
It
You
basically
have to hit your
I'm not-
combos. You have
I'm
to
not
combo
saying-
them. You have to one-shot them, or you literally have no chance to win.
Yes,
Like,
because if you think, and again, I'm not saying no mechanics apply, but if you think supports being crazy in Marvel generally is like insane and bad for the game, wait till you see the highest level where the supports like Aramori is so good, and she's a great player by the way, she's fantastic. She recently reached rank 1, amazing player. But when you get that good at support, people aren't dying. No one's dying. This is why you can't like just take a flank. You can't just like make a play without an ultimate. You have to rely on these kind of team play combos, one shots. If you watch the esports, well, this is what it's based on. The esports is based on finding your combos and getting these combo one shots, and ideally either through a support ultimate or around a support ultimate when they don't have it. Good luck with that one, because the ultimates charge so fucking quick, by the way. It's ridiculous how fast ultimates charge. They need a global ult charge nerf by like at least 25%, but these things won't happen. Why? Because engagement-wise, Marvel do this on purpose, or Nate do this on purpose. They want higher engagement. That's why, like Spilo said, the 12-second Luna ultimates, that's why the healing is so high, because it feels better when you're a support and you heal giga amounts. It feels good as a support. It feels good as a DPS. It feels good as a DPS to be Iron Man and one-shot the whole team, or be Punisher and just like laser beam some dude down with infinite damage. It feels good. The whole game is played to the maximum dopamine receptor, like neurons firing as possible, right? And I'm going to be careful what I'm going to say here as well, this next one, because it might be a contentious topic. But look, I'm not a prude, but when you see these like Guna baity kind of skins, it's on purpose. It's like they know what they're doing. These things are designed to sell. They want you to buy it. They want to flare your neurons or your dopamine receptor. This is all what it comes down to. It's just like, it's not done for the benefit of the game. Okay, having a booba skin doesn't improve the game, but it might sell more skins. We just need to be honest about these things. Again, I'm not a prude. I'm not saying like, oh, I hate boobs or some shit. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, like, understand that these things aren't made to improve the game. They're made to sell fucking skins. They're made to increase engagement so they can buy more shit.
Can I add on to this, SBB, real quick?
SVB, you are muted. SVB, you're muted.
He
This
just
is the
spit so much
time. He was spitting, man.
Sorry, I was mute. I was trying not to laugh, but I was just gonna say that it's on it's canon now that Avril hates boobs. That's the one takeaway you should have from that.
One thing, really quick, Smito. SVB, I do have a topic about 5v5 and 66 that I want to touch on at some point here. So just
yes, and I was gonna try and bring it back as well. But
I want to hear what Sam was to say.
Real quick.
response.
No, that's something that. That's another thing that Rivals just made me reevaluate altogether, because that's something I gave Overwatch shit for. I was like, dude, like these fucking Gunner skins, there's no stopping this shit anymore. It's out there. It's unstoppable. It's just gonna sell, and it's I guess it's just Gen Alpha, dude, or whatever it is now. I'm like, we're like the last of the millennials out here. I don't fucking know,
Hey,
but
Sam,
I want to walk my take back on this too, because you just can't stop it anymore.
Sam, but is Overwatch more for the girlies or what? Like, you've got to address these allegations,
yes,
my friend.
yes, it is.
You have
It
to
is.
address these
Overwatch.
allegations.
Listen, people. I'm gonna address it.
Please
People
do.
got fucking mad at me for some shit.
I don't know if
that
I
we
should
didn't
stop
say.
Sam. As his friend, I don't know if I should stop him
Listen,
right now.
listen. We have said this shit for 5 fucking years. Now, I will admit the climate of the world has changed quite a bit, so that is on me. But we said this shit for 5 fucking years. I don't care how mad people get about it. It is fucking facts. When I load up the game and there's K-pop blaring in my ear, listen, that Overwatch is absolutely for the girlies and the gays, and I don't care how mad people get about that. It is facts, and they nail it. And everybody knows that shit's true.
It's about you.
Everybody
It's
knows
about
it is.
the delivery, and I think the context. I think here is the crucial.
Yeah,
thing.
that's true too.
Yeah,
that is true.
You gotta
Yeah.
level up your game, my friend.
I do. I admit.
It's official now that Sam has spit it. I mean, I'm just gonna put a pin. I'm gonna put a pin in this part because we could have a whole separate 2-3 hour podcast on just like all of this, the duality between the next generation being more open to sex, but also more prudish, and this like the consequence of these skins and all that. But
Sorry, I opened that can of worm. I'm a big can of worm opener.
I wanna bring it back to the 5.5.6.6 thing because I was gonna say, you guys have been getting along so swell. Can't have that. So I need to bring it back to the thing that I said I would bring it back to eventually, which is the question Avril posed, or Hawk posed to Avril, about tank synergies. And I was going to bring it in with Marvel Rivals because obviously Marvel Rivals, I was going to ask you guys like how you feel about the synergistic elements of Marvel Rivals, right? Because that's a big thing that we said was potentially problematic in Overwatch 1, the tank synergy. So firstly, how has Marvel Rivals done the synergy part? And then, Avril, you'll get the chance to answer that question about what you find problematic in Overwatch 1 and open queue type tank situations. Sam, you got your hand up right now.
In terms of the synergy, I actually like it. I think perks are better because they're more consistent. I like the team ups though. Like some of them get boring and annoying at times, but like so does the game balance in general. I still consider it to be like an iteration. I don't think the synergy outside of team ups is better. Like it doesn't feel better chaining abilities like on Rivals as it did. It's like, yo, when your Monkey Diva dives is over in Overwatch and you like hit it, right? Or you hit something together. Like that was like Hawk, I know you remember this, the clip of like SBB and like Joe and Miro on Volskaya, and they were attacking second and they had the perfect dive on like the high ground in the back. Do you guys, Spilo, you remember that clip too, where they had that perfect dive? Like just a great moment. Like Rivals to me doesn't like have those. You see that with Venom a little bit more now. Again, I think Rivals are so much like spam that it's like it's like the fighter games of like hero shooters where like everybody's button mashing and shit. So like I think there's like you don't feel the synergy as much, but I think team ups are really, really cool. I really like that element of it. I wouldn't say they're better than perks because they're conditional and perks aren't conditional. So I would say that I like it and I think it was a good iteration. But you know, it's solid. It's solid, I would say. Solid, but not god tier by any means.
Yeah, when you said SBB as in Savio, for a second I think you said SBB, and I was like, when was I diving with Miro in the battle? I don't remember that game.
SBB on his Tracer.
I mean, I am the Tracer goat, but you know, when was I doing that with Miro? But yeah, who kind of wants to chime in right now on the synergy aspect? I kind of want to save Avril to let him kind of answer two birds with one stone, but. Hawk and Spilo, maybe you guys want to talk about like the synergistic elements in Marvel Rivals?
I mean, I just think some of the team ups some of the team ups are just like stupid. I don't know. There's no other words to describe it. I just think like the res one is just so stupid. The Namor one is just so stupid. Like I think like you just get a free res just for picking heroes together like at full HP. Like why is that in the game? It doesn't make sense to me. It's like so game changing when you have that. Yeah, engagement. I mean, obviously, it was a rhetorical question. I know why it's in the game. It's a casual game, but it's not meant to be taken seriously. But if I'm trying to take it seriously, that type of stuff pisses me off. Like, it's like if that was an Overwatch, like I would be so tilted, immediately tilted. Like I would be like, wow, why is that in the game? Like, I mean, the other tank synergies in that game, they don't really feel like. I mean, obviously, there's good tank synergies in that game, but it feels more like modern Overwatch, like the 66 Overwatch that we have now, where you can play more stuff together, and it's like not as strict as it once was because there's more options. But yeah, that's about it.
I'm kind of neutral on the
Spilo,
synergies.
how about you?
Within Rivals, like there aren't a lot of synergies. You kind of just play whatever works together. I think the team ups, as Sam said, is probably the main synergy thing. But I think that while the concept is really cool and it encourages people to pick different characters, which I think is really good, I actually think it's way underexplored within Rivals. I think that the best synergies, the best team ups are the ones that are kind of like a two-way street where both parties benefit and both parties benefit from active choice. Like, it's not like, even to go off of what Hawk was saying, like, not just the res one, that's an egregious example, but even like you get 10% more healing. Like, wow, yip skippity doo, that's fun. You know, it doesn't really feel, there's nothing, I know we always beat the horse with Ryan Zarya, but even stuff like Brigitte Zen, right, where you have these supports that are lower healing, but can complement each other's weaknesses in different ways. I don't see as much of that in Rivals. I don't think that has to be a thing, though, to be clear. Like, I think in many ways it can lead to, obviously, like, overpowered synergies and things that are more reliant, but we want to avoid, if you're going to have team-ups, synergies, whether it's through tank or DPS or support, you want to avoid things like powering up Namor's turrets, but Luna so basically just gets like healing output or whatever. I don't think that's actually the case anymore. You want to avoid stuff like Mercy and Hitscan. Like, no offense, Mercy paired with Hitscan is the least interesting thing to play with, against, or as Mercy. Like, it's the worst Mercy playstyle. Like, Mercy players don't like that. Like, the ones that actually enjoy the character, right? Like, it's just not fun. You stand there. It's the worst aspect of the character, right? So it's like, those are the type of synergies that are not unique to Rivals. They're not unique to Overwatch. They're just toxic, right? Whereas the things that require active participation from both ends, good timing, good communication, whether it's utility through bubbles or matrices or even burst healing or debuffs or whatever else. I think those are the more interesting things. I don't think you have to have those within Overwatch necessarily, whether it's 66 or 5v5. It's okay to have kind of two jack-of-all-trades tanks, and Hazard, Doomfist, they don't have any direct synergies, but they do their things together. Sure, that's fine too. Rivals could do that too. But I do think that the synergies that are really strong but are really boring for certain parties is like, you don't want those in your game. That's not fun team play.
I think this is good to turn it over to Avril. I will just say that Spilo has officially fulfilled his role as substitute for Jake by using the word egregious in a sentence. So that's good Jake roleplay.
Yeah.
But now let's take it over to Avril. Avril, synergies, both, maybe you want to talk about Rivals, maybe you want to talk about Overwatch, but I think obviously this is also your chance to address the question Hawk posed to you a long time ago.
Okay, so these are kind of two separate things a little bit. Let's see if, I don't know if I can link them or not, but talk about Marvel Rivals first. First of all, I'm not a fan of team ups at all, and the reason why is it feels forced. It's like perks, but it's forced. It requires that another player on your team pick a specific hero for you to get the benefit that you need on your hero. And for some heroes, the hero just doesn't play nearly as well without it. And then some of the team ups as well, as we talked about, like, it's just like, some of them can be crazy good, and some of them are just unbelievably mid and just awful. And I just don't like that the game kind of shoves you towards the direction of, you need to play these two guys together. More of tank synergy or any type of synergy, any hero synergy, should be organic to the game, where these two heroes kind of do things that benefit each other in some sort of symbiotic way, or they just help each other in more of a natural way that is there because the design of the heroes, not because the game literally says you need to play this hero and that hero to get this benefit. Like, it just feels unbelievably forced in the game, and creates weird scenarios where, I know that they don't care that much about balance, but you have to consider that, like, the difference between some heroes having the team ups and not is just insane. And having that kind of burden in the average game, in a very organized game where people are picking their compositions on purpose, whatever. But for the average player, you're in a solo queue situation, whether your teammate's going to help, like, support you with team ups or not, it's just a complete shit show, man. Like, you're just going to roll the dice on that one, and you're going to get into weird player psychology issues where, like, do people get, like, pressured into certain things to try and I pick for you, or you have to pick for them, blah blah blah. It's just annoying. So to dive into the Overwatch side here, so I'll make a couple of concessions first. The couple of concessions I'll make is that I think with the way the new tanks in Overwatch are, we are far less reliant on tank synergies existing to succeed. But the problem is those old tank designs still exist, and they still, in my opinion, still cause some problems. Perks mitigate some of this stuff as well. So tank synergies being a little bit too important to the game as far as 6v6, as far as the last debate went, is not as relevant. It still is in my mind, but it's not as like this is so and this is like, you know, the make or break point for me that I had sort of back then. It is still an important thing now, but I think the way Overwatch is heading, it might be less of a thing in future. But essentially, it boils down to the fact that tank within its own role has more important synergies in terms of how impactful those synergies are in their own role compared to any other role. So it's not even just like how strong it is at the upper level, it's how much you miss out at the bottom level when you don't have that, or when you have anti-synergy and you're picking the wrong tanks together. So there's a gap there. So you have an existing gap between the bottom and the upper limits. And so that gap is really huge. So that gap is, in my mind, larger than the support or DPS synergy situation. In DPS side, yeah, I mean, you could pick you could pick a Tracer and engage together, and they can dive in together, and that's great. But if you picked two DPSs that don't necessarily do the same thing, maybe one dive DPS and a hit scan, not that big of a deal. You can pick two hit scans. DPS is pretty broad in terms of how you want to play the DPS, and there's not that much requirement for your DPS partner to play around you and pick for you. Supports, slightly more so, but still not that much. Yes, Brig Anna and stuff like that do exist. Yes, I watched the Derpy video. Yes, there are support duos that are going to be better than some other support duos that you can have. There's going to be a bit of a gap there. I'm not saying it doesn't exist on support, but I'm saying the gap between negative synergy and really high synergy on tank is just the largest gap in the game. And it comes down to the fact that tanks just need the most support in the game. Tanks, especially Overwatch 1 tank design, require you to have, for example, Ryan is a great example, your team needs to really play around you. Your team needs to pick around you. Your team needs to do things to enable your character, because you have such raw, apparent, obvious weaknesses that if you don't have your team supporting you, from the supports literally heal botting you and just like putting a ton of effort into you, apps having to lamp you and all this kind of stuff. You might even have a DPS situation where Symmetras might need to teleport you around. Consider that London Spitfire and Hardy, you know, they can only make Rhine work when the entire comp is built around the Rhine and everything is built around to allow the Rhine to succeed, right? Then obviously you want to have an off tank, which then can mitigate more of the weaknesses, a Diva or a Zarya or something, some sort of off tank. And obviously we always go back to the Diva and Zarya because they're the quintessential off tanks. And, you know, I think off tanks are just weird in this game. It's a tough one for me because I like off tanks in the fact that I think they're like nice in terms of mechanical design, but I don't want the game to revolve around you need like a main tank and an off tank. Maybe Hawk's about to tell me very soon that in the super high level ranks that's not the case, and you don't have to have a main tank and an off tank. But the history of how two tanking works and duo tanking, the thing that people unfortunately like about 6v6, oh, I love the tank synergies. Well, guess what? The tank synergies is the part that I think holds back 6v6 the most, because that's the thing that, to me, to really succeed in your team to win, tank synergy isn't just something that is nice and you should do to try and win the game. It becomes nearly a requirement. Right, it becomes a sort of situation where if your team has synergistic tanks in playing synergistically and helping each other, and the other team does not, it becomes really, really hard for the other team. Maybe good players at a higher rank have a different experience, but in low ranks, man, it's a shit show. It's really bad. Every single 6v6 game I play in Open Queue right now, if I pick around my other tank, I play all roles, but if I play tank, and I pick around my other tank, or they pick around me, or the other team doesn't, we roll them. If the opposite happens, they roll us. It's like the night and day difference is so extreme in that particular role that I just think it's still pretty egregious. Maybe it's better now in 2025 than it was before, but I still think it's an important topic.
Hawk, does that sufficiently answer your initial query? Like, are you like, I can see that?
I can see that, but at the same time, like, my experience just has not been like close to the same, where I've thought, man, like, we just can't win if we don't have this energy. Like, I've had many games where we're just playing, like, I mean, most games, like, people are just playing random stuff. Like, if you play well, like, you get this scenario where you pick around your other tank, but imagine you're just the tank that you everyone else picking around you. Like, you pick, let's say you're an insane Sigma player, and you just play Sigma, and you're the best Sigma player. You'll just, like, in the lobby, you're the best player in the lobby. Like, you'll just be able to impact the game so much, because it's not about what you pick in the synergy wise as much as it was. It's about how you play, and that's what I like about it right now. Like, there's so much room for execution rather than one, blatant counterpicking, two, blatant obvious play styles that you have to play as. Like, I am so relieved that I don't have to sit main on Diva Like, oh my god, like it is like I remember we did like a coaching test maybe like a year ago or so.
Yeah, I was
I'm
gonna
like,
bring it up.
I'm like, I don't know what I'm supposed to tell you here. Like, there's nothing I can't tell you to go flank. I can't tell you to do this because you'll just end up throwing the game for your team. But like, it's so nice. Like, there's so many windows to just punish people that even are synergy, like picking synergy. Like, there's so much room for execution. That's like, it's one of the reasons it's been so fun for me is that you actually have to play well. You can't just pick the equivalent of double shield because that doesn't exist anymore. You can't just pick the equivalent of, Winston Diva because I'm gonna be honest. I think Winston Diva loses most of the time to a good ball and Hazard. If they're playing ball Hazard, these heroes don't really have any synergy, natural synergy. But I genuinely believe that these heroes lose to them if they play well. Like it's not an obvious win. It's not an inherent like dub if you just pick synergies. Like I think they've done a really neat thing here where it's opened up the role similar to Overwatch 2 support where the main tank and off tank lines are blurred. Like these heroes have been introduced in a solo tank environment and now they're being transferred back into it and the lines are blurred. Like someone might be able to play Doom, which is in different play styles, or you might be able to play Diva back in her original playstyles of I'm a good rush diva, I'm a good dive diva, I'm good at peeling, I'm good at doing these types of things. And there's so much more depth. It's like chess. It's chess compared to checkers 5.5 tank. Like my brain is firing on so many more cylinders, trying to find ways to find advantages for my team rather than just sitting main, hoping people get kills. And it's so much more interesting for me. Like maybe that's just because I'm a high level player, but like I'm having so much fun. I'm like wow, like I feel like I'm even if I'm an extra player in the game, like theoretically, like I have less individual impact. I feel that I personally have more impact on tank in 6v6. Even with less stats, I'm doing more with less stats than doing less with more in 5v5.
I have a question. Obviously, this is going to be maybe hard to answer. It's going to end up being a hypothetical because no one's currently scrimming 6v6 to my knowledge because there's no competition for it. There'll be no reason to scrim 6v6. But hypothetically, if you were to scrim 6v6 or we changed esports to 6v6 and everyone played 6v6 at the highest level, do you think, on average, assuming two teams of equal skill level, that the Winston Diva team wouldn't win more win rate percentage-wise than the Hazard Ball team?
No, I don't. I think if you're playing against Jumping on Ball, you're gonna get dominated.
So equal skill level. So let's
equal skill level.
Crazy Raccoon. Let's copy paste Crazy Raccoon. They scrim themselves. If you could clone Crazy Raccoon, they can scrim themselves. Well, let's not use outliers. Let's remove. Okay, because let's remove the fact that Jim is the best. Because the problem is we're getting to outliers. So Jim is the best in the world. That's kind of like that gets into weird territory. So let's just pretend they're just like equal skill level. You're not playing against Jim, the best ball player in the world. It's just like everyone's equal skill level. Everyone's like, I don't know, GM or some shit. And then, are you saying the Winston Diva team doesn't win more than the Hazard Ball team? Seriously?
Maybe on a certain patch they do, but I'm saying there's still some execution like that is required. Like we're talking about people that play this game for a living. You're never ever going to get this execution in a ranked game, no matter what. So can I chime in really fast? You're primarily talking about ranked, but yeah, sorry.
No, I was gonna say because I think your analogy between Hazard and Ball and like Winston Diva is definitely accurate. I think that you talk about two relatively flexible tanks that are relatively well performing and have relatively high skill ceilings. But I think Avril, the impression that I got from your point wasn't so much Hazard Ball versus Winston Diva. It's those, again, we hate to say it, but it's the Roadhog Malga. It's the bottom seller outliers. So like when you have the power of tank synergy, you also have the responsibility of a really bad potential tank combo, right? And my argument for that is like, I agree with you 100%. All of my worst 6v6 games were with the really bad hero on the really bad map multiplied by 2. Every time. Worst 6v6 games are those right there. But my argument is that I think that is much less of a problem now, and I think we've kind of discussed that in the current environment of Overwatch 2 right now. Like if you go back to 2019, right, and you think about not just perks, not just the built-in things like double fire strike, being able to cancel pin, et cetera, right? Like ignoring those limitations, because that's already enough flexibility. But you also don't have Hazard. You don't have Junker Queen. You don't have a lot of these other things. You don't have tank Doomfist, right? You really just, if you were Ryan, you had Zarya, you had Diva, or that was it. you were trolling, right? And so what I have found that in my 66 games, whether it was with the workshop code, whether it was quick play, whether it's with the open queue, I don't have those outlier games nearly as often. It's just a statistical outlier where I have a really, really bad tank combo. And when I do, I can go, well, at least my Zarya can ult fire herself to high ground, right? Like if I'm playing double off take, at least she can do those things. But I do think that is an important point though, that like we're not necessarily, I'm not as personally concerned about the OP tank synergy. I think it's less likely that I'm more concerned about the really, really bad combos. And if I could really quickly segue, I want to address, Avril, your point about tank synergies. I think part of the thing is that they're very visible, but Hawk, when we talk about constructing compositions for literally 8-9 years, it's always been long range, short range character composition, almost exclusively on DPS. And it has almost always been, I hate to use these terms, main healer, off healer. Lucio Brig really filling off those off healer roles more often than not. And it's really just been that, right? So like how many times do you see Moira BAP working in top 500, right? It doesn't happen. It's basically as bad as a bad tank synergy. How many times do you see, you pick like Reaper Junkrat on Gibraltar? You need a hit scan. You need a hit scan on Gibraltar first, otherwise you're kind of screwed, right? So I agree with you, Avril, that like the tank synergy is probably the most important, but I think it's only because the visibility. Nobody ever pays attention to why do we always have a hit scan tracer meta? Why is that always the case? Why has that been the case off and on for years now? And it's because of those synergies that we don't even talk about.
Not just visibility. It's not just visibility. Mathematically, it also checks out that tank's synergy with damage mitigation is more valuable and impactful. Damage and healing operate in a 1-to-1 ratio. Outside of very specific scenarios where I can name them for you right now, Bionade will impact your healing rate. And what else? Armor, technically, if you look at it from my angle, armor is technically healing efficiency because you deal less damage to armor, but you heal armor the same as HP, which you can either see it from the angle of its damage reduction, or you can see it from the angle of its healing efficiency because you essentially heal more for the amount of damage you take. What it basically saying is it deviates from the 1-to-1. 1 damage equals 1 healing. When that deviates, it deviates only through very specific things like armor or Bionade. But when you talk about damage mitigation, it completely blows the door open. This is where I get the difference between the linear or the additive difference between healing and damage versus the multiplicative influence and impact of damage mitigation, where things like Matrix and Spear Spin mitigate infinite damage. Obviously, there's beam weapons, but beam weapons are very few in the game. There's not that many. There's like 3 heroes or something like that. Majority of damage is mitigatable by things like defensive matrix and spear spin. And even when you get into things like shields, shields on like a normal scale, 1 shield HP is 1 damage, right? We get that. But when you get to another situation, shields can also hypothetically mitigate infinitely against 1 damage source. When you consider that 1 HP a shield can block an entire Diva Bomb, right? 1 HP a bubble can block an entire Diva Bomb. So you get these interesting tank mitigation scenarios where tank mitigation completely breaks the 1-to-1 relationship between damage and healing to the point where, like, when you enable tank damage mitigation on top of each other, stacking against each other, you have less damage windows. You can actually impact the tanks and damage the tanks unless they're making a mistake, or you're playing so well that they blow through all their mitigation cooldowns, you just find them open. At least in 5v5, those windows are more apparent. You don't have a second tank that is then overlaying the mitigation on top of the first tank when its cooldowns are gone. One of my biggest issues with double shield is not that you could put down 2 shields at the same time. It was that you could trade the shield cooldown. So you break 1 shield, oh, there's the other shield from the second tank comes down. You break that shield, guess what? The first tank shield comes off cooldown, now his shield is back. That was the most egregious part of 2 shields, not that both shields got played at the same time.
Yeah, but you trade that off for more vulnerability before and after. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a trade-off, right? So there's during that brief moment, the timing, tempo, 66 is inherently, I think, more tempo focused, like where the timing of the cooldowns is really important, like to take a favorable trade, right? But that's also, go ahead, SCB, I'm sorry.
Yeah, all I'm going to say is that, firstly, Spilo, you're supposed to be on his fucking side, so I don't know what you're doing.
I'm for tank synergy. If we're going to have 66, I'm not against tank synergy.
I know, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Yeah. It's totally fine. But also, I know that we are pressed for time, so all I'm going to ask is that each of you, I want all of you to express whatever you have in Express, but try and summarize like your last sort of things that you want to
I
say.
have a really
right now,
important
and then we're
topic
gonna
I would
leave.
like to talk about really
Yes.
fast, because I
Go
think
ahead.
maybe the most important thing about 5v5 and 66 that I reap about but nobody else yaps about, it's the space problem in Overwatch. And we touched on it earlier, Hawk, where you talked about there's a little bit like there's a very heavy focus on favorable cooldown trades, taking good tank trades, not to the point of Marvel Rivals in that aspect at all, but like taking good tank trades and then taking space as a result. Whereas 5v5, there is almost always a lane or an angle available for you to take basically immediately and as an attacker, almost always, depending on the map, of course. And this is married with a lot of Overwatch 2 map reworks, which for the most part have been really good, right? So we have a lot more space to work with, okay? My preference for skill expression has been that space. Taking a space. People make fun of me for the angle guy. I'm like the only non-Korean coach that apparently knows what an angle is, it feels like sometimes. And it's like, that has always been my preference, right? Which is like, I like space, I like angles, I like dive, I like tracers and Genjis and staging and proactivity and Kiriko's taking flanks, and I pull my hair out when I see my support sitting in the back line. That's my preferred skill expression. 66 doesn't have as much of that because there is more congestion. Now, Smito has made the very good argument that it is easier for DPS to contest tanks controlling space because you can take favorable trades with that tank. And that is true, but it is a more multi-step process, and if you can actually take that trade or not. So for me, I've always looked at, hang on, let me finish my thought here. I've always looked at 66 as like the fundamentally more cooldown oriented, favorable cooldown trade. You talked about your enjoyment of support, like focusing and healing your tank and hitting a cooldown on that tank and trading the tank. And Lucio has a lot more to do with. Like, I think that is just objectively true, and I think it's anyone's subjective preference about which one you perform more. Mine is just, I like having more space. The topic I want to get to, though, is that whenever I play 6v6, I feel Defender's advantage a lot heavier than I do with 5v5. I feel that congestion a lot more, even with these reworked maps. It's not a negative thing all the way. It's really fun to hold a choke with characters as that tank or as that DPS. But I think that like this is one of those, I think, inherent weaknesses of 66 that I don't think that you can necessarily patch away, is that Defender's advantage becomes much more of a real thing that you have to factor into the player experience. It's not a bad thing. It doesn't mean the 66 is worse. It's just something we have to be aware of, right? And so it's in the same manner that at 5v5, that solo tank feels unmovable in that one spot, right? So
yeah,
what do you prefer as a player? Do you prefer to kind of creatively express your skill through taking space? That's my preference. Or do you prefer it by taking better and smarter cooldown trades? That's other people's preference. And I think that that's really where we can find what do players actually enjoy. And if we go with 5v5, can we mitigate that weakness of 5v5? And if we go with 6v6, can we mitigate that weakness of 6v6, where it can really feel like every 6v6 game generally ends on a choke. Pretty much always ends on a choke. Now, where that choke is, it depends. But.
So sorry, I know. Sorry. I know you want to chime in. I know Hawk wants to chime in. But I'm conscious that Sam has to go in like 5 minutes. So I'm going to let Sam give your thoughts. Sam, if you have to like run, give your concluding thoughts.
I gotta
as well,
give, and then I'm running. You guys keep going. So
give your concluding thoughts as well, which is just like what you want to see from the future of.
Do we want after this?
Yeah. So okay, yeah, you got it, buddy. Look, I will say that I think that the debate was very productive. Like from the first one to now, I think Rivals being involved has been very productive. I'm actually really happy with how things have gone. I'm happy that, like, to be honest, like there was like after Rivals came out, like I didn't have Overwatch installed for like 2 months until like 6v6 perks came out. Like I hadn't played, like I was frankly just done with the game. Like it didn't have a big offering for me, but then they came out with 6v6 and perk watch, and like it is a very definite upgrade in my opinion. I think to add on to what Hawk said, I think the most important thing isn't actually the synergies, but the gameplay loop options, right? That's really the best part about 6v6 when everybody's more relative to each other. I think that, and not having a super character on the map, because the reality is what broke 6v6 to begin with was that there were 2 super characters on the map in Double Shield, maybe even 3, you could argue the backline, and now that that's not really the case as much anymore, and everybody's getting crazy stuff, everything feels much more relative. I love the gameplay loop. I love actually being able to play make on tanks. The game feels a million times better not shooting a raid boss tank and actually allowing myself to have gameplay options. The perks update was great. I love Rivals and the band system and the formats, really. And I think this is going to be a golden era for the hero shooter. I think more people should do what Avril said and appreciate that both games are there. and they both have their own unique offering, and everybody can kind of win in that regard. And we have a lot of lessons to learn. We're getting double the information, which is awesome. And I'm going to sit here and enjoy the competition. Anybody who's sitting here and thinking like that competition is a bad thing is crazy. I'm really excited to see where both of these games end up midsummer of this year. I think that's when it's really going to start. That's when the dust is going to settle and the marathon begins. And I'm going to enjoy the ride with my popcorn. So yeah, dude, I do have to go, guys. I got a meeting at 9, but I appreciate you for having me on SVP. You guys hold down the fort for me. Don't have too much fun, okay? Don't have too much fun. I know you guys are going to have a good time, but I appreciate you guys. I'll see y'all, okay?
I appreciate that. Yeah, this is when we're going to get into the real shit. Okay, so the overlay's going to mess up us a little bit, but I'll now go back. We won't spend too much longer because obviously I know I've taken already a lot of you guys' time, and with Sam gone, it feels weird to continue to do without it. But I will let you guys kind of finish these thoughts that you were on. So Avril.
Yeah,
what do you want to say?
I don't want to end without just closing the book on this one, but I would like to get Spider's response to what I'm saying about the fact that tank synergy is not just visible. I think it's mathematically just way more highly impactful based on what I said. I don't know if you need me to reiterate the thing again for you.
I go first, Chris?
No, well, my response will be super short, which is I understand, but it feels so philosophical to the point to where I would need to know numbers on that. I understand your point, but it's kind of like beyond the realm of like, I mean, I can also respond with the philosophy of like, yes, tank synergy is really OP, but compared to damage and healing output, it is locale focused. That is what is inherent.
Hang on, I gotta correct you. It's not that it's OP, it's the gap between the highest level and the lowest level, on top of it being potentially OP.
And I agree with I agree with you there. I agree with you there. Like the bad, I think the worst tank synergy versus the worst support synergy might be pretty close for me. But like I do mostly agree with you. I just think it's so philosophical that I honestly don't know that if I have an answer. I don't know, and that's really just conjecture.
Okay, fair enough.
All right, Hawk, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, like going back to this, you say it's like a multiplicative mitigation. And I understand that, like it's kind of like you get to execute it, and like there's like some like sort of like requirement for that. But I feel like the baseline mitigation that a tank gets in 5v5, like I can know you can go around, you could like shoot around them. Like this will go to space in a second, but the baseline mitigation of a 5v5 tank feels as if they are mitigating as two tanks in a tank line. Like I generally have a harder time killing a tank in 5v5 than I do in 66, and that is a entire tank line 66, two tanks, and that's a problem because I mean there's like 5 reasons for this. Like if we give one, each tank has less HP. 2, each tank has less resources individually. Their abilities are tuned down. Their cooldowns are a little higher. 3, like supports healing is split. Like that's a big thing. And then I think probably the biggest thing is that there's another player on the map also doing damage. So like you said, there's like mitigation, but there's also another player pumping damage into a tank, causing them to die way quicker. And of course, the fifth one, the fucking passives. The passives are the biggest thing. They provide so much passive mitigation, exponential mitigation in 5v5, and some tanks benefit more than the others. But like boot production is unreal. Is an unreal comparison between 5v5 and 6v6 right now. Like the boop. Being able to get boop a tank off you feels so much better as a support than just falling over and you're shooting them in the head and they're taking 25% less damage, and you're shooting this tank, he's sitting in the open, he's feeding, but you're only getting 50% of your ult. There's so many things that like just give passive exponential mitigation in the 5v5 format too, that I don't think we should ignore that, because you could have 2 of them, and if you execute perfectly, you have like 1 or 2 more seconds of like pure mitigation that like exponentially stacks. But like there's still a resource meter there that I think you can maneuver.
Yeah, no, I do. Look, listen, I'm happy to concede that in 5v5, tanks, particularly when the numbers are not tuned well, don't have enough, because it goes back to the damage window situation where like I argue that with 2 tanks can cover the damage windows better in terms of, okay, if one tank is on cooldown, another tank has a mitigation ability they use to cover the window. In a solo tank scenario, if the numbers are tuned poorly, then that can be a problem as well. Like you can have a hazard who drops down, or he can hold down right click and that runs out and you drop down a wall and then he just leaps away because the cooldown's on and it's just like you feel like you can't punish them. Ball is probably the most egregious example of a tank that in 5v5 feels extremely difficult to punish. So I would agree that in 5v5 tanks probably need more obvious windows where you can punish them. But I think if there's a way to better navigate the 6v6 scenario of two tanks, the difference between two tanks working well together, feeling so much more ridiculously strong and impactful to the game than the opposite. And again, people will say, like, again, it's not the same on DPS or support. Yes, if you play, what was the example, Moira or Mercy or something, it's not going to be great. But you can't tell me that's worse than, like, a Hog Malga. It's like the tank one is so much worse because the tanks feed way more. They got to feed way more ult charge. Their deaths are going to, and yeah, it is more noticeable, but it's more noticeable because I think it's also because it's more impactful. I do think those two things are also linked as well. So and for what it's worth, I also do concede that in like modern 2025 Overwatch, this basically right now is my concluding thought as well. In modern Overwatch 2025, 6v6 has at least improved those issues quite a bit with modern tank design. They just got to do something about the old tanks. This is going to sound crazy, but I don't like the off-tank, main tank situation. I would like it if all the tanks were kind of like a Queen, Hazard, can do their own thing. They don't require as much support from the rest of the team. It's not just like, you know, people talk about team play in 6v6. It's like, it's great. I like team play, but I don't like it if it becomes a requirement. Oh, you can't play a Rhine unless your team literally plays around you, and it's team play at that point isn't an option. It's if you don't have team play, you're just having the worst game ever.
Juno's
so
kind of a
I
good
don't
example.
want team play as a requirement.
Juno's kind of a good example of like that new support style that's kind of like that, where she can output enough healing, but she also has a lot of utility. So she can function as your tank healer, but she can also function as your flanker, you know, your flank support. And I think Kiriko as well.
Yeah. So the reason why I dislike off tanks is not because of the design. Dude, I like shooting. I think the fact that off tanks are more like mechanics based is amazing. But maybe then we should only have all off tanks. Either have all off tanks or all main tanks. So the reason why I'm saying, or just like none of those things. And actually, the better scenario is just to have more like modern, all-rounded tanks like the Queen and the Hazards and stuff like that. Or if Malga was better designed, but he's fundamentally not well designed. So the point is, like, when you have a distinct, especially it's way worse than Overwatch 1, a main tank off tank differentiation. It's not an option anymore. It becomes a requirement. It was way worse in Overwatch 1 admittedly than it is now. But it's like, you know, the old tanks still have that DNA in them. And it will always cause problems for me unless those issues are navigated. And to close up, I wouldn't mind if the entire game was only 6v6 in future, if it was proven to be the more popular game mode, statistically speaking. And if Blizzard could address some of the weak points of 6v6, either brought up by myself or Spilo or others, because there certainly are weaknesses in 6v6 that some people don't like to talk about it at all. Very, very similar to an Emperor's New Clothes situation. There's a bit of overlap between 6v6 people and Marvel fan base where like they just don't like to talk about the downsides. Not anyone on this panel, but just people out there in the world. So I'm open to the idea of like landing on 6v6 potentially as the game mode, because I will, again, I'll admit it, like at its peak when played perfectly, especially at the highest level, especially as an esport, it's actually better. It's actually the better game at that very highest level when you like overcome all the RNG of solo queue matchmaking. But we're going to do something about, if we're not going to do role queue, which I don't think we should anymore, because you got to make sure queue times are good in 6v6 format, then we got to do something about like the lows of potential open queue plus 6v6 at the same time, where like people just don't pick well and you just get like super fucking dog shit games because of the RNG or solo queue. Like that needs to be addressed massively in 6v6 for me to really buy into it.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think that's a sentiment probably everyone can agree on, and it's a good place to kind of head to the concluding, because I think the thing that I reflect on a lot from where we are now is that I think that the existence of both 6v655 and Marvel Rivals has kind of made everyone appreciate the other side a little bit more. I think like seeing 6v6 better now, like then 6v6 now, it was better than what it was when it was a problem in like whatever the time was before we switched, right? It's like, as you guys have already alluded to, it's like a lot of things have come in that have made them easier, whether that's perks, whether that's like just the actual designs of the heroes, the community, the like map design. All these elements have made 6v6 more favorable. At the same time, I think 5v5 has also improved, right? The devs have also improved 5v5 from like the original complaints of like the giga tanks that like are brainless and blah blah blah. But those gripes still exist for both sides. So there's like a fundamental problem I think that both sides still feel with the other mode. But it is encouraging that we've kind of reached a point where both of them feel better as a consequence of each other. Like they've learned lessons from each other. So I'll take it to Spilo in a second. But I think on that note, that's a good point to kind of bring it to a conclusion. Any thoughts you guys want to bring up of like how you want to reflect on everything we've spoken about now? Plus your concluding thoughts on where you want to see it go next. Like what is the future for the format of Overwatch? It could be short term. It could be like pie in the sky ideas. What do you want? Spilo, go ahead.
But before we go, I really want Hawk's thoughts on the whole discussion about like space versus cooldown trades.
Oh,
Because
sure.
I really think that's like cooked into the game, and you feel it the first 66 game you ever
play. Comparing to like Overwatch 1, I think removing Arista's pull was so bad for the space of the game in Overwatch 1. Like you could not take any angles in that game because you would just get pulled and you just die. So people just like congregated together in that game. But also the hero designs in Overwatch 2 have like promoted more flanking along with the regen pass that everyone has.
Yep, true.
There's more space in Overwatch 1, but it is still a problem. I will admit. But personally, I enjoy the space is more open for the tank player in 6v6 to take angles besides sitting main, and it's also more rewarding on tank when you do take the angle and you get the kill. Because whenever I walk up to somebody on 5v5 and solo tank and I kill them, I'm like, that was not impressive at all. Like this guy had no chance to kill me. There was no chance the person killed me unless they ganged up on me 3 or 4. Like it shouldn't take 3 or 4 people to take down someone because like the illusion's gone. Like I know how powerful and OP my role is in 5v5. Like it's blatant with how many stats they've given me. But I like the game where you get to fight for space. I think that's part of the game. You know, it could be frustrating in some scenarios, but I think that it adds a lot to like the neutral game of the game besides of, well, their Sojourn has this angle, my DPS isn't contesting this angle. It's a problem. Oh, their Sojourn got a kill. I'm 4v5. They're all on the point now. They're looking at me. Well, this fight's over. And it happens. This is a common theme. Like, this is not like something that happens, like, this happens most games where some person will just get a pick. And that's one of my reasons I love 6v6 so much is that a 5v6 is just so much more engaging than a 4v5. I hate 4v5. It's one of the, like, even the pro play, I hate it when someone got picked. It is so tilting. It is unbelievably tilting when your DPS just can't figure it out. It's one of the reasons why the West sucks in this game. They just can't figure out how to take angles from these Koreans. They can't figure it out. The supports and these DPS just can't figure out how to take these angles and win a duel. So you just lose off spawn so many times.
Malcolm is the solution. Malcolm.
And they still lose that. They still get dominated. It's like okay, well, yes, these angles these angles are like doable, but like the tank isn't really engaging them, and I'm a tank player and I enjoy that. But it's also like you can't really interact with the tank on the DPS and support role. It's just like I think it adds more to the game, and I like the longer team fights so much. Like it is so the adrenaline you get, the dopamine you get. I've played this game for 9 years, and it's still so thrilling when you get these like close games and it's back and forth, and people are coming back over and over and over again. I do think, side note, I do think group respawns at 66 might need an adjustment. I think sometimes you catch a wave too easily, and people get back way too quickly sometimes. But it's just the chaos is just so fun. Like it's like I just enjoy the depth of the game, and maybe it's because I'm like privileged at like a higher rank because of that. But like it's just so engaging. It's just like it is Candy Crush, like the Overwatch edition. It's just like it's
not the same.
Like,
yeah.
It's just so. It's just I don't know. Like I love this version of the game. Like it's just so amazing how like much depth there is just by adding another player, and it doesn't even have to be a tank. Like I don't know. It's just fun.
Yeah, and I think that illustrates well again, like, you know, the reasons why people gravitate towards one or the other, right? It's like there are trade-offs. We've said this many times. There's trade-offs to any format, but it's like if you prefer, like as you said, Hawk, like you prefer fighting for that space, like it's fine. Whereas for other people, they find it problematic, right? They're like, it makes the game more clustered, more congested. Spilo, like he says, you know, I prefer having the angles and the spacing. So I think that is ultimately what it's going to come down to, right? Like, hopefully we've illustrated the pros and cons of each side, but like ultimately you're going to fall one way. The sword's going to fall one way, and where it does is where you land on the format. So on that note then, Spilo, hopefully your question has been answered. Do you want to give me your concluding thoughts?
Sure. And I think Hawk did a good job kind of illustrating what I was talking about, where like, you know, one of the downsides of spacing in 5v5 is that the space that the tank does occupy generally is a lot harder to contest than it is in 6v6. So as somebody that kind of enjoys, I wouldn't exactly use the chess versus checkers analogy, but I enjoy the more freedom that a DPS and support can kind of positionally express immediately. I would prefer it from that perspective more so. But Hawk's point about taking those cooldown trades, having the dynamism of tank trades is something that is inherently more there in 6v6. And so it really going to depend on what you enjoy about that aspect. Is that better for the game? Is that better, easier to balance around? I don't really know. I am fine with 6v6 open queue. I've had a decent enough time playing it, more so than I have. I think the queue times is really important. I think they need to obviously check the stats on queue times and how often are we getting 222 in gold, silver, and bronze and plat. And obviously, like, kind of, because we all have our own biases of our experiences, and so they need to obviously consider the larger player base as a whole. One last point I want to talk about with 6v6, last tiny little detail. If Gavin Winter's still in chat, Gavin, they have to fix armor. They have to fix armor. The current iteration of armor is just absolute garbage and is a large part of the reason why Initiator Tank feels so bad, because the whole -5, -7 damage is so incredibly useless versus projectile DPS sources, spam damage sources, that you just get absolutely blown up. Like, your burst damage on Initiator Tanks is unbelievable if your name isn't Wrecking Ball. And it's because it's only effective versus Bastions and Tracers and stuff like that. Things that, like, it's nice that it's better versus Bastion Reaper, but like Junkrat, Hanzo, anything, it's unbelievable how fast you get bursted down, and they haven't fixed that. They've bounced between like a flat 30% damage reduction to 5. Okay, now it's 7. They need to have a min and max threshold. I have a whole video on how to fix it. I have a bunch of wannabe programmers on my Twitch chat that said it's really easy to implement. They need to implement it. It's not even a question of it has to be done. You need armor to be consistent damage output reduction from all damage resources, and then you can scale it to be stronger or weaker depending on how well it functions. And literally that compromises my enjoyment of 6v6, because armor tanks don't feel armored versus the projectile damage sources, especially because the space is so much more congested, so projectile damage sources do better. So that segue aside, 66 open queue is great. Hero design has helped the game out a lot. Perks have helped out the game a lot. Passive heal, like Hawk said, helped the game out a lot. The worst case scenario of getting the worst tank duo is still something that I want to keep an eye on. The scalability from worst tank combo to the best tank combo is something they'll need to continue to work on. Dynamism, good. Transferable hero skills, good. Let's just I'm open to anything, to be honest.
I'm sure I won't speak too much for Gavin, but I'm sure he would say, not my department, Spilo.
Yeah, I don't give a frick, buddy. I don't give a frick. He's got Blizz something, so obviously he's responsible for everything.
All complaints to the Blizzard must be directed towards Gavin. Okay. Yeah. I'll actually, I'll let Avril go next, and then Hawk can kind of sum up both sides of the 6v6 on behalf of Samito as well. So go ahead, Avril.
I've basically already done my conclusion, but the only thing I'll add is I'll speak towards a couple of things I think need to improve 5v5 as well, just so people would, obviously I already have been, but just in case there was any outstanding beliefs that I don't have any criticisms against 5v5. I've talked about counter picking already. There's not much else for me to add there except to say that maybe that would be further fixed by just being able to, again, so much of this comes back to just like needing to update the super outdated design of the original tanks in Overwatch. But beyond that, in 5v5, and I'm not too sure how you sort of even influences, but I think there's a player psychology issue of, if there is only one tank on the field, maybe it's the size of them, maybe it's how easy it is to hit them, but everyone is incentivized just to shoot the tank. The reason why they're giga tanky and super raid bossy and have all these passives like the headshot reduction is because they take so much brunt and so much heat that they need these things or they get blown up. And so the problem becomes is like, do we need to... This is part of the reason why people think I'm crazy for like, well, to smash the glass, delete the tanks. Part of the reason why is because the way tanks are in Overwatch, and maybe this is more of a 5v5 problem than 6v6, so, take the W 6v6 side, is the fact that there's a lot of focus. Actually, you know what? Even 6v6, there's a lot of focus on shooting the tanks. And so I don't know how you fix that. Maybe that's just what tank is. Everyone just loves shooting tanks, whether that's one tank or two tanks. But in one tank, it just feels worse because everyone's like, well, there's not a second tank, so I guess I just shoot this guy. Everyone just shoots tanks. The real beauty in 5v5 is when you just stop shooting, when you don't have to always shoot tanks. And if I play DPS, and you start thinking about the fact that, wait a minute, there's only one tank. I can take more angles. I can shoot anyone else. I don't have to shoot the tank all the time. that's when the gameplay and the beauty of 5v5 opens up to me, because then I'm like, dude, I'm not going to get contested on every angle. I'm not going to get marked on every angle because there's an off tank just flying at me like some diva just running at me with Matrix. That's not going to happen in 5v5. If there's one diva, they're gonna have to deal with a lot more. So I'm gonna have a lot more space as a DPS to be able to make things happen, or even as a support to maybe take an angle, look for a nade, or do something crazy, do something I wouldn't be able to do as comfortably or as easily in 6v6, just because there's less space on the map to play through, or more angles are going to be marked. And people, for some reason, the average player psychologically just doesn't think about that or want to do that, and I don't know how to make them do that. I think like if psychologically people just like stopped going for the easy dopamine of I must shoot tank and do only tank things for the entire game, you'd have a lot more fun in 5v5. Stop shooting the tank and shoot other people and you realize 5v5 is pretty damn good, but it's because people psychologically incentivize, or they just want to only shoot tanks. Tanks then feel bad if they're not tanky enough, and then we get to cascading issues of why tank in 5v5 is the way it is. So I think that's the problem that needs to be addressed in 5v5, and I don't know what the solution to that is. I don't have an easy one for that one, sadly. How do you fix player psychology? Do you make tank smaller? Do you delete the tank role, like I said? Do you just like you got to change tank pretty significantly for that to happen? I don't know.
I mean, yeah. I mean, Spilo's made many videos talking about how you can do these kind of tweaks to make incentivize certain behavior, but that is a development problem, right? You have to kind of figure out how to encourage certain things in your player while also giving them certain freedoms to do whatever the hell they want. So, Hawk, do you want to summarize? Maybe, I won't ask you to speak for Samito, but maybe just I know you guys have had discussions constantly, so
Mimic
speak
him.
like Sam. Exactly, do your best Sam impersonation. But yeah, just give us your overall concluding thoughts and your future like plans. Like, what are you hoping to see now that you got it actually back in the game?
Yeah, I did it alone. My concluding thoughts are that I'm just happy with the game it is right now. Like like you said, you kind of were done with the game a year ago. I was too. I was so done with the game. I was not happy with my life playing professionally at all anymore. Due to not even just the game, just because the scene. But it was time to move on. I was not happy at all, like I said. But yeah, like they pulled me back in. They made all these changes that I've wanted over the years, and whether it was to Rivals or not, I don't know if some of it might be, but probably most of it probably wasn't. Like, the game just feels really good right now, and for the future of it, I'm kind of worried because they have Stadium 5v5 roll lock. That's going to be they're going to start marketing that in the coming weeks. I guarantee it. Start pumping that, and that's another queue time they have to worry about. You have what else do you have? You have 5v5 roll queue, another queue to worry about, and then you have 6-6 open queue, another queue to worry about. And I mean, obviously open queue is a little like more open. You don't have to worry about queues as much, but you do start to worry because you're starting to see it right now. Like 5v5 queue times, at least in the higher ranks, are skyrocketed compared to when they used to be before 6v6. Like the queue times have gotten pretty bad. It might get worse with another mode like Stadium. They really need to start thinking about like what they want to do. Like, do they want to have 5v5 only be in Stadium, have 6v6 be the main competitive mode? Do they want to rotate each season? Do they want to try 6v6 roll queue? Like, there's a lot of questions that to answer. That I'm surprised that they even did 6v6 this much when they have Stadium planned. It's kind of like, what are they going for here? Like, I don't think they can have all three of these modes on at all times. I don't think they can, or else
that's a good point.
One of them is going to be irrelevant.
Can I chime in really fast? I think the Stadium's going to be the uber casual mode. I don't think it's going to affect your queue times at all. That's my prediction.
Yeah, I have my own like theoretical problems with Stadium, but it might be a uber casual mode, but it might not be. Maybe like it also begs the question like, do most players even care if it's 5v5 or 6v6? Like, will people like just play the game right now? If 6v6 is the main mode, they wouldn't really care. Like, you put it on the left side of the screen, how many more players are you gaining? Like, just by them clicking the pressing play, you know? Like, there's a lot of questions that need to be answered, and I don't know when they're going to do it. They haven't really announced their plans for like the second half of the year, or obviously there's going to be a big shakeup next year. I'm hoping 6v6 is a big part of it. Maybe it's the main format of the game. I don't know what they're going to do. If it did come back to be the main format of the game, I would come back and play this game, like compete, because I love the game that much, but I would never come back to play 5v5. competitive ever again, no matter what. And like full time or even part time. But yeah, like I'm very happy with this been done. I cannot stress enough how well a job they've made 6v6 into like a real thing while fixing all the problems of not all the problems, fixing a lot of problems of Overwatch 1. And I think bans will be a good addition. I think there's just so much going for Overwatch right now where they can actually go on the offensive and like start taking these players from rivals, because I think Overwatch is like, such a good game, and this is someone that's been like, I'm known as like a negative person, but I want the game to be the best it's been. Like it's my favorite game, and you know, like it's just I'm just happy. Like they've done a great job, and it feels crazy to say that because it feels like we finally got the Overwatch we wanted. After years of like just stagnating it, you know.
Wow, what a shill! Kidding. Sorry, Hawk. What are you saying? This is just me. I was just doing a meme here. Hawk, are you saying that you're not going to sub in for Kellen when he can't play Diva or some crap? You're not going to sell in for Kellen?
Maybe I would, but I would never scrim full time. Like I don't have the time to do that, and I just get so. It's just like such a. It's just not the same. Like 6v6 just fires me on all cylinders. Like I'm playing Diva. Like anyone can play Diva in 5v5. Like the skill gap of tanks. If it were to go back in 6v6 and like the highest level, the skill gap of tanks just widens so large. Like in 5 seconds, you could just know someone's throwing it. You know how like there's a decent amount of main tank players that can play Monkey right now. No, like it goes back to down to the days where you're like less than 5 players are playing Monkey in the world. And if you're on that hero, you're throwing the game. Like that is just. It is the more, like you said earlier, it's the more depthful game at the highest level.
Well, that little memeing aside, I think the sentiment that you left us on, Hawk, was a good one to kind of bring the show a close to, which is that, you know, you're having fun and you just want the best version of the game, and the fact that you still love the game, still have so much passion for the game, I think is kind of beautiful and also true for everyone on this panel. I think the only reason these guys are here and they're talking and they're so passionate is that they all want Overwatch to be the best version. It is the love of their life, despite the partners they may or may not have. Overwatch is the true person they're wed to. So, you know, hopefully it's just encouraging. I think the devs have done a great job in actually listening and iterating and continuing to make Overwatch a more refined version of what it could be, and kind of taking all the feedback bits. And we're seeing the evidence of that in all the changes they've made. So it's great for everyone involved, I think, that they've gotten all this done, and encouraging signs for what they should bring in the future. Now, anything else you guys want to say quickly, of course, before we, because I know this is like never ending. We could always just add another tangent. But anything else you want to say before I let you get going?
Is that we all do actually want the best for the game? Whether you want that, whether you prefer 5v5 or 6v6 or whatever. I think a lot of especially maybe this came from the last time we did this debate, the original 5v5 6v6 episode, that it got like, I feel like the community got more heated than our debate ever was. Like our debate was heated to a certain level, but the community took that to like an 11 or a 12. It was kind of like, it got to like a really bad place, and I think people need to just calm down and realize that, particularly people on this panel, all just want the best for the game, but also like, guys, it's not that serious. Like at the end of the day, right now the game is in the best place it's ever been, and Blizzard are willing to test around things and try and make the best decision possible. So just trust that they will currently try and make the best decision possible, and that it's like, you know, this is not like a life or death, and people need to calm down a little bit and not treat the whole 5v5 6v6 thing as hyper seriously as they did over the past year, because some of the stuff I saw was just like, come on, we need to calm down and just chill for a second, touch some grass. So yeah, talking to you, Samito fans, you viewers.
Well, at least people care. Like the worst thing you could have is people just not caring about the game, and literally
Samito viewers are more aggressive about the topic than he is. That's the crazy thing.
I don't doubt it.
Yeah, I think clearly, you know, last word on that is like, yeah, it got stupid. It just the discussion, the toxicity around it, in a way that it like had no business doing. Like it's just not high enough stakes for people to get as vitriolic as they did. But that's the internet.
They did let it marinate for a little bit too long. Like they should just came out and like talked about it. Like there's no reason for a PvP game to not have multiple formats to play the game, especially when you have something like 5v5 open queue. It's just like completely imbalanced, and it wasn't like made to be, you know, like it wasn't made to be taken seriously. So, and there was obviously room there. So
We also
I
had
don't know,
like Malga, Orisa, Hog, Ram metas like back to back to back to
Oh,
back
God,
for
yeah,
months
yeah.
on
just
end.
bad,
so-
just
Yeah.
bad,
Yeah, and
bad
I think
gameplay for like months on
the
end.
discussion became a lot better the minute they released that, I think, blog or whatever it was, that was like, we're gonna make 66 in the game at some point. Like they once they said like we're putting it back in at some
Yes,
point.
finally you said something. Thank you.
Yeah, like the discussion died down like significantly. Like people were instantly like, okay, well we'll see what happens when it happens. Then like we don't have to.
I know I was when I saw that tweet where he tweeted the blog post or saying we talking about. I'm like, oh my god, they finally acknowledged it. They finally said the words, because there's people behind the scenes like, yeah, I know why 66 is not in there. People are hinting that it was because the Switch or some like stupid reasons why I couldn't be in the game for something. But like, it shouldn't have been this like topic that was so like hated on, or like, because the reality is the games are not that different. Like they really,
No.
it's a little bit different for a tank. It's a little, I mean, it's way different for tank, a little different for the other two roles, but like they're really similar. Like these games don't play completely different, and like it shouldn't have gotten to this point ever. Like it should have just been like a natural thing where, okay, well, do we want to revisit this? Was it just like a fad? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
Yep.
Yeah. Any other thoughts from Spilo or Hawk before we let you get going?
No, it was a
All right,
pleasure.
thank you so
boys.
much for
Thank you so much,
yeah,
SVB,
thank you
for
so much for
having
your
me.
time and company again. Yeah, so like I always say, you know, Avril always first. Oh, we always go long, and it's like always whenever I get like Avril and Spilo, it's not even their fault this time, but it's always, you know, it's gonna be a 3 hour plus. You see those names on the title, you know it's gonna be over 3 hours.
See you guys next
But
year.
always-
We'll do the same again
yeah,
next year.
but
Hey?
I always enjoy having you guys here. So yeah, next year there's gonna be 7v7 coming out, or 4v4 or something. There's gonna be a new thing to discuss. So appreciate your time as much.
Thank you for
Please
having
go
back.
show you
Appreciate
guys
it.
some love, and thanks so much. Have a
Thanks,
great rest of
guys.
your day, guys.
All right, see you.
Peace out. Have a good one, guys. Thank you.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen. Excuse me. Hello. That was fun. Hello, Avril. Yes, yeah, I was definite shill. Yeah. Well, thank you guys all for being here. Appreciate it. That was a good discussion as always. I mean, it was exactly what I hope you guys expected. I think fairly constructive, kind of talking about the strengths and weaknesses of both, and I think like that's the key thing here. Yeah, so if you guys just missed it, I would highly recommend the YouTube VOD. That's probably going to be the easiest thing. And then obviously SVB is also going to post the full debate publicly at some point too. So, okay. That is all. I'm going to end stream there. Long stream. I'll see you guys on Thursday. We have a project prepped for Thursday about support ults. I've been teasing it for a couple weeks now. We're going to finally bite the bullet and talk about support ults. And so we're going to talk, see you there on Thursday. We're going to talk about support ults. We're going to talk about how to use support ults. We're going to talk about some misconceptions about support ults. And then we're going to go over that. Talking about the Snow Ultimate. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. And then Saturday, we might start our Overwatch 2 dictionary. I got a lot of stuff prepped. But yeah, loves and kisses, exclamation mark remorse, exclamation mark your mama if you're a Twitch command. YouTube, folks, don't forget there's memberships now as well that have the same perks as Twitch and Patreon. So for pickup games, early access, emotes, emoji, Discord access, all that kind of stuff. If you're subbed on Twitch, tier 2, tier 3. If you're YouTube member tier 2 or tier 3 and are connected to Discord, there's a ton of perks and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, that is all. Hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your Tuesday. I'm going to go live.